The F.W. Fitch Company, makers of those fine Fitch products, presents Dick Powell as Private Investigator Richard Rogue in Rogue's Gallery.
Hello, Richard Rogue speaking.
Hello, Mr. Rogue. This is Stark McVeigh in Minden, California.
Yeah?
I want to talk to you, Rogue.
Well, you're talking.
I want you to come up here to Minden and do a little job for me. I don't want you to let anybody in this town know who you are. You can register at the hotel as a traveling man, a salesman or something. And
hold it, McVeigh. I can't get away right now.
I wired you $500 expense money. It should be at your office now. We'll talk over the rest of the deal when you get here.
Oh, $5, huh? Well, what kind of a case is it?
A case that pays money. You can get out of there at 7 o'clock, and if you want to take a train...
I'll drive. I'll leave as soon as the 500 arrive. Take me about 2 hours to get there, won't it?
That's right. I'll contact you at the hotel tonight about 9.
Okay, see you then.
Hey, boy, get me a pint, will you, please?
Carry your bag, sir?
Oh, yeah, I want to check in. Here.
Thanks.
Hey, clerk.
Yes?
You got a room?
Well, I don't
No,
know.
I didn't ask the price, did I? I'll take anything from a broom closet to the bridal suite. Here, buy yourself a box of cigars to smoke while you're thinking it over.
Oh, thank you, sir. You'll just register. I think we can take care of you.
Thanks. Have my bag sent up, will you? I'll pick up my key in a minute. Hey, Sonny, got an evening paper?
Yes, sir. But all the news isn't in that paper, mister. Believe me.
What do you mean?
There was a murder in town tonight. Just a little while ago, as a matter of fact. A man was shot. Killed. Dead.
All that? Well, Minden is an enterprising community. Who got the business?
A fellow by the name of Stark McVeigh.
We'll return to our story in just a moment, but first here's Jim Doyle to give you some smooth talk on a smooth subject.
Yes, smooth is the word for it, Dick. That describes Fitch's No Brush shaving cream to a T. For it has a rich, creamy consistency that spreads over your face like a cool April breeze. There's nothing heavy or greasy about Fitch's No Brush, yet it does a man-sized job when it comes to wilting a tough beard. You see, Fitch's No Brush is a blend of 3 important shaving ingredients. These are balanced in such a way that you get efficiency in softening whiskers, plus a skin conditioning action that protects your skin from irritation. Yes, they all add up to a shave that's really solid comfort.
You men who say there's nothing like lather for a swell, smooth shave will like Fitch's Brush Cream. It gives lots of dense lather that stays moist all during the shave and rinses off easily. It, too, contains the special skin conditioner for sensitive skins.
Both Fitch's Brush and Fitch's No Brush shaving cream come in handy jars, big 25 and 50-cent sizes. For smoother, happier shaves, switch to Fitch. And now we return you to Dick Powell as Private Investigator Richard Rogue in Rogue's Gallery.
Well, this case looked like it was officially over before it started. The man I was working for had just been killed. I found that out while I was registering in Menden's only hotel with running water. A bellboy gave me the news, and while I was just standing there with my mouth hanging open, a big, beefy guy eased up to me and said,
"You're Richard Rogue, aren't you?"
"Oh, my name's Richard."
"Yeah, I know you're Rogue. I've seen your picture in the paper too often to be mistaken. I want to talk to you."
"Why?"
"Because I'm chief of police in this town."
Oh, well, you just want to have a social talk, huh?"
"Yeah, about a murder. Come on, Rogue, let's retire to the bar and play questions and answers."
"What about?"
"About what you're doing in town, among other things. Come on, get moving, big shot." All right, now, Rogue, suppose you start talking. What are you doing in Minden under the name of Richard?"
"Hey, bartender, you put too much sugar in this old-fashioned."
"Oh, so you think I like to hear myself talk? I said, what are you doing here?
I'm on a vacation.
Does a man named Stark McVeigh always finance your vacations?
McVeigh. Yes, well, the name sounds familiar.
I'll bet it does. He had a call in for you all day down at the city. He reached you at the Hunt Barroom a little before 5 o'clock, and he wired you $500 to your office this afternoon. Maybe that's why his name sounds familiar.
Well, could be that.
Well, what was it that made McVeigh think he'd need you $500 worth, rogue?
He didn't say. Who was McVeigh, anyway? I never met the guy. Never heard of him till he called me.
You think I'll believe that?
How do I know what you believe? I'm telling you the truth. That's all I can be sure of. And what's the idea of the pressure? You got ambitions to hang McVeigh's murder on me?
You know he's been murdered. How did you know that?
Well, the bellboy told me.
Who did it, rogue? Who was McVeigh afraid of?
I don't know anything about the guy. I didn't murder him. I hardly ever murder strangers. And now, thanks for the drink, and so long.
Wait a minute. You leaving town, rogue?
I don't think so, no. I like the climate here. It's so peaceful.
Well, don't you leave without seeing me, or you'll come back with your hands cuffed behind you, lying down.
Oh, well, if there's anything I love, it's a clever conversationalist.
Huh?
Now, I'll make a rule, egghead. Don't put any of your rural gumshoes on my tail if you like them personally. I don't like to be shadowed. Come in.
Here's your ice water, Mr. Rogue.
The name is Richard.
Skip it. I heard you talking to Chief Reese. I know who you were anyway.
Oh, well, you're a smart lad, huh? Did you know Stark McVeigh?
Sure. He used to be around here quite a bit. In the bar.
What was his racket? What did he do for a living? How long had he been living here in Minden?
Nobody knows where he made his money. He didn't work since he moved here about 2 years ago. Retired, I guess. That's what everybody thought. Always seemed to have plenty of money.
Oh, they did, huh? Well, who were his friends? Was he married?
Look, if I'm going to answer all of those questions, I want to work on the case with you. You need somebody who knows the town. Now, I'm an ex-GI. I work with intelligence. I can be a big help to you.
Okay, you're working. Now, was McVeigh married?
No. Didn't run around with women much either. I mean, here. Some blonde came down to see him once in a while. Drove a Cadillac convertible. Looked like a movie star.
Did McVeigh make many trips? Was he out of town much?
He traveled quite a bit.
Did he have any enemies in town?
Nobody knew him well enough to hate him. He was a kind of a stranger, Mr. Rogue. Nobody got to know him very well.
You live alone?
Yeah. He had a woman come in a couple of times a week to clean up. That's all.
Good. Well, who do you think killed him?
I don't know.
Any suspicious-looking characters been seen around town lately?
Not that I know of. But they could have been here without me knowing it.
Okay. Hey, what's your name?
Buzz Walters?
What time are you off duty?
About an hour, 9 o'clock.
Good, I'll see you then. In the lobby, right?
Yeah. What are you going to do now?
Oh, I'm going out to the house, McVeigh's house, and take a look around.
You know where it is?
I'll find it. See you at 9.
Who is it?
Turn on the lights.
Who is it? Is that you, Hank?
Yeah. Turn on the lights.
Hey, you're not Hank. Who are you? What are you doing here?
Will you turn on the lights so we can talk this thing over, Junior? Oh, you're the guy who bumped McVeigh, huh? Okay, Junior.
Stand right where you are.
And let you shoot at me? That doesn't sound practical. I've got my gun out now. How about taking another shot so I can spot you?
Who are you? The law? Oh!
Okay, Junior. Throw that gun away.
Don't shoot anymore. You hit me.
Let me hear that gun hit the wall. Throw it. Okay. Now, maybe we can talk. Keep your hands down to your sides.
Look, I'm shot. I'm bleeding. You got to do something for me.
Later. First, Junior, you're going to answer some questions. Hey.
Did I startle you?
Huh?
Just hold that pose. Who is this guy, Shorty?
I don't know. He came in here and I thought it was you. I took a shot at him but he got me.
Yeah, I see. Well?
You better get somebody to take care of your friend here. He's got a bad chest
Don't
wound.
let that worry you. You're going to have worse before long. And we'll start you out like this.
Hiya, Rogie. Welcome home.
Oh, hello, Igor. How's everything on Cloud 8?
Oh, it's fine. Say, Rogie, I missed you last week.
Oh, well, yeah. I had the flu. Yeah, didn't Dennis O'Keefe come up to see you?
Nah, not that Irishman. He doesn't use his head the way you do, Rogie. Say, who did it this time?
I don't know. But I'm going to get him. If it's the last thing I do.
Oh, you better hurry back downstairs then. You're getting further away every minute.
Huh? What do you mean?
You got a surprise coming, Rogie. You're a side door tourist right now.
Huh? Oh, well, that settles it. I'm going over the side. So long, Igor.
So long, Rogie.
Come on, fella. Come out of it.
Huh? Hey, this thing's moving.
Sure, Fred. It's okay. You're in a freight car.
A freight car? Well,
Well, it seems somebody wrapped you over the skull and threw you in here.
Who?
I don't know. You were here when I got here. Don't worry, you'll be okay.
Yeah. Well, thanks for the first aid. Where are we?
Well, about 10 miles out of Minden. This red ball got a hot box and was held up. We're on the big grade going into the mountains.
Thanks. Hey, what do you got around my head?
Yeah, you were bleeding. I tore up your shirt and made a bandage of it.
Oh, thanks.
Hey, wait a minute. Where are you going?
I'm going to jump out of this thing.
Are you crazy?
Could be. Hey, look. I've still got my wallet.
You have?
How come you didn't lift it?
I didn't think of it.
Oh, you're an honest man. Here, here's a 20. Thanks.
Okay.
Well, here goes nothing.
So long.
Hey, ride. Hey, driver. Ride. Driver.
You going into Minden?
Yeah. What happened to you?
Well, I was knocked out and robbed and left on the road. I got to get back to Minden to report it to the cops.
Okay, buddy. I wouldn't leave anybody out. But I got a revolver here and don't try any funny stuff.
Oh, me? Oh, I don't want to try anything. I just want to get back to Minden.
I'll take you into Minden. Get in.
Thanks. You can let me out here.
Oh, no. Just stay right where you are.
Hey, what's the idea? Will you get that heater out of my face?
I'll tell you where to get out.
Oh? Well, when will that be?
When we get to the police station. That's where you're going, mister. I brought him in here to the police station, Chief. He looks suspicious to me.
Yeah, nice work, Mr. Pollard. We'll take care of him, thanks.
I hope I did the right thing.
Yeah, you sure did. Thanks for the ride, Mr. Pollard. Goodbye.
You just go right ahead, Pollard. I'll see you later.
Oh, Chief.
Huh?
There's no reward, is there?
No. So long.
Oh. So long.
Well, I see you're back, Rogue. I told you you'd get in trouble nosing around this town. Now, you gonna talk?
Well, I haven't much to say, Reese. I went out to McVeigh's house. The door was open. I walked in. Some guy took a shot at me. I shot back. Got him, and while I was trying to find out what it was all about, another guy sneaked up behind me and bent a rod over my head. I woke up in a freight train 10 miles out of town. This Pollard gave me a ride in, and that's the end of the story.
Well, how do you figure it?
I don't know, but I want to get back out to that house. You coming with me?
Well, what do you expect to find out there? We combed the house from one end to the other.
Well, there's something going on in your charming little town that needs taken care of, Chief. And how come you don't have men at that house? There was a murder there a few hours ago.
Now, don't you tell me my business, Rogue.
Something smells. Come on. Let's get out to McVeigh's house. I want to do a little combing myself.
Now, you'd better stay in line, Rogue. After all, I'm the chief here. And
Yeah. I've read your star. I don't know whether you're a dumb chief or a smart operator. But we're going to McVeigh's house, and we're going to tear it to pieces until I get a lead. Now, come on. I'll try the door. Don't knock, it may be open.
Okay. Well, close the door.
All right. No, the lights don't work. The main switch must be pulled.
We'll get by with this flashlight. Come on, let's take a look around.
Hey. You see where that lamp is on the floor over there?
Yeah.
Well, the guy who was shooting at me was lying right by the side of it after I got him.
Oh.
Look, there's blood on the floor. You see it?
What was that?
It should have come from that closet. Somebody's in there.
Well, come on out. Come on out, or I'll shoot that door so full of holes we can pull you out through them.
Okay, I'll come out.
Well, hello, Buzz. Welcome to the party.
What are you doing here?
Well, Mr. Rogue told me he was coming out here, and he was supposed to be back to meet me in the lobby at 9 o'clock. He didn't come back, so I decided I'd run out here and look for him.
You got here a little late, Buzz.
Oh, no, I didn't. Well, I was a little late to do you any good, but I saw plenty. I saw them walking around here.
Wait a minute. What do you mean, them?
2 men and a girl. The blonde girl that used to come here to see Mr. McVeigh.
Oh, you mean she was here?
Yep. I hid outside of the window and watched them. They were carrying stuff up from the basement. That is, the girl and this man were, and putting it in the car.
Buzz, did you hear them talk? Did the girl mention his name?
No, she just called him sweetheart or honey or something like that. There was something funny about the other guy.
What?
He never did come out. The other 2 came out, got into that Cadillac convertible, and drove away about 10 minutes ago.
Well, then there must still be a man in the house.
Yep, he'd been shot. He had trouble getting around.
Must have been the guy I shot.
I've been looking for him.
Well, why didn't you call me?
I was working for Mr. Rogue. I knew he'd be here.
Oh, good boy, Buzz. Now, come on, let's shake this house down. If that thug is in here, we better find him before he finds us. Wow, this is the best kept basement I ever saw in a bachelor's house, Buzz. How about it?
It's sure clean.
Hey, look, there are a few muddy footsteps going this way.
They're going both ways, Mr. Rogue.
Yeah, right over here and then back out. That's funny. They walk right up to this blank wall and then back again.
Maybe the stuff they were carrying out of the basement was stacked up against the wall.
I doubt it.
Hey, there's nobody up here. Shook down every room, every closet up here. There's nobody.
Well, we're even. There's nobody down here either.
I tell you, that guy they called Shorty never came out of the house. I was watching and I know he didn't.
Hey, you're imagining things, kid. People don't just disappear. If he was here, we could see him now, couldn't we?
If we could find him. I've got an idea.
Yeah?
Well, there must be a hidden door or something in this wall here someplace.
Oh, now, wait a minute, Rogue.
Okay. So I've been reading too many comic books, but I'm making my guess, and I'm going to see if I'm right. You see these footprints coming over here and going back again?
Yeah.
That's what it is. Maybe there's a loose tile in the wall or something.
Yeah. Listen now. There it is, Reese. You die hard. You hear that? It's hollow in there. Now, come on. Let's figure this thing out.
Hey, there is a loose tile right here.
Let me see. Yeah.
Well, I'll be...
Are you sure you're surprised, Sheriff?
Why,
there's a regular doorknob in there.
Yeah, there is.
Well, it's locked, but I think I can take care of that. Look out. Now, that ought to do it. Flash your light in there, Reese.
Okay.
Oh, brother, look at that.
Huh? Hey, he's dead.
We'll return to our story in just a moment. But now I'd like to ask the ladies a question. Have you ever had the shampoo blues? The shampoo blues, of course, is that dejected feeling you get when your hair becomes dry and unmanageable after a shampoo. If that's been your experience, then here's a way to beat those blues. Try Fitch's saponified coconut oil shampoo. Use this clear, golden liquid shampoo as often as you like. It will never leave your hair dry or difficult to manage. That's because Fitch's saponified shampoo is made from pure, natural oils. Just a little makes oceans of cleansing lather. Rinses out easily, too, for Fitch's saponified shampoo contains its own patented rinsing agent. It leaves your hair soft, lustrous, and easy to manage even right after you shampoo it. Yes, you can always use Fitch's saponified shampoo with complete confidence and freedom from the shampoo blues. So use it regularly. Buy an economical bottle at your drug or toilet goods counter, or ask for a professional application at your beauty shop. And now we return to Dick Powell as Private Investigator Richard Rogue in Rogue's Gallery.
Well, you could have knocked me down with an atom bomb when we opened that secret door in the basement of McVeigh's house and saw what was inside. It was an air-conditioned room with fluorescent lighting and strictly occupational furniture. And sitting at the table in the swivel chair was the body of the man named Shorty. Buzz, the bellboy, said.
Hey, he's dead.
Yeah, they let him have one. Right through the temple.
Good Lord. 2 murders in one day in Minden.
That'll put the place on the map, won't it?
I wonder why they killed him.
Well, it looks pretty simple to me. I got him through the chest when he shot at me, and a wounded man is kind of a handicap to a mob that's trying to make a getaway with a set of counterfeit plates.
Counterfeit? Is that what they were doing?
Yeah. This place is one of the best equipped engraving shops I've ever been in. You knew that right away, didn't you, Reese?
Oh, sure.
Right there. That's what McVeigh's racket was, huh?
Yeah. Come on, let's take a look around.
Here. Look here.
What did you find?
Exhibit A. A whole stack of $10 bills.
Let me see. Yeah. All with the same serial numbers. Oh, there's phonies, the coarse girl's accent. Well, Reese, let's get back to town and get some post-mortem fingerprints off your late pal McVeigh. And some information on the license number Buzz got off that Cadillac.
Do you think we'll get him, Mr. Rogue?
Oh, we're a lead pipe cinch, Buzz. You know, if you hadn't been sharp enough to jot down that license number, we'd have been out of luck.
Even Reese can trace that.
Yeah. Think it could use a guy like me. Regular, Mr. Rogue?
Oh, well, I'm sorry, kid. I'm a lone wolf. But you'll make some dough out of this case. You can bet your shirt there's a reward out for this mob, and we'll split it.
Oh.
You know, Junior, if you hadn't been around that house and seen those 2 drive away without Shorty, this crime may have never been solved.
That's right, I guess. Nobody would ever have looked for the secret room. You know, I've always wanted to be a detective.
Well, Rogie, the Department of Motor Vehicles says this is the address that car's registered to. Miss Sylvia Adams, 1924 Euclid Avenue in Los Angeles.
Well, that makes it my meat, Reese.
Oh, yeah.
Come on, Buzz. You want to drive to L.A. with me?
Sure, Mr. Rogue. I want to be in at the kill on this case.
Well, this is the house. Oh. Miss Sylvia Adams, 1924 Euclid Avenue.
What are we going to do?
Well, first you go see if the car's in the garage while I take a look around.
Okay.
Hey, Buzz. Come here. Wait a minute.
Yeah?
Hey, look in that window up there.
Mm-hmm.
That man. He's the one who knocked me out. Oh, is that the man and the blonde woman you saw leaving McVeigh's house?
Yep. That's them.
Looks like they're having a beef. That's good. Buzz, we're going to do a little listening.
Oh, How you going to get in?
Back door. Come on.
But it's probably locked.
Yeah, could be. But if I haven't a skeleton key on my chain that'll open that door, I'm going to get a new locksmith. Now, quiet. Come on.
You didn't have to kill them both, Hank. You're a trigger-happy fool.
Will you stop harping on that? They're dead. That's all there is to it. We're rid of them, and we got the counterfeit plates. We got no more troubles, baby. From now on, it's you and me.
It is?
What do you mean?
Just that I don't have to put up with you anymore either. One word out of me and the cops will put you under the jail, Hank. That's what they do with killers, you know? I don't like you. I never did like you. But you're going to keep me in money and minks and everything I want as long as I live. Killer.
That may not be long, you little double-crossing.
Hank, put that gun away. Hank, no.
So you were going to double-cross me?
Hank, no.
So all that sweet talk was just an act?
No.
Well, here's my act, baby.
Next one, touch your eye, Hank. Drop the gun. Pick it up, Buzz. Yeah.
Who are you?
Well, now, that's not very flattering. I'm Richard Rogue. But we'll talk about that later, lovely. Right now, get up against that wall, both of you. Start singing and make the lyrics cover a couple of murders. Come on, sing! Well, that was the end of that story. It all happened over a woman, almost everything does. When I got through chatting with Sylvia, I had the whole story. McVeigh and Hank had a sweet little counterfeiting deal all set up and running smoothly. McVeigh, a master engraver, made the plates and hand-printed them in his shop in Minden. Hank wholesaled the stuff. Everything was just too divine. Until Hank moved in on McVeigh's girl, Sylvia, and got caught at it. McVeigh wanted to hire me to front for him in exposing Hank as a counterfeiter, and that's what started all of the excitement and the murders. We found the counterfeiting plate in Sylvia's Cadillac, and I collected $5,000 reward for cracking the case. I split it with Buzz. He was a happy kid. Yes, well, as I've always said, cherchez la femme, to coin a phrase. It means find the woman. And by the way, if you have any luck, cherchez one for me, too, will you? I'm feeling much better and not doing a thing tonight. You know what I mean. This is Dick Powell again, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you enjoyed our story tonight. Ray Buffum wrote it. Leith Stevens composed and conducted the music, and Dee Engelbach produced and directed. But don't forget now, you've all got a date with us next Thursday night. We have a story for you about a man with $1 million, a beautiful wife, and an overpowering jealousy. We call it Best Laid Plans. So make a date with us, will you? Thanks for listening, and now here's Jim Doyle.
Don't forget to tune in again next Thursday, same time. And be sure to see Dick Powell in his newest RKO picture, Cornered, at your local theater soon. And remember, tune in again next Thursday, same time, same station, when you will again hear Dick Powell as Richard Rogue in Rogue's Gallery. Remember, if dandruff is your problem, ask for Fitch's Dandruff Remover Shampoo. It's the only shampoo made whose guarantee to remove dandruff is backed by one of the world's largest insurance firms. No other shampoo can make this statement. Ask for Fitch's Dandruff Remover Shampoo at your drug or toilet goods counter, barber or beauty shop. Fitch is spelled F-I-T-C-H.
The Adventures of the Saint, starring Vincent Price. The Saint, based on characters created by Leslie Charteris and known to millions from books, magazines, and motion pictures. The Robin Hood of modern crime now comes transcribed to radio, starring Hollywood's brilliant and talented actor Vincent Price as the Saint.
Just step a little closer, if you will, my friend. You might be the start of a mighty insurgent front.
You mean me?
You and none other. Slumming tonight, friend?
Oh, I just happen to like carnivals.
The gentleman says he likes carnivals. And now let us all step up a little closer here while we talk about the greatest attraction on the mighty Midway. A test of strength, courage, and endurance, attracting attention all over the civilized world and further. Texas. It's a joke, friend.
Oh, sorry.
Yes, sir. Indeed. Well, I am talking about that little lady inside the tent here that all your friends have told you positively not to miss. The courageous girl who lies buried alive 20 feet below the surface of the earth. Are you going in, friend, or am I wasting my time?
I'm still on the fence.
Yeah, indeed. Well, you have heard her name, you have read about her in the papers, and now you are going to see Mona, the buried alive girl, who has lain in her grave on these premises for 222 hours, 36 minutes, and 21 seconds, and is now attempting to break the world record of 244 hours.
Ooh, how strenuous.
Inside the tent, you will see her, talk to her, ask her any questions that happen to be on your mind.
Tell me more.
My friend, I don't request that you buy a ticket for this great attraction. I just ask that you put this question to yourself.
Yes?
Would I have the courage to change places with Mona, the buried alive girl?
No.
I thank you for your kind attention, and the box office is now open.
Oh, one, please.
One, he says. Some days it don't pay to get buried alive. Hey, son, the entrance is right in front of you.
My change?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, the change. That's right. It's mere oversight, sir, I assure you. Here you are, right straight ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. To communicate with Mona, talk down tube. Well, all right, I talk. Mona.
Frankie, you gotta get me out of here. I'm going crazy down here. I'm scared.
Mona,
I've been thinking, Frankie. I've been thinking all day what Angie said just before she... I don't want to end up like Angie, Frank. I don't. And I will if you don't get me out of here. I know I will. I don't want to die, Frankie. Get me up.
Mona, this isn't Frankie. This is Simon Templar. Can I help you?
Oh, you're not Frankie?
No, but I'll help you if you'll tell me what you're afraid of. Mona...
I am in very good health and am enjoying no physical discomfort whatsoever. I am looking forward eagerly toward breaking the world's record for being buried alive. 244 hours. Pictures of me are available at the box office at nominal cost.
Mona, what are you afraid of?
I am in very good health and am enjoying no physical discomfort whatsoever. I am looking forward eagerly to...
I know, I heard.
Hey, what you doing here? Who are you?
I'm Simon Templar, a customer. Who are you?
Customer, all right. Excuse me. I thought, excuse me.
Oh, say, aren't you the strong man? I saw your act a few minutes ago. Segundo, huh?
Pretty good.
Yeah, pretty good. Tell me, Segundo, what about Mona? Who was Angie?
Angie? Excuse me, I gotta go. Excuse
Hey, wait a minute.
Excuse me.
There you got two for the price of one, eh, friend? Mona and the strong man Segundo.
I caught his act before. Quite a large hunk of muscle. I wouldn't like him to step down on my foot.
Yeah, the guy is built like a Hudson. Only trouble is his motor don't run so good.
Oh, a few chips light in the head, huh?
A whole stack. Well, did you enjoy your chat with Mona?
Tell me, who was Angie?
Angie, oh, yeah, that Angie, that's a real sweetheart. That was Mona's sister. Angie used to do the buried alive act before she died. Oh, a real doll.
Was it an accident?
Accident? No. It was a weak heart. That Angie, she was all heart. Oh, we miss her. How'd you know about her?
Tell me about Mona.
Why?
I might like to help her, that's all.
Hey, look, my friend, nobody in this county needs no help from you. We take care of each other. We always have and we always will. Nobody on the outside cares nothing about us, and we don't care nothing about them. Now, beat it.
Who's the owner of this carnival?
B. St. Clair, and the trailer's right down the midway, and she'll tell you the same thing I did.
I'm hard to discourage.
Friend, there's nobody here needs no help.
Friend, you forget that I've heard your jokes. See you later.
Come in.
Miss St. Clair?
Right. Who are you?
I'm a customer of your carnival.
Well, come in, customer. Sit down.
Oh. Thank you. I wanted to ask a few questions, if you don't mind.
Where's your question license?
My name is Simon Templar, also known as the Saint.
Please. I'll form my own opinion. What do you want to know?
I'm interested in Angie.
Oh, Angie?
Mm-hmm.
They never come any better. Every 100 years or so, you meet somebody nice in this louse-trap circuit. And Angie was one of them. Now she's gone, and the crumbs remain.
Anything peculiar about the way she died?
Sudden, that's all. Heart. Why?
And her sister Mona took her place.
Yep. Mona's a good kid, but a kid.
Any chance of her being brought up from the living grave soon?
Why?
I got the impression she didn't like it down there.
No, you did. You know something? I don't like running this flea circus of a carnival either. Some mornings I don't even like living. But I don't come running to you about it, Mr. Templar.
You won't bring her up then, huh?
No. I got nothing to say about it anyway. It's up to her husband, Frankie Fowler. You catch his act? Frankie, the tattooed boy?
I'm afraid I'm not an art lover.
Well, he's no Mona Lisa, Jack. Any more questions?
Would I get any more answers?
No.
But when a woman says no, that's not always what she means.
Jack, that's an entirely different type of question.
Hello. Anybody here?
Yeah?
Frankie, I'd like to talk to you.
Who are you?
My name is Simon Templar, Frankie.
What do you want?
Well, I've always been interested in tattoos. I think they're fascinating.
Oh?
Almost as fascinating as the people who do them.
Oh, a fan. Come in.
Thank you.
You know, the Connie's closed for the night, but I'm always glad to oblige a customer.
Well, I'm not exactly a customer. I'm a friend of Mona's.
Mona's got no friend, Simon Templar.
Well, let's say a speaking acquaintance. Did you know Angie, Frankie?
Know her. Angie was my wife. Wonderful girl. Almost killed me when she passed away. Omaha.
She's buried there?
I couldn't leave her behind. Not with strangers. Call me sentimental if you want to, but that's the way I felt. You see that urn over there on the table? Now Angie's with me always.
I see.
They say us carny people got no heart. Hey, you like to see some real artistic work in tattoo, Mr. Templar?
Oh, maybe some other time, Frankie.
Look at that. Here. Monitor and a Merrimack. Civil War. Authentic, 100%. They don't do work like that anymore.
Frankie,
Everything I got on me is art. Art! I seen a guy the other day ask him what he had on. He said surrealism. Surrealism. I told him right out. I said, the guy that tattooed that on you ain't American. That's what I told him, and I'll stand by it. Surrealism.
Frankie, I've been talking to Mona.
What about?
She's buried too far under the earth, Frankie. She wants to come up.
Well, she does she? She say anything else, did she?
I just got the impression she was frightened down there.
Well, let her be. Let her stay there. She's getting just like Angie.
Oh? Angie was frightened?
Well, no, that's not what I meant. Angie was the greatest. It's just that they're sisters, see? What's this to you?
Nothing, except I think it might be better if you brought Mona up.
Oh, you do? Segundo!
Frankie.
Come in here. Now you see what happens to guys who get nosy.
Afraid to do your own strong-arm work, eh, Frankie?
Why, you...
Here I am.
Look, Segundo,
This guy came in here saying bad things about Angie.
About Angie?
Yeah.
You shouldn't have said that, mister. Not about Angie. I don't like nobody to say bad things about Angie.
I'm trying to help her, Segundo, and Mona.
Don't listen to him, Segundo. Get him.
I don't trust...
Hit him again, Segundo. Throw him out.
Yeah. You shouldn't have said bad things about...
Hey, wake up, mister. Wake up. Hey, you hurt? Hey, Carnival's closed for the night, friend. Why don't you go home and sleep?
Wait till I find my head.
What happened?
Well, let's say too much cotton candy and circus peanuts, huh?
Drink help you out?
Ooh, immeasurably. Lead the way.
Yeah. Don't mind drinking with a dwarf, do you?
Why should I?
Well, some people do. My name's Carlos.
Hello. I'm Simon Templar.
Yeah. Right in here. My home. One of the wagons. Don't bump your head.
I'll watch it.
Here. Pour this down.
Oh, thank you, my friend. I needed that.
Have to go, or can you stay and talk a while?
I'd like to stay if I may, Carlos.
Oh, thank you. I very seldom get the chance to talk, Mr. Templar.
Why is that?
The dwarf's rather a lonely occupation. Not freak enough to make much money in the carnival, and too much of a freak to be accepted out of it. Sorry to burden you with my troubles.
Everyone's troubles are everyone else's, Carlos.
Well, thank you. Want to tell me about yours?
Well, I had a call for help tonight from 20 feet under the ground. And I just don't know what to do about it.
Mona?
Yeah. She said she was afraid she would end up like Angie. She wanted to come up.
Did you tell anyone else about this?
Not directly, no. Frankie refused to let her come up.
Have another drink. Mona never talked like this before. She was never scared, not like Angie. Mona's got guts. It worries me. Go here.
Oh, thanks. What about the man who was married to both of them, huh? Frankie.
Simon, if you were born a freak like I was, you had no choice and you can be philosophical. But if you make yourself a freak like Frankie did, you gotta hate yourself and everybody else as long as you live.
And yet 2 women married.
Don't rub it in. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have jumped you. I'm not always as philosophical as I try to be.
I can't help thinking of Mona, buried alive, afraid. Afraid of what? And she mentioned that Angie said something to her just before she died.
What?
She didn't say. Tell me, how far are we from where Mona is?
Just across the midway. You want to go over there?
I'd feel better.
And so would I. Let's go.
What about B. St. Clair, Carlos? Can you figure her out?
Well, not quite, because I don't think B can figure herself out. She hasn't had much fun either. I hope she gets some.
This is Mona's tent, isn't it? Anybody around?
Not a soul. Let's go in. Mona! Oh, she must be asleep.
Now, let me try. Mona? Can you hear me? Mona? She's not asleep. There's something wrong. Mona?
Mona, it's Carlos. Mona! What was it she said? She might wind up like Angie? Mona!
Carlos, go get every man you can and every shovel, and then get a doctor and an ambulance.
Yeah. They wanted her to break the record. Well, maybe she will. Maybe she will. Like Angie.
help you. Dig it out.
That's it.
Keep going. Stop.
Get out of the way. Move. Go. It's past 2 and I told myself.
Okay.
Are they almost down to her, B?
Well, I think so. It's only about 8 feet. We advertised 20, but 8 is enough. What do you think happened, Carlos?
I don't know. What happened to Angie?
A heart attack, you know that.
Do I? She's just fainted, maybe. Maybe this is all about nothing.
I doubt it, Frankie. And so do you.
What do you have to come nosing in for, Templar? B and I don't need you. We can get along.
B and you?
All of us, that's what I mean.
You mean you'd rather have left her down there?
I'm not taking this from you.
Frankie! I got the bottle.
Oh, come on.
Come on, you guys. Grab it.
Come on.
Come on. There now. Give me a hand with the lid. You better come over here, Doctor.
Right, Mr. Templar.
Yeah. There.
What is it, Doc? Is she...
Well, she's still breathing, but that's about all.
Any symptoms?
Well, if I had to make a guess, symptoms of poisoning. Get her over to the ambulance.
All right, come on.
Mr. Templar, I'm sorry I didn't get her up sooner.
I should have made it plainer, but I didn't know who to trust.
Well, do you now?
Just who not to trust.
And who's that?
Everyone. How is she this morning, Doctor?
Oh, she's a sick girl, but she'll live. We got her in time.
Oh, I'm glad. What caused it?
Poison of some kind, definitely. I'm waiting for a lab report.
May I see her?
Yes, go ahead, Mr. Templar. She's rational now. Kept asking Angie to forgive her before...
Forgive her for what?
Well, she didn't say. They usually don't. Don't stay too long.
Oh, all right, Doctor. Good morning, Mona.
Who are you?
Simon Templar. I spoke to you down the tube yesterday. You thought at first I was Frankie.
I don't remember.
Don't you? You said you were afraid you might end up like Angie. She said something to you before she died, Mona. What was it?
I don't remember. She didn't say anything.
You know what happened to you last night, Mona?
No.
There was poison in your food that was lowered through the tube. Got any idea who did it?
Poison? I don't believe it.
Well, police will find out.
I don't want the police. I did it. I took it myself.
What kind?
Well, I don't remember, but I took it.
Why did you want Angie to forgive you, Mona?
Who told you that? I mean, you're making that up.
I'm trying to help you, Mona.
I don't need help. I want Frankie. I want him back. I want him back.
All right. I'll find him for you.
Come in. Simon, come in.
How are you, B?
How's Mona, Simon?
Better, Carlos. I was at the hospital all day. Had to wait for the lab reports on the poison.
Who did it?
Oh, it could have been put there by anyone.
To the police now?
Not yet. Mona claims she took it herself. She's obviously protecting someone, or is afraid of someone.
But who?
B, you don't have to answer unless you want to.
What, Simon?
Has there been anything between you and Frankie?
Well, everybody gets lonely.
Are you still lonely?
Jack, I got no ambition to travel around the country in an urn. That answer it?
That's good enough. If I can wind this thing up tonight, will the two of you help me? You especially, Carlos.
Anything I can, Simon.
All right. You're not closing the carnival down tonight, B.
We'll stay open if you say so.
Well, it might make it easier. Carlos, you go to Frankie's trailer while he's doing his show and take the urn. Would you mind doing that?
I'll do it.
Good. Put it in a safe place, doesn't matter where, and come back to the trailer. All three of us will wait for Frankie to come back after his show.
What happens then?
I don't know for sure, but I have a theory. Hope it's right. It's a question.
What happens if it's not right?
B, that's an entirely different type of question.
Simon, why do we have to wait in the dark for Frankie? It's creepy in here.
He might not come in if he saw the lights, B. Do you mind, Carlos?
Not a bit. The dark is a friend of mine.
Oh, I'm getting jumpy.
You can leave if you want to. I might be able to handle what I have to do alone.
Oh, I'll stick. But give me a chance to gripe, will you?
How about you, Carlos?
Oh, I'm enjoying it, Mr. Templar. Gives me a chance to feel important.
I don't get many chances like that.
Gee, Frankie's late. He should have been here by now.
Well, maybe business was good tonight.
Well, usually is.
Oh? Say, B, I don't want to be personal, but running a carnival, is it lucrative?
Jack, I don't want to brag, but I am loaded.
Oh, how nice for you.
Why, last year alone,
Someone coming. Good evening, Frankie.
Templar. What is this, B?
I couldn't keep away, Frankie, but I brought my chaperone.
Well, get him out of here. Some chaperones. A saint and a dwarf.
I didn't choose to be a freak, Frankie. That's the difference.
What's going on?
Look around, Frankie. Anything missing?
What do you mean? The urn. Where is it? What'd you do with it?
We took it.
You took it? Segundo, come in here.
I don't think you'll need Segundo this time.
No?
Sit down, Frankie. If you don't like that seat, I can get you a hotter one.
You think you know something?
I'm nosy, Frankie. Very nosy, as you pointed out.
What is it, Frankie?
This guy Templar again, Segundo. He's been saying bad things and doing bad things. He took Angie's urn.
Easy, Segundo. You'll want to hear this, too.
Hear what?
Don't wait, Segundo. He's just stalling. Go get him.
You took the urn.
Segundo, sit down.
No.
Segundo, wait in here. Wait in here.
Okay, Carlos, I trust you.
Good. It's about Angie, Segundo. This morning and last night, Mona was calling out for Angie to forgive her. For what? Because she'd been going around with you, Frankie, while you were married to her older sister.
I loved Angie.
And how long after she died did you marry Mona?
6 weeks.
I couldn't help it if the kid was crazy about me.
And you couldn't help it when you killed Angie with poison.
Who says I did? Where's the evidence?
You thought there wasn't any. It was almost a smart job, Frankie, but you couldn't pull anything all the way smart. It was only half smart, and that can be fatal.
If you think I'm going to stand here and listen to this
You'll
stuff...
stand and you'll listen. Murderers hardly ever change tactics, Frankie. The poison showed up in Mona's stomach. We couldn't prove that on you, but there are certain poisons that can be traced even after cremation. The kind you used is one. Now, do you begin to get the point?
It's not true. You can't trace it, can you, Carlos?
Yes, you can. I should have remembered. I should have had that urn analyzed long ago.
Now, wait a minute. You're guessing at this.
Are we? Where's the urn?
You're guessing at a motive. I didn't kill Angie. And why would I want to kill Mona?
Bigger stakes. You were after B. She was, loaded.
It's all a lie. I mean, B and I... Segundo, stay away from me.
Put that gun away, Frankie.
No. I'll use it if you don't stay back, Segundo.
Frankie, you killed Angie.
I tell you, nobody killed her. She had a weak heart. That was it, a weak heart.
Segundo, listen to me.
You killed Angie, Frankie.
Stay back. Stay back.
He's going to shoot, Segundo.
She never done no harm. She was so...
Stay back, I'm warning you.
She loved you and you gave her poison.
Don't come no closer, I mean it. Stay back.
She laughed sometime and she did like a little girl.
Keep away from me, you big creep.
Why, you couldn't let her live.
You crazy creep, why don't you drop? You ain't human. Keep your hands off of me.
Segundo, come on, let go of him. Let go of him. Let go.
It's me. Carlos, let him go. Let him go.
Sure, Carlos, sure.
Segundo, are you hurt? Bad?
No.
I think one was a clean miss. The other two got him in the shoulder. He'll live. Here, let me help you up, Segundo. Come on now. Sit down, sit down. B, get a doctor.
All right.
Quite a man, this Segundo. Not so strong upstairs, but in the heart, plenty.
Yeah, he almost killed Frankie.
I'm almost sorry he didn't. Frankie doesn't deserve to live.
Someone else will decide that, Carlos.
What Segundo did, I wish I could have done it, Saint. In my hands, I wish I could have done it.
Carlos.
I never told anybody, Saint. I never told her. She never guessed. But I loved Angie, too. Heaven help me. I loved her, too.
Just step step a little closer, if you will, my friend.
You mean me?
I mean you. Hey, do you care to see the fat lady, friend? Weight 9,324 ounces.
Well, that's better.
How are you, Mr. Templar?
I'm fine. Tell me, how's Mona?
Oh, she's all right. It's a funny thing, Mr. Templar. I think Angie must have told her when she was dying that she suspected Frankie. But Mona could never bring herself to believe it. She still can't. But I guess she will. See, going in to see the fat lady, Mr. Templar?
You talked me right into it. Here's a $5.
Thank you, and the entrance is straight ahead, friend.
My change?
Change. Here's your $5 back. For Simon Templar, everything is always on the house.
On the house?
Yeah.
Well, thanks. Say, you'd make a wonderful bartender.
Oh, now, Mr. Templar, that wouldn't be refined.
Oh, well, just a lovely dream. A wild, lovely dream.
You have been listening to another transcribed adventure of the Saint, the Robin Hood of modern crime. And now here is our star, Vincent Price.
Ladies and gentlemen, your life is your own. It's yours to guard when danger is near. And danger is never absent from the highways of America, where some 30,000 persons are killed every year. Only you can take the responsibility for averting the most tragic of all traffic accidents, the accident that happens to you. You can take that responsibility by recognizing the dangers of the road and by obeying the laws that have been made to protect your life. In almost every single motor accident reported by the National Safety Council, there was at least one violation of traffic regulations. The most common violation was speed. Speed too great for safety. Speed to save a few seconds. Speed that spelled out death and tragedy on the road. And, as always, the National Safety Council warns about driving after drinking. It's not an empty warning, because fully 1/4 of all fatal accidents involve drivers or pedestrians who have been drinking. This is a fact. So when you drive, remember that an accident can happen to you. Learn and obey the traffic laws, and don't take the little chances that so frequently result in a smash-up. The care you take may save a life, and that life may be your own. This is Vincent Price inviting you to join us again next week at this same time for another exciting adventure of the Saint. Good night.
This adventure of the Saint was written by Dick Powell. In our cast, you heard Mary Shipp as Mona and Sheldon Leonard as the Barker. Bob Jellison was Carlos, Ed Mack, Segundo. Henny Bacchus played Bee, Harry Bartell was Frankie, Harry Brown was the Doctor. The Saint, based on characters created by Leslie Charteris, is a James L. Safier production and is directed by Helen Mack. Vincent Price is soon to be seen co-starring in RKO's production of His Kind of Woman. All you Saint fans will be glad to know that the Saint comic books are on sale at all newsstands. 3 chimes mean good times on NBC. Today, Theater Guild on the Air presents the dramatic story Come Back, Little Sheba, starring Gary Cooper and Shirley Booth. Sunday also means another 90 wonderful minutes with The Big Show. And among this Sunday's stars are Jimmy Durante, Fred Allen, Judy Holliday, and many, many more. And, of course, Tallulah will be the MC. And for a sparkling article about the glamorous Tallulah, see the latest issue of Look magazine, now on sale. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, the National Broadcasting Company brings you the latest news from abroad. Direct reports by our staff correspondents in foreign capitals. Now, we take you first direct to London.
This is London, Ed Dory speaking. Few speeches of President Roosevelt have received as much attention as his Navy Day address last night. It was preceded by good advance publicity, and today the majority of morning papers held open their front pages to catch the speech in their last editions after 4 o'clock in the morning. Every editor picked out for headline display the President's words, "Damn the torpedoes," and "The shooting has started." Several afternoon papers carried the full text of the speech. Considering that the papers are restricted to 4 ordinary-sized pages, the full text took up about a fifth of the whole paper, including ads. It is too early for much comment, official or unofficial. In authoritative quarters it was said that a prominent cabinet member, possibly Mr. Eden or Mr. Churchill himself, will make a public reference to the speech at the earliest opportunity. What newspaper comment has appeared is restrained and confined more to explanations of events in Washington than to jubilation or elucidation. The Evening News said that in the face of the inexorable logic of events, the President threw out momentous challenges. The debates on them in Congress will be historic. On the people, the President's speech had a heartening effect in view of the gravity of the situation in the Far East and the none too cheerful news from Russia. Authoritative circles were inclined to regard the Soviet-Japanese frontier clash of last Sunday as an isolated incident from which no serious repercussions are to be expected. On the whole, however, a Japanese move is expected at any moment. Nobody professes to know in what direction the Japanese will move. Nervousness about Japan was especially noticeable in the financial districts. Japanese bonds continued to fall slowly. All bonds and shares of companies directly or indirectly interested in the Far East fell in sympathy. The news from Russia is considered gloomy in the short run, but not so from a long-range point of view. Authoritative circles believe that the Germans may be 10 or 15 miles from Rostov and 38 to 40 miles from Moscow. Some military experts believe that the Germans intend to break off the campaign for the winter after they have captured Rostov and made another determined attack on Moscow. In that case, the front will run northward from Rostov to include the whole Donetsk basin, through Kharkov, through or just westward of Moscow, and then northeastward to Leningrad. The Caucasus oil fields are regarded as a front apart, and there may be activity there throughout the winter, with a perpetual threat against Turkey. Reports that the Russian forces which helped the British have been withdrawn from Iran to take up positions for the defense of the Caucasus are officially denied in London. The Russians, it is said, are not as short of troops as all that. King George of England has sent a message of good wishes to the President of the newly created Syrian Republic, Taj ad-Din el-Hassani. The message means that the British government has officially recognized Syria's independence as proclaimed some weeks ago by the Free French commander, General Catrou. The independence, it was stated, is not conditional, but it is probable that the independence accorded is for the duration of the war conditional on a defensive alliance between Syria and the Allies. The recognition procedure adopted has set international legal experts scratching their heads. There is no doubt that the League of Nations, whose approval would ordinarily have had to be obtained, was bypassed. This, it was stated, is not because the League is considered dead, but only dormant because of war conditions. London has ready for emergency the biggest combined catering scheme yet evolved. The scheme would be ready to function immediately the London County Council considered it necessary. West End hotels and workmen's dining rooms, clubs, tea shops, milk bars, and pubs have united to perfect the organization in which each will serve alike. Menus will be standardized. A cup of tea would cost 1 penny, soup 2pence, stew would be 10 cents, and all this would be available in West End hotels or East End coffee stalls. It is emphasized that this blitz feeding would only be introduced if the emergency were really grave, but it is ready to function immediately. I return you now to the National Broadcasting Company in New York.
Now, some late dispatches as received here in the newsroom in New York. This one is dated Moscow. Today's Soviet communique gives no details of the fighting at the front. It says only that Russian and German troops fought overnight in the same sectors of prolonged conflict before Moscow and in the Donetsk basin. Hitler's armies are said to be 38 to 40 miles from Moscow at the nearest point. And from Tokyo, the Japanese news agency says that an American soldier has been shot by a Chinese in Beiping. The soldier's name is not given, nor whether the shooting was fatal. He is said to have been on duty in front of United States barracks at the time the gunman escaped. And now next a report direct from the Reich. Here is Alex Dreyer speaking from Berlin.
Hello, NBC. This is Alex Dreyer in Berlin. Official German comment today to the President's speech is again keynoted by the use of such words as swindle, forgery, stupidness, and fantasy. A propaganda ministry spokesman branded the speech as a swindle from beginning to end. He said that the President's statement to having in his possession a so-called secret Nazi map of South America represents the height of falsification. The spokesman said that no such map exists, and if one does, he added, then it's a pure case of forgery. On the other side of the Wilhelmstrasse, the Foreign Office spokesman, who tonelessly commented for 20 minutes, told correspondents that the speech surpasses anything thus far in idiocy and shamelessness. The Foreign Office spokesman put the question, is it the speech of a man who has lost his mind, or that of a political criminal? He talked in a low, quiet voice and compared the President with the old German king, Ludwig II of Bavaria, who, according to the Foreign Office spokesman, also had his days of mental abnormality. The spokesman said that the only reaction the German government could give was not political, but medical. DNB maintains that the President has reached an all-time high in fantasy. News from the Eastern Front this afternoon is again limited. The High Command says that the pursuit of the retreating enemy in the Donetsk Basin continues. The communique maintains that German troops yesterday fought their way into the town of Kramatorskaya, about 112 miles southeast of Charkov. The Russians are said to have lost thereby one of their largest tank manufacturing plants. Other industrial towns, according to the communique, were captured by Hungarian troops. Although not mentioned by the High Command, reports here assert that the Luftwaffe yesterday again directed rolling attacks against Soviet lines of communication south and east of Moscow. 7 railway lines are said to have been bombed. The High Command today again holds back all details on land fighting along the Moscow front, beyond saying that operations are in progress. 7 years before the Nazis came to power, Dr. Joseph Goebbels was made Gauleiter of Berlin by Hitler. And today in the German press, which he controls, Goebbels pays tribute to the Berliner in an article titled 15 Years Gau Berlin. Goebbels says that the Berliner has handled himself during the 2 years of war in a manner which deserves high praise. But he says the Reich capital must excel in discipline, in national enthusiasm, in national solidarity, and in proud toughness of its political attitude. Goebbels admits that since the war started, some families have gone without sufficient coal to heat their rooms, and that the difficulties of transportation, as he put it, has at times affected the supplies of vegetables, including the potato, as well as cigarettes and cigars. But Goebbels adds, it was a pleasure to see how the Berliner mastered the difficulties. The propaganda minister, who was a Rhinelander, states he is proud that the capital has never reproached him for not being a Berliner. The people of Berlin, he concluded, are good-humored. The German press today publishes a long list of radio stations which Goebbels says the Germans and people in the occupied countries are allowed to listen to. There are 84 stations listed, some of which indicate the trend of the more recent German conquests. Listed already are Smolensk and stations in Lithuania, Estonia, and Latvia. The BBC is not listed among the stations, and strangely enough, neither is Radio Rome. This is Alex Dreyer in Berlin, now returning you to NBC in New York.
And that's the latest news on the war. Now, for word of developments at home, here is Earl Godwin speaking from the newsroom in Washington.
Good morning, folks. You know, it's rather difficult to make just a plain news report after you've had your main stuff stolen from you by London and Berlin. Really, they put up two extremes on the President's speech. I think the London attitude is a little more Well, it's completely London with Washington as a contrast. But the Berlin attitude would seem to us here to be perfectly ludicrous, because if this thing gets going, what the Berlin people will need isn't good medical advice. It'll be something else. And when it comes to the ravings of a madman, those boys over there who've heard Hitler on many an occasion certainly ought to be expert on that stuff by now. Well, the President's orders to the American Navy are not only to shoot on sight, as you heard last night, but damn the torpedoes, go ahead. Words by Admiral Farragut, uttered by him when he was lashed to the crow's nest, high above the deck of the gunboat in Mobile Bay, with the black smoke clouding the view from the deck. He climbed up there after letting the crew drink all the coffee they wanted that morning and no rum. And words which were again used by Admiral Dewey, I think it was, at Manila Bay, authentic words to be used by this American president on Navy Day. At least it's thought so here in administration quarters. It's taken to mean an actual part in the war by London editors, as you heard, and according to the news which is trickling over here now, the president outlined a greater part in the war against Nazism. But so far, he outlined it as a part of delivering the goods, but shooting our way over there if necessary. A naval war, or naval combat, or naval hostilities without a declaration. But immediately, Senator Wheeler of Montana, and you know where he stands, comes out with a statement that if the things Mr. Roosevelt fears and says are true, why not ask for a declaration of war now and not sneak in by the back door? Of course, the big news, I think the one piece of news in the speech, outside of the news of its tone and declaration, was the disclosure of that thing which Alex Dreyer said the Germans spurned. The map showing Nazi plans to divide South and Central America into 5 zones and include the Panama Canal under Nazi puppet regime. Also, the plan to wipe out all religion and displace God with Adolf Hitler. Despite the fact that the Germans sneer and laugh and say there's no such map in existence, I think it is at least 2 or 3 years ago that I heard rumors here in Washington from very secret high places that general orders to that effect had been found by American counter-espionage officers and placed in very secretive places so that even all the cabinet officers didn't know anything about them. Well, then, as expected, the president took a crack at John Lewis when he called for expansion in production, declared there should be no obstruction either from greedy industrialists or selfish labor leaders. Every coal mine must produce, said the president, but right now the mines John Lewis closed are idle, and Washington awaits the next step in the forthcoming showdown. It's likely the developments will wait until Wednesday or Thursday after Lewis and Myron Taylor meet. The president has made 3 appeals to Mr. Lewis, to which the mine labor union chieftain has made no reply to the first, said no to the second, and no comment to the third. Congress is upset over the strike situation, has offered further and drastic legislation to stop the defense industry strikes, but so far the administration has brushed aside these suggestions, and unless something is done, I think the president will now ask for legislation or open the mines by the government, and that's all from Washington at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Godwin. Now we've heard from Ed Doyce in London, Alex Dreyer in Berlin, and Earl Godwin in Washington in another of NBC's morning news roundups. Keep tuned to this station for the latest news. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Another case for Nick Carter, Master Detective.
Yes, it's another case for that most famous of all manhunters, the detective whose ability at solving crime is unequaled in the history of detective fiction. Nick Carter, Master Detective. Tonight's curious adventure,
The Double Disguise, for Nick Carter and the mystery of the kidnapped heiress.
Pardon me. Could you tell me which way to Bond Avenue, please?
Bond Avenue? Why, yes. We'll just walk 3 blocks straight ahead.
There's a stick-up.
What?
Yeah. Hand it over and be quick about it.
Hand what over?
Your wallet, of course. Come on.
Oh, come now. Isn't it quite late in the evening for this sort of thing?
There's nothing funny about this. I mean business.
You haven't been in the business very long, have you?
That's enough talk. Just hand it over. Hand it over, I'll shoot.
You really would shoot me, would you?
Yes. This is your last chance. Please, I don't want to have to kill you.
Okay. But you won't find very much.
All right, I'll take that toy pistol now.
There.
Oh. You knew all the while.
Sure. Would have fooled most people, but you just happened to pick on the wrong man. I'm Nick Carter.
Nick Carter? Gosh, I guess I did. My name is Brown. Chester Brown.
Well, Mr. Brown, let's have it. What's the story? You're no gunman.
Oh, you're right, Mr. Carter. I've never done this sort of thing before.
Now, why'd you try to hold me up, then?
Oh, I was desperate. I've been out of work for 3 months now.
In times like these?
Yes, I know, but I'm a salesman. There's no need for them now.
How about manual work?
I tried that, but my heart isn't very strong.
Oh, I see. Married?
Yes, I was married 6 months ago.
Where do you live?
We live in a couple of rooms in a boarding house. Only a few blocks from here, Mr. Carter. Why do you ask?
I'd like to go home with you and meet your wife.
Oh, that means you aren't going to turn me over to the police.
No, not yet, at least.
Oh, thanks.
But one never knows, Mr. Brown. Let's go.
Right this way, Mr. Carter. Stella? Oh, Stella! Stella! That's strange. She isn't home.
Maybe she went out for a while.
At this time of night? She'd be back by now. What does it mean?
Well, it probably doesn't mean... Oh, wait a minute. Here's a note. Perhaps this will explain things.
Here, let me have it. Dear Chet, I'll be gone for a few days. Don't worry about me. All our troubles will soon be over. We're coming into a fortune. I can't explain any more now. You're Stella.
Well, congratulations.
Ah, look what's enclosed.
$100 bill. May I see it, please?
Oh, here you are. Gosh, I can't believe it. It's too good to be true.
Tell me, Mr. Brown, is your wife any rich relatives?
Rich relatives? Never heard her speak of any. Mother and father no longer living. Well, she has an uncle, a man by the name of James Spear. He lives somewhere out in Colorado. Maybe it's he.
Yes, maybe.
What are you doing, Mr. Carter?
Just checking the number on this bill against the list I have here.
But why? What is it?
Mr. Brown, I'm afraid my congratulations were a bit premature.
What do you mean?
Have you read the evening paper?
No, I haven't seen a paper all day. Why?
Michael Stillfield, the banker, was murdered last night. $10,000 was stolen from his private vault in one of the cleverest safe-cracking jobs seen here in years.
Yeah, what's that got to do with this?
The stolen money consisted of $100 bills.
So what?
The bill your wife left for you was one of those stolen by the murderer.
Oh, but Mr. Carter, she had nothing to do with that.
I feel sure of that, Mr. Brown.
Well, then why should you want to...
Suppose you went out tomorrow morning and tried to spend that bill. What would have happened?
Why, Oh, I see. I'd have probably been arrested as the murderer.
Exactly.
But why did she leave that bill for me?
Because she's as much a victim of this frame-up as you are. Brown, if my hunch is correct, someone's trying to make trouble for you and for her.
Oh, but Mr. Carter,
Now, look,
why
Brown,
should...
Don't ask questions yet. Just listen to me. Pack up a bag and get out of here tonight. Go to 73 Bleecker Avenue. That's a rooming house run by friends of mine on the other side of town. Sit tight until you hear from me. Don't tell anyone where you are and don't use your right name.
But suppose my wife comes back.
I said to leave it all in my hands.
Oh, but why
Now,
should
don't be a fool. If you don't follow my directions, you may be dead before morning.
So you don't think either Brown or his wife had anything to do with the murder, Nick?
No, Patsy, I don't. Too obvious a frame-up.
A frame-up?
Yes, don't you see? The murderer persuades Mrs. Brown to go somewhere with him on some pretext or other and gives her one of the stolen bills to leave for her husband, who's sure to be arrested if he tries to spend it.
But why should the murderer want to pin the job on Mr. Brown?
That I don't know the answer to, Patsy. Except that for some reason or other, he wants to get Brown out of the way. Hello?
Hello, Nick. I'm glad I found you in.
Oh, Riley, what is it?
You still say you're not interested in this Tillfield killing?
Well, as a matter of fact, Riley, something's happened since you spoke to me about it. I've changed my mind.
Oh, so you've heard already.
Heard? What?
About the big Postal Express robbery down on Front Street. That's where I'm calling from.
I know, that's news to me. What do they get, Riley?
$40,000 in negotiable bonds. Right out of the vault, Nick.
Not bad.
Yes, and this is the interesting part.
Yeah?
Do you know who those bonds were being shipped to? Michael Stillfield.
Stillfield? Okay, Riley, thanks. I'll be right down. Well, Patsy, this thing gets more interesting by the minute. Let's go.
Here you are, Nick. Hello, Patsy.
Hello, Lieutenant.
Well, Riley, let's have a look.
Sure thing, Nick. Come on inside. This is Mr. Johnson, Nick. He's in charge of the express office.
How do you do?
So glad you came, Mr. Carter. Nothing like this has happened in the 30 years I've been with the company.
Well, I suppose there's always a first time, Mr. Johnson.
That's the vault over there, Mr. Carter.
Oh, thanks. Certainly don't come any finer.
That's true, Mr. Carter. Absolutely burglar-proof. Or so we thought.
Was anything else taken?
No, just the bonds. And they're as good as cash, you know.
When did you discover that they were missing?
This morning. They were put in that vault last night. I watched the bookkeeper do it myself.
I see. And you were the one who closed the vaults?
That's right. I closed it and adjusted the time mechanism myself.
Seems to be intact.
That's just it, Mr. Carter. I can't understand it. Neither the vault lock nor the time attachment have been tampered with.
It looks like the devil's own work.
It's absolutely incredible, Mr. Carter. But there you have it. The safe was open and the bonds are gone.
Well, what do you make of it, Nick?
There aren't many men who could have pulled off this kind of a job.
You're right there, Nick. As a matter of fact, I don't know anybody but Nick Carter could have done it. He's that handy with locks of all kinds.
You have some idea, Mr. Carter?
You say the bonds were put in the vault last night?
Yes, that's right.
About what time would you say?
Well, we received them from the west on the 5 o'clock train.
Hey, did you say from the west?
Well, yes, they came from Colorado.
And they were addressed to Michael Stillfield?
That's right. And they were put in the vault a little after 5. And as you already know, that's the last we were seen of them.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. I don't think we need bother you any further.
I do hope you'll be able to track down that thief.
It's more than a thief you've put me on the track of. The man we're looking for, Mr. Johnson, is a murderer.
Hey, what was that stuff you were giving Johnson about looking for a murderer, Nick?
That's exactly what I meant, Riley.
You mean there's a connection between the murder of Michael Stillfield and this robbery, Nick?
You catch on fast, Patsy.
How do you figure it, Nick?
Well, in both cases, it was Stillfield's property that was stolen. And in both cases, there was a remarkable safe-cracking job, right?
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. Looks like it could be the same ones, all right.
And you recall where Johnson said those bonds came from?
Yes, from Colorado, Nick.
Well, sure, I remember her saying that, but what's that got to do with it?
Just a hunch, Riley. By judging by the way these two safes were broken into, I think I know who probably did it.
Who?
Clint Bartow.
Clint Bartow?
Oh, you're having me believing the dead come to life again, Nick. Why, don't you remember? He was reported dead 5 years ago up in Canada someplace.
Yes, but where Clint Bartow's concerned, I don't have much faith in that kind of a report. He's the most dangerous and resourceful criminal on the continent. Riley, I wouldn't be surprised that he had that report circulated purposely.
Well, now, I hadn't thought of it that way.
Furthermore, I suggest you make a thorough check on the background of Michael Stillfield, the murdered banker. An idea there may be some interesting facts turned up.
Okay, Nick, it's as good as done.
When you get the information... Wow.
What is it, Nick?
We're being followed.
Huh? Well, not for long we won't be. Now, just let me...
Wait a minute. I want to handle this my own way, Riley. You continue on the way you're going. Patsy and I'll turn up this side street.
Okay, Nick. I'll be seeing you. So long.
So long, Riley. All right, Patsy, come along this way.
Is he still following, Nick?
Yeah. He's hanging on, all right. Mm-hmm. Here. Into this doorway here.
Okay. Now what?
Well, just wait. He'll be along. Yeah, here he comes now. Stay here, Patsy.
Be careful, Nick.
Hey, you, what's the idea of following me?
What? Who? Me?
Yes, you. You've been tailing me ever since. Oh, no, you don't.
Hey, hold it. Let go of me. I ain't done nothing, mister.
No, not yet you haven't. Now talk, my friend. And let's hear something interesting.
Okay. I was tailing you.
That's what I thought. What's your game?
Oh, not my game. It was some bloke I met near the express office.
Yes? What about this bloke?
Well, he says there's a 10 spot in it for me if I keep an eye on you all day. You know, see where you go and what you do.
Well, then what?
Well, that's all, mister. And I was supposed to report back tonight at 8 with the dope and get paid.
I see. Where were you supposed to report back?
Beach Street, opposite the railway station.
What did this man look like?
Oh, you can't miss him, mister. He's about 6'6", dark hair, and he has a long curved nose.
Wow, so he's the one.
Oh, you know him, huh?
Yes, I think I do. You were offered $10, you say? Here's 20.
What for?
For forgetting all about reporting back, see?
Oh, I get it. Sure thing. Thanks.
Wait a minute.
Yeah?
I want to get a good look at you.
Huh?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay, I shan't forget what you look like in a hurry. Now beat it, and remember, stay out of my way.
Okay, mister.
All right, Patsy, come on.
What now, Nick?
We're going back to the office. I've got a special job to do now that requires a complete change of wardrobe. In fact, Patsy, a complete change of everything. There, that does it. Hand me that mirror, will you, Patsy?
Mm-hmm. Here you are, Nick.
Not bad. Well, Patsy, do you think I look like the man who was following us?
Simply perfect, Nick. Why, I positively couldn't tell the two of you apart now.
Now, the voice. Okay, lady, thanks. Well, I guess I better blow it. The mob's waiting for me.
Nick,
Yes, what is it, Patsy?
I'm afraid of what you may be letting yourself in for.
Oh, now, don't worry. I'll be watching my step.
You better. Make one false move with Barto.
Yes, Patsy, I know the kind of man I'm up against. Oh. Hello? Oh, yes, Riley. Oh, you did, huh? What'd you find? Mm-hmm. I see. Yeah, that's fine, Riley. Oh, no. I've got a plan of my own. Yeah, I'll do that. All right, Riley, thanks. Bye.
What is it, Nick?
Patsy, my suspicions were right. The report came through on Michael Stillfield. He proves to be none other than James Spear.
Spear? You mean Mrs. Brown's uncle?
Right. Seems he made his money out west many years ago, then got into some difficulties there. Changed his name and came east.
And he never got in touch with his niece?
Apparently not.
Well, then that fortune Mrs. Brown spoke about in her note is true.
Yes. According to his will, she becomes sole heir to the entire estate, being his only surviving relative.
Well, not bad.
If she lives, Patsy.
If she lives. Why shouldn't she live, Nick?
The person she left home with last night must be the same person who killed Stillfield. The $100 bill she left her husband proves that.
And you think that...
I think that if that person is Barto, she's in very real danger. Stillfield owned the fortune and was killed. Now Mrs. Brown owns it, and she may very well be next on the list.
Oh, I see what you mean.
What time is it now, Patsy?
7:30.
Okay, I better be off. I'm going to keep my 8 o'clock date.
You will be careful, Nick.
Yes, of course I will. You know what you're to do.
Yes, I'll do just what you told me.
Good. Well, so long, Patsy. I'll be seeing you.
I hope so, Nick. I hope so.
Now, 8 o'clock. And this is the corner, all right. But nobody seems to be sure. Wait. Uh-oh.
You waiting for someone, Bud?
Yeah. I was supposed to meet a guy here at 8.
Okay, I guess you're the one. Follow me.
Where are we going?
I'm taking you to the boss.
Where's that?
You'll find out. Come on. Here we are. Just a minute. It's me, boss. Is this the guy, boss?
Yeah. Come in. Close the door, Malone.
Yeah.
Well, what'd you find out?
I followed the guy like you said.
Well?
How about that 10 spot you promised?
Don't worry, you'll get it. Now, what happened?
Nothing.
What do you mean?
I tailed the guy to a house on Elm Street. They went in. I didn't see him come out all day.
I see. Well, okay, you did a good job. Here's the 10.
Anything else, mister? I could use more dough. And I ain't particular how I make it, if you get what I mean.
Yeah, I get what you mean.
You see, I figure you must have some kind of a racket, mister.
Mm-hmm. Very clever reasoning on your part.
Yeah, I'd sort of like to get in on it. That is, if you could use a guy like me.
Maybe I could. You don't happen to know the name of that man you were following, do you?
Never seen him before.
Well, it was Nick Carter.
Nick Carter? Who's he?
Never heard of him, eh? Well, he's just about the greatest detective this side of the Atlantic.
Hey, this Carter must be quite a guy.
Quite a guy is right. With quite a bag of tricks. He's the one man that stood between me and a fortune on 3 different occasions.
Put you in the jug, huh?
No, not quite. But on account of him, I've had to lay low the last 5 years. Now I've got another fortune within my grasp, and he's not going to stand in my way again. No, sir. I'll see to that.
Yeah, worked out a scheme, huh?
Yeah. Beautiful one. Beautiful and simple. He's going to be hoist by his own petard.
Come again?
One of his own great tricks is going to be his undoing.
I don't get you.
All right, Nick Carter. You can come out from under that trick voice now. Keep him covered, Malone.
Yeah, right. Well, congratulations, Barroom. I was sure I had you fooled.
It was a neat job, Carter. Your resemblance to Trigger is absolutely uncanny.
Trigger?
Yeah, one of my own men.
Oh.
It was all a frame, and you fell for it. Knowing you and your tricks, I figured that's exactly what you do.
And now that I'm here, what do you propose to do?
Something I should have done a long time ago. This is the end of the road for you, Carter.
Barroom, I think you're bluffing.
Oh, you do?
Yes, I do. Why'd you have to go to all this trouble? You could have had one of your men shoot me in the street.
No, Carter, I had a special reason for wanting to bring you here alive.
Yeah? What's that?
I wanted to see the look on your face when I opened the door to this inner room and you saw this.
What? Chester Brown?
Yeah. And I assure you he wouldn't be sleeping so peacefully if he knew what I was planning for him. And for you. Hey, you, wake up. Wake up. You've got company. You gave him too much of that dope, Malone. You might have killed him.
So what, boss? Ain't that what you want?
Yeah, but I want him to wait until Mr. Carter could keep him company. I want them to go out together. Come on, you. Wake up.
What's all
You may not believe it, Brown, but this tough-looking thug is really our old friend Nick Carter.
Oh, so it's you, Mr. Carter.
I thought I told you to hide away at that address I gave you.
I did. These guys found out where I was.
Did you tell anybody where you were?
No, nobody. I just gave my address to my old landlady so she could forward my mail.
Right boy, isn't he, Carter? Well, now that I've got you both here together, I'm going to hang you both together. Trigger.
Yeah, boss?
Come in here. Help Malone tie this great detective up while I keep him covered.
It'll be a pleasure, boss. Hello there, detective. And thanks again for that 20.
Don't mention it.
You want this other guy too, boss?
Yeah, get him up on his feet. I want to watch them dance together.
Yeah. Come on, you. Come on up, sonny boy. And you. Okay, boss. All set.
Did you frisk him?
Yeah, he's clean. Here's his gun.
All right, then.
Mr. Carter, what are they going to do?
Looks as if they mean to hang us.
No, they can't do that. You can't. I haven't done it.
You squeal like a stuck pig. Be like Carter. He isn't saying a word.
I still don't believe you're going through with this, Barroom.
No. Get Carter's rope over the rafter at this end. Put Brown's rope over the other end.
No.
Come on now. Come on now. Up there. There you are, boss.
Good. Now a couple of chairs for him to stand on.
See here, Barroom. You've nothing to gain by murdering us in cold blood this way. You've killed one man already. You've stolen $50,000. What more do you want?
$50,000? That's pin money. Stillfield is worth $5 million.
And what about it?
That fortune's going to be mine, every cent of it. And you're the only man that might stop me, so I'm taking no chances.
I know you're clever, Barroom, but I can't see how you're going to get your hands on Stillfield's money now that he's dead.
On the contrary, Carter, that's what makes it all so simple. Because it makes Mrs. Brown his sole heir. And Mrs. Brown has been led to believe, by something that I said, that I'm a lawyer. And she's already turned over to me all the credentials necessary to claim her uncle's fortune. I'm sure my own wife will have no trouble at all convincing the real lawyers that she is Mrs. Brown. The real Mrs. Brown, poor woman, won't be with us very long, I'm afraid.
Oh, you fiends, you devil, you... Oh.
So that's your devilish scheme, is it?
Yes, and it's a scheme that I'm sure is going to pay off.
I don't think so, Barto.
What do you mean?
You really don't think I was foolish enough to come up here without taking certain precautions.
Such as what?
The police know exactly where I am. I'm afraid the laugh's on you, Barto.
Yeah? Look out of the window, Trigger.
Okay. I don't see nothing. Hey, wait. Say, there is a cop across the street.
What's he doing?
Just stand there.
Hey, maybe there's something to it, boss. Let's get this thing over with and beat it.
Okay. Maybe what you said was so, Carter. It isn't going to help you much. Get them up in the chairs, boys.
Right.
Come on. Up you go.
Come on, up you go.
Yeah, that's it. Are the ropes tied fast, Malone?
Yeah, boss. Both of them are okay.
Well, goodbye, Mr. Brown and Mr. Carter.
No, you can't.
Okay.
In the street.
Kick the chairs away, boys.
No, you can't.
Dance, Carter, dance.
All right, boys. Let's get back to the hideaway.
So that was his plan, Patsy.
Yes, Lieutenant.
I see.
And if Nick didn't come out in a half an hour, we were to go in after him.
The time's just about...
Oh, look, Lieutenant.
Huh? What is it, Patsy?
Those 3 men leaving the building. They're getting into that car.
Yeah, and in an awful hurry, too. Come on, Patsy, let's go in.
Nick! Nick, where are you?
Nick Carter, are you here?
Try this door.
He's not here. Try that one over there.
He's not here.
It's getting so dark, you can... Here I am. Hey, Patsy, listen.
Here I am. Oh, Nick, are you all right?
Let me find the light here.
Oh, Nick, what's happened? What are you telling me?
They tried to hang us.
Hang you?
Who's that with you, Nick?
That's Brown. Nearly passed out.
Oh.
But I think he's going to pull through now.
Oh, Nick, are you all right now? Did they...
Yeah, I'm okay. My throat's pretty sore, but I live long enough to see Barto and his men behind bars.
Oh, take it easy, Nick. There's time enough for that.
No, there isn't, Riley. Patsy, you stay here with Brown. Look out for him. Riley, where's your car?
It was just on the block. Why?
We haven't a second to lose. We gotta follow Barto.
Huh?
Every minute counts now, and a woman's life's at stake.
There's no sign of him yet, Nick.
Oh, that's all right, Riley. Keep straight ahead on this road. Hey, do you have an extra gun in the car?
Yeah, you'll find one under the seat there.
Good. Oh, yes. Here it is.
Well, how does your head feel, Nick?
I'm much better now.
How did you ever get loose, Nick? They actually had you strung up, didn't they?
They sure did. I can still feel it.
Well, how did you do it?
After they tied my wrists, I got Barto to talking. That gave me time to work him loose.
Oh, you mean you swelled your wrists when they tied them so that when you relaxed, they'd be so much smaller, huh?
Mm-hmm. Except that having my hands free wouldn't have helped me much if Barto and his men hadn't left right away. Fortunately, they saw you coming across the street, and they ran as soon as they strung us up.
Well, what did you do then, Nick?
By that time, I'd worked my hands loose. So I grabbed the rope above my head and pulled myself up.
Phew, that was close.
Yes, it was. I cut the rope with a little trick knife that's built into my tie clasp. I never thought to look for one there. Then I cut Brown down. Poor fellow, he was almost gone.
Well, thank heavens you outsmarted them, Nick. As for Barto, that dirty, murdering, no-good scoundrel...
Oh, look, Riley.
Huh?
There's a car ahead of us.
Oh, was that the right one, Nick?
Let me see. There's so much dust on that. 3J20R7... Is that last... Oh, 6. Yes, that's the car. All right, now take it easy, Riley. I don't want him to get suspicious.
Right. Yeah, they're turning up that dirt road there, Nick. Shall I follow them?
Say, I know where that hideout is now.
You do?
Yes, must be the old Fairbanks Cave, not far from here. Barto used it before. You stop the car here. If luck's with us, this is the end of the trail. And the end of Barto. Yeah, that's it over there, Riley. See it now?
Yeah, we got him cornered like rats, Nick. All we have to do now is sit tight and wait for him to come out.
No, that won't do. They've got Mrs. Brown in there. We've got to get in before it's too late.
Hey, Nick, there's someone coming out.
It's Trigger. Come on, Riley. This is our chance. Quiet now. We'll creep up on him.
I'm right with you, Nick.
You get behind him.
Oh!
Ah, that was worth $20. Now for the boss himself.
Well, boss, what do we we going to get it over with?
Right now, Malone. Did you take a look at her?
Yeah, she's all tied up the way we left her.
All right. Say, Trigger. Trigger.
Yeah, boss, coming. What's up?
That special little job on the lady inside. We're going to take care of that right now.
Then what, boss?
What do you mean, then what? Then we bury her, of course. And that's the end of Mrs. Brown. Then my wife takes over, claims the fortune, and we're all set for life.
Oh, yeah. I was forgetting that you're going to palm the wife off as Mrs. Brown.
You talk too much, Trigger. I prefer action.
And so do I. Get your hands up, Clint Bartow, and you too, Malone.
Hey, what is this?
Boss, that's...
Hoist by his own petard, eh, Bartow?
Carter. They caught it. It can't be, boss.
But it is. Now back up, both of you, and keep those hands up high. All right,
Yeah, Nick.
come on in.
Good work, Nick. Were you in time?
Yes, Mrs. Brown's okay. She's inside there.
Well, I guess we can call it a day, Nick. You saved the lives of the Browns, and we got Bartow and his gang where we can put him away forever.
That's right, that's true. Huh. Clint Bartow and his tricks. Hoist by his own petard.
Huh? What in the world does that expression mean, Nick?
It's an old Hindu proverb, Riley. It means, man who make noose for other fellow, sometime find it around own neck.
This has been another of the strange adventures of Nick Carter, Master Detective, which are brought to you regularly at this same time by WOR Mutual. What's on the menu for next week, Nick?
Imagine a murderer sitting in the death cell at State's prison. It's just 8 hours before he's scheduled to die in the electric chair.
And then suddenly he sends for Nick Carter to prove he's innocent.
Why did he wait so long before he sent for Nick?
Well, that's all a part of the story, Joe.
But I want to tell you that the next 8 hours are about the busiest 8 hours that Nick ever spent.
And was he innocent?
That's also a part of next week's story.
In other words, Mr. Ripley, we're just not telling anymore until next week.
So I see.
But I think when you've heard it, you'll agree that it's a story well worth hearing. So long.
So long, folks.
So long to both of you for another week. In the strange adventure you have just heard, Nick Carter was impersonated by Lon Clark, Patsy by Helen Choate. The story was written for Nick Carter by Ralph Berkey. Original music was played by Lou White. The entire production was under the direction of Jock McGregor. Next week, at the same time, listen to another curious experience of Nick Carter entitled
9 Hours to Live. Or Nick Carter and the Mystery of the Death House.
This story is a copyrighted feature of Street and Smith Publications, Incorporated. The Return of Nick Carter is produced in the studios of WOR and is broadcast over most of these stations every Saturday evening at 7 o'clock Eastern Wartime. This is Mutual.
Nestle's Quick for the greatest tasting chocolate milk and those famous Nestle's chocolate bars present Space Patrol! High adventure in the wild, vast reaches of space. Missions of daring in the name of interplanetary justice. Travel into the future with Buzz Corey, Commander-in-Chief of the Space Patrol! In today's transcribed Space Patrol adventure, Buzz and Appy are in their spacesuits advancing across the rocky surface of the planet Mercury toward the hideout of an escaped criminal.
Hold it, Happy. Something moved up there ahead of us. It looked like an animal of some kind. An animal on Mercury? That's right. Well, whatever it is, there's another one. Hap, they're small robots. Castro is probably using them to observe us. They look like turtles, except that they move a lot faster. You go back a few hundred yards and figure out another plan of action. Hap, look behind us. We're surrounded by them. Yes, sir. Oh, my leg! Some kind of weapon. They're shooting pain rays right through our spacesuit. They're closing in on us. Dozens of them. Commander, I can't move.
We'll return in just a moment with today's exciting Space Patrol adventure, the super brain of VOLMER Castro.
Say, Captain Toothill, will you settle an argument for me and the gang?
I'll sure try, Tony. What's the trouble?
Well, sir, we're all fighting over which Nestle's chocolate bar is the best. Cheney says the milk chocolate. Joey votes for the almond bar. But I say Crunch is the greatest. What do you think?
Well, now, Tony, that is a tough one. Because as everybody knows, Nestle's makes the very best chocolate, no matter which bar you favor. There's nothing as smooth and creamy as a Nestle's milk chocolate bar in the red and white wrapper. And the Nestle almond bar in the blue and white wrapper is the same rich chocolate loaded with fresh toasted almonds.
How about my favorite? Crunch.
I was coming to that. Nestle's Crunch is the really different chocolate bar with a mystery, crunchy consistency that gets crisper with every bite. It's really out of this world.
But which one do you really think is best?
Best? Why, any Nestle's bar is best, Tony. There's never any argument about that. So, gang, when you want the best in chocolate bars, you want Nestle's. You know what Commander Corey says? He says Nestle bars are tops in our ration because they have all the rich milk and sugar it takes to speed up your jets and give you extra rocket energy.
But, Captain, you still haven't settled our argument.
Well, tell you what, Tony, why don't you take this handful of Nestle's bars to the gang and tell them there's no use arguing. Just remember, Nestles. Nestle's makes the very best chocolate. And now, today's Space Patrol adventure, the super brain of VOLMER CASTRO. For nearly an hour, Commander Corey and Cadet Happy have listened spellbound to Dr. Ernest Blake as the great authority on the human mind describes his new invention, the cerebroscope. Dr. Blake, a member of the clinical consulting staff of the Criminal Rehabilitation Center on the planet Mars, has made a special space flight to Terra to report his recent discoveries to Commander Corey.
As I understand it, Dr. Blake, your cerebroscope can actually increase or amplify intelligence.
Yes, Commander. Its full applications and possibilities can't be estimated at present without further tests.
A moment ago, Doctor, you said you had increased the intelligence of rats with your cerebroscope.
Yes. From 50 to 100%.
Wow. That's very interesting, Dr. Blake. But, Dr. Blake, have you experimented on humans?
Well, that is one reason for my visit, Commander. I want official permission to test the cerebroscope on volunteers in the Criminal Rehabilitation Center.
You mean on those eligible to be discharged as cured?
Naturally. It might be dangerous to increase the mental powers of those who still have criminal tendencies. Just how dangerous, no one can say.
I don't believe you've answered my question, Doctor. Have you experimented on humans?
I made one test. Or rather, my assistant did.
Who was the subject?
I was.
What were the results?
Before the experiment, I took several intelligence tests under supervision of my assistant. After just 5 minutes of cerebroscope radiations, I repeated those tests along with similar tests. Commander, my score was more than 40% higher.
Smoking rockets. And you're now more intelligent than you were before.
Perhaps. But I don't know how permanent the effects are or in how many areas of intellect the radiations are effective. That's why I want to make more tests on others.
Dr. Blake, I'd like to look into this matter a little further before I make a recommendation.
Well, could you come to the Rehabilitation Center and examine the cerebroscope?
I'd like to very much, Doctor, but I can't get away for at least 2 days.
Well, I have some business here on Terra that will keep me here that long. Suppose I contact you day after tomorrow.
Fine, Doctor. We'll see you then.
A short distance from Lowell City on the planet Mars is the Criminal Rehabilitation Center. Here, one of the latest arrivals, VOLMER CASTRO, is undergoing initial processing. He sits silently as the official interviewer, Rhoda Nexon, gives him routine instructions.
In this first test, a series of questions will be flashed on the screen.
Break it off, Rhoda. Break it off. Your tenants are gone.
Well, just to be safe, Mr. Castro, I think we'd better proceed with a regular test.
Look, I offered to let you use that cerebroscope on me in return for a chance to escape. The quicker you give me that treatment, the sooner I can figure a way to get out of here.
I know, but we can't make it obvious that I'm helping you escape. I'm taking enough chances as it is.
I'll cover you, Rhoda. I'll make it look as though I forced you to help me.
Well, then at least take part of the test. We've got plenty of time. The attendants won't be back for 3 hours.
How long does the cerebroscope treatment take?
I'm going to give you 15 minutes of radiation.
And that'll make me the smartest operator in the solar system, huh?
Well, I can't promise that, but your brain will be at least twice as efficient as it is now. Shall we get on with the test?
All right.
A few hours later, in Space Patrol headquarters on Terra, Commander Corey gives Cadet Happy some astonishing news.
I don't know the full details yet, Happy, but VOLMER CASTRO escaped from the rehab center. Smoking rockets? How did he manage that? That's the big mystery, Hap. It's almost as though he had the cooperation of the whole staff, yet we know that's impossible.
Commander,
Is it true about Castro? Is that why you sent for me?
Yes, Dr. Blake, it's true.
I can't believe it. No one has ever escaped from that Martian center.
I haven't pieced the story together yet, Doctor, but somehow Castro managed to deceive several key members of the staff. He literally walked out, or rather drove out in a surface car, and no one raised a hand to stop him.
I've had a strange premonition all morning, Commander. A strong feeling that something was wrong at the center. Since I took that cerebroscope treatment, my mind seems sensitive to thoughts of others. He must have had help to escape like that. Such a thing is unthinkable. Our staff is thoroughly reliable.
I know. And they're experienced in dealing with clever criminals.
This had to happen while I was away.
I haven't told you the worst part of it, Doctor. Your assistant, Rhoda Nixon, disappeared with Castro.
What?
And your cerebroscope is missing.
No.
It's true.
Hey, the cerebroscope. Say, wait a minute. Maybe that's the explanation.
How about it, Doctor? Could your device make a superintelligent crook out of an ordinary swindler?
I can't say for certain. But I am afraid it's possible.
Well, still, how would Castro have known about the cerebroscope? And who would he get to give him the treatment?
That's what we're going to find out. Let's get to the spaceport and blast off for Mars.
An All Planets alert has given every Space Patrol agent a description of VOLMER Castro and Dr. Blake's missing assistant, Rhoda Nixon. At this moment, the escaped criminal sits calmly in a small apartment in Lowell City, Mars, while Rhoda Nixon nervously but expertly checks a series of test forms.
Haven't you finished yet, Rhoda?
Oh, yes, but I was just rechecking.
Why waste time? You know as well as I do that the answer tabulating system is foolproof.
These results are unbelievable. Fantastic.
Then I am a genius, is that it?
It's frightening. Your score is 28 points higher than the previous top rating.
Is that so? And who is the ex-champion?
Professor Maxwell Huxley, a descendant of a long line of geniuses.
So I topped old Huxley, huh?
Well, not in the matter of actual information, of course, but in intellectual potential, you're far superior.
Naturally. So the cerebroscope made me an all-around genius.
No. In moral values, the sense of right and wrong, you're still subnormal. Well, Mr. Castro, we've completed the agreement, so I'll be going.
You'll remain with me. I may have further use for you.
I don't want any money from you, Mr. Castro, and I promise I won't go to the Space Patrol. Just let me go.
You might as well stop begging, Rhoda. Your pleading has absolutely no effect upon me, except to irritate me. I don't trust you, Miss Nixon, and I have good reason not to.
Well, what do you mean? Didn't I help you escape?
You had no intention of keeping that promise, Rhoda. You merely wanted a human guinea pig for an experiment. Dr. Blake refused to test his invention on human beings, so you decided to take advantage of his absence and do a little research on your own. Isn't that right?
Well, how did you know that?
And I was right. You didn't dream that Blake's gadget would make me able to outsmart you and the rest of the staff at the rehab center.
But I told you it would. Why would I risk getting in bed with Dr. Blake and losing my job? You've got what you wanted, a powerful brain and your freedom. Oh, be fair, Mr. Castro. Let me go.
Oh, you forget, Rhoda, that although my intellect is high, my sense of fairness, of right and wrong, is subnormal. Now, you're staying with me. Now, be quiet. I have to figure a way out of our present danger.
Danger? What danger?
I don't know exactly. But I have a strong sense of an opposing force. A powerful mind working against me. I think, in fact, I'm sure it's the mind of Dr. Ernest Blake.
Elsewhere at the Terra spaceport, Commander Corey and Cadet Happy are ready to blast off for Mars. With them in the control compartment of the Terra 5 is Dr. Blake.
Instrument check completed, Commander.
Good. Dr. Blake will blast off as soon as we get the go-ahead from Space Control. Just relax.
There's something I should have told you before, Commander. I don't think there's any doubt that my assistant, Rhoda Nixon, is responsible for Castro's escape. Mind you, I can't give you a single bit of evidence for suspecting her of disobedience. Yet I'm convinced of it. What's more, I'm sure that before we reach Mars, I'll be able to tell you where to find Rhoda and Castro.
I hope you're right.
Space Control Chair to Commander Corey aboard Terra 5.
Corey here. Go ahead, Space Control.
Mars space lock is clear, sir. Space Control on.
Stand by for blast-off.
Standing by, sir.
Fire rockets.
Fire rockets.
Up, ship and away.
Come on, Rhoda. Let's get out of here.
Space Patrol must be looking for us everywhere. For all we know, there may be agents out in the street right now.
There aren't. Our main source of danger is coming toward us now, from Terra.
How do you know?
Don't ask questions. I know a place on Mercury where we'll be perfectly safe. Right now, our enemies are roaring toward Mars. But they'll never arrive. They will destroy themselves out in space.
I just rechecked the vector computer, sir. We're 2 hours out of Mars.
That'll bring us into Lowell City at 1340. Is Dr. Blake still sleeping?
No, sir. The last time I went back aft, he was pacing his compartment and muttering to himself. When he saw me in the corridor, he slammed the door.
He's under quite a strain, poor fellow.
He's got me worried, Commander. How can he be so positive that Castro's in Lowell City? I think he knows a lot more about this escape than he lets on.
You'll find out how much he knows before very long.
You're not going to find out anything, Commander. I've got a blast gun here. Do what I tell you or I'll use it.
Dr. Blake, this is hardly the time for a joke.
This is no joke, Corey. You're planning to hold me responsible for Castro's escape. Well, you're not going to hold me up to disgrace. Change vector.
Dr. Blake, I don't know what you're talking about.
Do what I tell you, or I'll blast both of you.
We'll return to Space Patrol in just a moment. Come and get it! Hey, all you rocket jockeys, I've got something new and sensational to tell you about today. I mean Nestle's Quick, the greatest way to make chocolate milk you ever tasted. Quick makes the richest, most chocolatey, most delicious chocolate milk in all the universe. It's the same wonderful flavor as Nestle chocolate bars. Oh, just think if drinking milk would taste like that. Jumpin' Jupiter. And Space Patrollers, Nestle's Quick is just as quick and easy to make as it is delicious. You can fix yourself a tall, frosty glass of Quick in no time, anytime. Now, here's all you do. Pour out your glass of milk and then add 2 spoonfuls of Quick powder. Yes, sir, you heard me. First, you pour in the milk and then you put in the Quick. Nestle's designed Quick to mix in a flash. It's never messy to make, and you don't have to beat it or shake it in special containers. And that special Nestle's chocolate flavor won't settle at the bottom or stick to the sides. No, sir. Quick is real chocolatey from the first sip to the last swallow. And Mom will be real pleased to know that Quick is fortified with vitamin D, just what you need for strong, healthy bones. And believe me, when Mom sees how you drink up every drop of your milk, she'll be glad to get Nestle's Quick all the time. Now, gang, here's how to get the official chocolate milk maker for all Space Patrollers. Ask Mom to bring home the big brown and yellow can of Nestle's Quick. That's Q-U-I-K, Quick. And then the happiest sound at your house will be the one that means great chocolate milk. That's the Quick call. Like this. Come and get it! Nestle's Quick! And now, back to our Space Patrol adventure, the super brain of VOLMER CASTRO. Commander Corey and Cadet Happy are aboard the Terra 5, heading for the planet Mars with Dr. Ernest Blake, inventor of the cerebroscope, a device that vastly increases the efficiency of the brain. Through the use of this invention, VOLMER CASTRO was able to outwit the staff of the Martian Criminal Rehabilitation Center and escape, taking Dr. Blake's assistant, Rhoda Nexon, with him. For some unaccountable reason, Dr. Blake is attempting to force Buzz to change the vector of the Terra 5.
I'm warning you, Corey. Don't turn around or I'll blast you.
Okay, Doctor, you name it. Where do we go?
Let's
Drop the gun, Doctor. I said drop it. There. It's okay, Commander. I've got him.
Nice work, Happy. I'll admit you had me worried when you jumped him.
Take a look at the gun, Commander.
Oh, he was bluffing. It's a ray gun.
Yes, sir. If it was a blaster, I wouldn't have dared risk it. When I saw it was a ray gun, I figured the worst that could happen to you was that, well, he'd put you to sleep for an hour.
It is a ray gun. What have I done? What have I done?
You haven't done anything, fortunately. But just what were you trying to do, Doctor?
I don't know. I must have lost my mind. Something made me do it, Commander. Some powerful force took control of me. Castro.
Castro?
Yes. I know he's used the cerebroscope now. I know it.
And you think he forced you to attack us?
There's no doubt about it. My behavior a moment ago, it couldn't possibly have benefited me. But it could benefit Castro. I tell you, I thought that ray gun was a blaster.
It's hard to believe that Castro could control your mind from a distance, yet he seems to have deceived and controlled the staff at the rehab center.
Yeah, there must be a lot more to this cerebroscope of yours than you told us, Doctor.
There's a lot about the human mind that we don't know. I tell you, Commander, VOLMER Castro's mind is powerful enough to send a spark across space to my mind.
And perhaps you're sending a spark to his.
Yes, but not as strong. Remember, I was subjected to the cerebroscope radiations for a few minutes. Who knows how long Castro may have been under the treatment.
Wow.
Commander, Mercury. Change vector to Mercury.
Why?
That's where you'll find Castro.
Catch him, Happy. Yes, sir. He's unconscious, sir.
Take care of him, Hap. I'm changing vector to Mercury.
Some moments later, viewscope scanning beams sweep back and forth over the rocky surface of the planet Mercury as Buzz and Happy search for a trace of VOLMER Castro.
If Dr. Blake is right, we should be over Castro's hiding place.
Should I wake the doctor, sir?
I don't think you could, Happy. A while ago, I gave him a short burst with a vapor injector to put him to sleep.
Smoking rockets. Is he getting out of hand again?
No, it's Dr. Blake's own idea. He's afraid that if his brain is fully conscious, Castro might become aware of it and know we were after him.
Oh, I see.
So immediately after the doctor got his mental fix on Castro, he asked to be put to sleep.
Uh-oh. Commander, look.
A grounded spaceship.
Yeah, in the black shadow of that peak. Without the infrared probe beam, we'd never have seen it.
Get our spacesuits out of the locker, Hap. We'll land and search for Castro's hideout.
Under the sun-baked rock of Mercury, VOLMER Castro relaxes in one of the cool, comfortably furnished chambers of his hideout. His captive, Rhoda Nexon, paces the floor nervously.
Rhoda, sit down. Take it easy.
I don't like this place. How long are you going to keep me here?
Really, you could be in a far worse place. Even if it is underground, it's well lighted, with its own independent air-producing system. And I've set aside a room for your private use.
Look at you, Castro. You fancy yourself a master criminal, and yet you're living underground like a mole, hiding.
That's only temporary. In time, I shall be able to go and come as I please.
Suppose the Space Patrol finds your hideout. You're trapped.
I'm not defenseless, Rhoda. I have a corps of alert and well-armed sentries guarding this place.
I haven't seen a living soul here.
That's right. I didn't say the sentries were living. They're small, highly maneuverable, and in some respects they think for themselves.
Robots.
Exactly. The robots could hold off quite a force until I escaped to the cavern of the spaceship, if necessary.
I don't care how brilliant you are, Castro. You're still one man against organized society.
At present, I am just one man. But a true leader has no difficulty recruiting followers. I will draw them into me with irresistible force.
What's that?
Come, Rhoda. I better lock you up for the time being.
What do you mean, lock me up? What's happening?
The robot sentries have sighted a moving object on the surface near the hideout. Before I go to the control chamber, I'm going to put you where you can't interfere.
Meantime, in their spacesuits, Buzz and Happy walk across the rough, oven-hot rock surface of Mercury, searching for Castro's hideout. Suddenly, Buzz grips Happy's arm.
Hold it, Happy. Something moved up there ahead of us. It looked like an animal of some kind. An animal on Mercury? That's right, there's no atmosphere. Well, whatever it is, there's another one. Hap, they're robots. Castro is probably using them to observe us. They look like turtles, except they move a lot faster. We'll go back a few hundred yards and figure out another plan of action. Hap, look behind us. We're surrounded by them. Yes, sir. Oh, my leg. There's some kind of weapon. They're shooting pain rays right through our spacesuits. They're closing in on us. Dozens of them. But they've stopped now. It's almost as though they were watching us. They are, and so am I. It's VOLMER Castro, I believe. That's right, Commander. I can see every move you make through the viewscope eye of each of those little robots. I can monitor you through any single robot or a combination. Now, since you seem so anxious to find my hideout, my sentries will escort you. Follow them. All right, Castro. First, drop your ray guns. Go on, or I'll jolt you with a pain ray. That's better.
Surrounded by the strange turtle-like robots, Buzz and Happy make their way across the rough rocks. Almost like living things, the robots occasionally break formation to avoid obstacles, but immediately close in again. Finally, Buzz and Happy enter an airlock with 4 of the robots scurrying in after them. At last, they're in an underground chamber, face to face with VOLMER Castro.
That's it, gentlemen. Raise your face pieces.
All right, Castro.
What have you done with Rhoda Nixon?
She's here, Commander. You'll join her in a moment. You were directed here by Dr. Blake, I presume. I thought I'd disposed of him out in space, but occasionally I still seem to make slight contact with his mind. Here, Rhoda, I brought you some company.
Space patrolman.
Yes, Commander Corey and a cadet. Commander, you'll notice that the robots have stopped a few feet away from you. They're watching you. They're going to see that none of you leave this room alive.
Castro, what are you going to do?
I'm going to the control panel.
He's a fiend, Commander. A fiend with a super brain.
Did you help him escape from the rehab center?
I didn't mean to. Honestly, I didn't. I never dreamed anything like this would happen.
Let's not waste time talking. Hap, let's see if we can get out of here.
Maybe we can break down that door.
Oh! Hold it. We've got to knock out those robots. When we get close to them, they blast us with a pain ray.
If there was only something in here we could use for a weapon.
There's nothing. I've looked.
If there was only a rod or something, maybe we could flip them over on their backs and get out of their range. Hey, how about that chair?
We couldn't get close enough. Even if we threw the chair, I doubt that it would smash them. They look very rugged.
Yeah, there's nothing on these walls except a couple of mirrors. Nothing that would do us any good.
I'm at the robot control panel now, Corey. I'm gradually increasing the strength of the pain rays. In a few moments, you'll all suffer unendurable agony. You can't avoid the robots. Wherever you move, they'll follow you. Even when I'm on my way to my spaceship, the robots will continue their work.
I can't stand it.
Commander, she's fainted.
Girl is fortunate. I'm leaving now, Commander, with Blake's cerebroscope. I can't bear to watch people suffer.
Dirty rat.
We can't fight those robots. But maybe we can trick them.
How?
Notice they avoid each other. It's a built-in reaction to keep them from getting in each other's way.
Yeah, well, that doesn't do us much good. We're not robots.
No, but maybe we can make these gadgets think we are.
Huh?
The mirrors. We'll each take one from the wall. Hap, hurry.
Yes, sir.
Hold the mirror close to the floor, Hap. Now watch out, don't drop it.
Oh, the pain is so bad I can hardly control myself.
Hurry, Hap. Hold the mirror so the robot's electric eye will see its own reflection. Like this.
Commander, it's working. They're turning away from us.
They act like they're going mad.
Yeah, they're whirling around like crazy.
Maneuver them away from the door. That's it.
Wow, are they confused?
Keep them that way while I try to break down the door. Here, take this other mirror.
Yes, sir.
Keep them at bay. Got it, Hap. Keep the robots off while I carry the girl out.
Okay, Commander. I've got them under control.
All right, Hap. I've got Rhoda. Hang on to those mirrors and back toward the door.
Yes, sir. They're following us, Commander.
I don't think that broken door will hold them, but the mirrors will. Hap, as you back out of the room, put that chair in front of the doorway and prop the mirrors against it.
Okay, Commander. Hey, it's holding them, sir. They won't come any closer than 3 feet from the mirror.
Let's find a spacesuit for Rhoda and get her to the ship.
Well, what about Castro and those other robots outside?
We'll smash the robot control panel. Then we've got to get to Terra 5 before Castro tries to blast it from his ship.
Moments later, Buzz and Appy get Rhoda Nixon aboard the Terra 5, where the now fully conscious Dr. Blake is anxiously waiting for them.
Doctor, take care of Rhoda. Get her out of that spacesuit.
Yes, Commander. Is she all right?
She's coming around.
I saw that ship blast off, Commander, about 5 minutes ago.
That was Castro.
You're lucky, Doctor. If Castro had any space weapons aboard, he'd have blasted this ship for sure. Happy, prepare the ship for blastoff.
Yes, sir.
My cerebroscope. Did you find it?
Castro took it with him.
You were right, Doctor. Rhoda gave him a treatment. He's got a super brain.
With my cerebroscope, he can take other criminals and raise their mental powers.
Smoking rockets. He can form a ring of super criminals.
That's what we've got to prevent.
Yes, but what chance have we got? That tremendous intellect of his.
Don't forget, Doctor. No man is really smart if he sets all decent people against him. Happy, fire rockets. Up ship and away.
In just a moment, an action preview of next week's exciting Space Patrol adventure. Brought to you by Rice Chex and Wheat Chex, the bite-sized cereals in the red and white checkerboard packages. Say, did you ever take a taste test, Space Patrollers? Well, man, oh man, it sure is fun when it's Chex you're taste testing. How do I know? Well, I just took one. First, I tested them with sugar and cream. Super keen taste. Then I added fruit.
Super neat taste. Next, I tried them right out of the red and white checkerboard package. That was a snack test. And Chex, rice, or wheat for snacks can't be beat. Yes, sir, gang, I rate Chex tops for taste. You'll rate them tops, too. Next, I tried them for size. Bite size is the just right size. Just right for your spoon, just right for delicious, easy eating. Chex, rice, or wheat, tops for size. You bet. And as for get up and go, gang, have yourself a good, nourishing breakfast with rice Chex or wheat Chex, and you'll be rated tops for get up and go. So, Space Patrollers, you take the rice Chex, wheat Chex taste test today, and I'm positive you'll agree Chex rate tops 3 ways. For taste, for size, for get up and go. Rice Chex, Wheat Chex, the cereals with the super swell free Space Patrol trading card inside the red and white checkerboard package. And now, a preview of next week's exciting Space Patrol adventure. A saboteur has just escaped from the locked compartment aboard the Terra 5. Now, with ray guns drawn, Buzz and Happy are searching the ship.
He still must have that special spacesuit on, sir. At least it wasn't in the compartment.
How did he get out?
Smashed the door.
Rough customer. Oh, there he is. After him, Hap.
Halt where you are, I'll fire. He's heading for the weapons compartment.
This'll stop him.
Wow, that ray gun never even phased him.
It's that suit. He's completely shielded. Come on, we'll have to tackle him.
He's in the compartment with all those weapons.
All right, Halcorn, come out of there.
Doesn't get me. And you better have something better than a ray gun, because I can drop you if you take another step.
Be sure to join us next week for the thrilling story, The Test of the XK-3. Space Patrol, created by Mike Moser, starring Ed Kemmer as Commander Corey and Lynn Osborne as Cadet Happy, was written by Lou Houston. Produced and directed by Larry Robertson, executive producer Mike Devery. Other players were Norman Jolly, Virginia Hewitt, Ken Mayer, and Anthony Sides. Dick Tufel speaking. Now, don't forget to tune in next Saturday and every Saturday for the new, exciting Space Patrol! Space Patrol was brought to you today by Nestle's Quick for the greatest tasting chocolate milk and those famous Nestle's chocolate bars. Be sure to see another exciting Space Patrol program on your local ABC television station. Consult your local paper for time and channel. This program is broadcast to our armed forces overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Space Patrol came to you transcribed from Hollywood. This is ABC Radio Network.
The sun was shining in my eyes. A cruel, brutal sun that had sucked every drop of water from the earth, and now it was trying to kill me. I rolled on my stomach, and I started crawling. 100 times I died, but each time I saw his face before me, and I lived again.
That's the voice of a man who keeps a dark appointment on Theater 5.
Beginning of the city or the end, depending on how you look at it. That's what the man said. The beginning or the end. Well, we'll see.
Mister?
Yeah?
Lousy night, eh? Fog cuts right through you. Goes right into your bones. You know, a cup of coffee feel real good inside of me.
So would a bottle of Sneaky Pete, huh?
Oh, no, not me, mister. Just a cup of coffee's all I want. Just a dime for a cup of coffee, that's all.
How about $1?
$1? Oh, gee, thanks, mister.
Hold it. You haven't earned it yet.
Earned it? You mean you want me to work for the $1?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, mister, I got a bad back. I can't...
All I want is information.
Oh, information? You want information? Well, sure. You just ask me anything you want to. What kind of information you want, mister?
I'm looking for Jerry's Bar and Grill.
Jerry's? Oh, I know Jerry's place.
I figured you might.
Sure. You just go straight along Cherry Street to, to Westcott. That's right, Westcott.
How far is that?
Oh, only 2-3 blocks.
Then what do I do?
Well, you just turn on Westcott to your left. No, to your right. You're right. And you'll see Jerry's bar. You can't miss the sign. You see it right away. No trouble at all. Now, that dollar, mister.
You're not finished yet.
Oh, you want to know something else?
A few things. Where's the Ace pool room?
The Ace? Oh, that's easy. It's on Cherry Street, before you make the turn on Westcott.
Now, one more thing.
Just one more, huh? Then I get the dollar?
Yeah.
All right, mister. What do you want to know, huh?
Where do I find Paul Darien?
Huh?
Paul Darien. He lives in this neighborhood.
Paul, huh? Paul, let me see. Oh, yeah, sure, Paul. I know him. Well, I remember now. Oh, I've seen him around lots of times.
He has a scar on his face.
Yeah, sure, a scar.
A deep one on his cheek.
On his cheek, that's right. You can't help noticing it, you know.
Why, you...
Hey,
Paul
mister.
doesn't have any scar.
Hey, my...
I got him.
No, don't. Please don't hurt me, mister. Please.
You're like the rest of them.
Oh, I didn't mean no harm, mister. I don't know faces or people. And I don't remember. All I want is something to drink and a warm place to sleep, that's all.
Here. The dollar. Take it before I change my mind.
Oh, thanks. Thanks, mister. I wish I could help you.
Yeah.
No, that's the truth. I guess you want to find this other fellow real bad, huh?
That's right. Real bad.
$6 in a side pocket.
I was asking you about Paul Darien.
I told you. I never heard of him. 9 ball in the corner. Pretty good, huh?
Paul used to tell me about this place. He said he came here at least a couple of nights a week.
I never saw him.
He's tall, blonde hair, and good looking.
Hey, look, fella, why don't you just give up? You've asked just about everybody in this place, and you keep getting the same answer. Now, that answer ain't gonna change.
Look, I came a long way. Paul and I were good friends, and I just want to see him, that's all.
You're standing in my way. I want to make my next shot.
But all I want to know is where he lives.
Well, I don't have any idea where he lives or who he is.
And I know when I've been lied to.
Now, look, fella.
Now, you're all lying, all of you, every one of you. You hear me? You're lying. You don't want me to find him, but I will. And I'll find him if I have to beat it out of you.
That was pretty dumb, fella. You better get out of here.
Another shot, friend? Yeah, fill it up. That'll be 40 cents. Take it out of my change. I started to ask you about a friend of mine a while ago. Oh, yeah. What did you say his name was? Paul Darien. You know, it's funny. You get to know some people by just their first names. They might be regulars, come in almost every day of the week for years. All you know is their first names. Sometimes it's only a nickname, like Shorty or Lefty. Well, Paul's the kind of man you don't forget. Yeah. Well, there's one Paul who comes in here a lot. Truck driver. What's he look like? That's hard to say. It's another guy, short, dark. Paul Darien's tall and blonde. He's not this one, that's for sure. How about another drink, friend? No, I think I've had enough. Come on, this one's on the house. Well, I'll take a rain check if you don't mind. You're the boss. Oh, by the way, yeah. Do you know of a decent hotel nearby? Well, not a decent one, friend. There's a lot of flop houses around here. But there's a Mercury Hotel that's about a mile away. They got real good rates by the week. Well, I don't know how long I'll be staying, and the rates don't bother me, but I'd like to be nearby. Well, Mercury's pretty reasonable all around. Guess I could take a cab there, huh? Sure. Turn left outside, go 1 block to Western Avenue. Plenty of cabs on Western. Well, thanks a lot. I'll be going now. Yeah, come again. I probably will. Good night. Good night, friend. Hello, Sally. Jerry's Bar and Grill.
Look, something I want to tell you. No, not on the phone. Too many people around. Fine. Okay, Sally. I'll be expecting you.
I can't stay long, Jerry. I have to get back to Paul.
Yeah, well, you sit right over here at the end of the bar where we can talk. How about a drink?
No, thanks. What is it, Jerry?
Well, there was a fella in here asking about Paul.
What do you want to know?
Your address. At least Paul's address. Didn't mention you at all.
Did he give you his name?
No. And I'll tell you something else. When this fella came in here and started asking questions about your brother, I wasn't surprised.
Hey, Jerry, how about a drink?
Help yourself. The bottle's on the bar.
Look, Jerry, what did you mean you weren't surprised?
Benny dropped in tonight. You know Benny Greco.
Yes, I know him.
Well, Benny came here straight from the Ace pool room. Said they had some trouble there. Fellow was asking questions about Paul. Finally, he got a little tough. They almost had to throw him out.
Was it the same man?
From Benny's description, I'd say yeah.
Well, how would you describe this man?
Well, maybe in his middle 30s, about 6 foot tall, brown hair.
Jerry, where is this man now?
He said something about catching a cab. Sally, look, I don't know who this fella is or what he wants, but I'm sure of one thing.
What's that?
He's no friend of Paul's. Maybe you ought to go to the cops, huh?
What would I tell him?
I don't know.
Well, thanks for phoning me. I have to go home now.
What are you going to do?
Nothing. Good night, Jerry.
Hey, miss, can you spare a dime for a cup of coffee?
Hello, Shyler.
Huh? Oh, hello, miss.
You don't remember me, do you?
Oh, sure I remember you, miss. It's this fog. I can't hardly see. Moisture eats into your bones. A cup of coffee'd feel real good.
Well, here. Here, Shyler.
Thank you, miss. Thank you.
Oh, careful you don't knock that wine bottle over. The bottle on the sidewalk, just behind you.
Oh, yeah, sure, miss. I'll be careful.
Good night, Shyler.
Good night, miss. Mister, you got a dime for a
Get out of my way.
Huh?
Just a minute.
I'm a friend of Paul Darien.
Come on in.
Thanks. I just got into town tonight.
I know.
Huh?
I saw you outside Jerry's Bar and Grill.
You knew I followed you?
Yes?
You made it real easy for me. Who are you?
Sally Darien, Paul's sister.
Where's Paul?
In the next room.
Does he know I followed you?
He thinks you're dead.
You know who I am?
Yes? Stanley Fenton.
Did Paul tell you about me?
Yes?
How much did he tell you?
The whole story?
The whole story. Well, I know all about Paul's stories. There was even a time when I believed them.
There was a time when you could believe them.
Must have been before I met him.
That was in Arizona, wasn't it?
Yeah. Arizona. We walked for 7 days through the desert. And then we reached the foot of Indian Mountain. The end of the rainbow.
It's up there, Stan. Just like that old man told us. All the gold you can carry on your back is up there waiting for us.
Yeah, well, I hope so, Paul. I hate to think of making a round trip for nothing.
You take my word for it, pal. It won't be long before we'll do our traveling in style. I can just see myself driving down Cherry Street in a pink Cadillac. They'll eat their hearts out. And Stan, you'll be riding right beside me.
I don't know. City life doesn't appeal to me.
It's the only kind of life there is. Oh, I don't mean Cherry Street. That neighborhood is strictly for losers.
Well, then why do you keep talking about going back?
Because I want everybody there to know I'm a winner. That's why we're going to dig all the gold we can carry out of that mountain.
If there is any gold up there.
Oh, there's gold, all right. There's got to be. There's just got to be.
That's more than a year ago, wasn't it?
13 months.
Paul told me there was gold.
Yeah, plenty of it. Only you had to sluice down tons of dirt to get an ounce. We were getting 2 ounces a day. But it didn't rain. The sun baked everything beneath it. After 2 weeks, the stream we were using for our sluices became just a trickle.
But Paul wanted to stay.
Yeah. He kept saying that this was our one big chance. There was this dark cloud on the horizon, and Paul said it would bring rain. But we watched it all day, and it moved to the west of us. There wasn't any rain. That day, or the next, or the next. Finally, our stream dried up completely. We went from one water hole to another. All of them were dried out, baked hard by the sun. Ahead of us, there was nothing but desert. We had 35 ounces of gold and a gallon of water.
All we need is one rainstorm. Just one good rainstorm. Just one.
Well, look at that sky. Rain doesn't come out of a sky like that.
How long would it take us to get back to the river?
At least 6 days.
6 days. 1 gallon of water.
That's about 2/3 of a pint each day.
Is that enough?
I don't know.
Don't give me that.
Paul, for the past week, it's been more than 110 degrees in the shade every day. Now, in that kind of heat, a body needs at least a quart of water a day.
Or what?
Or it dehydrates.
And we don't have nearly enough water, do we? Wait a minute. What if we had another gallon of water? That'd be a gallon each. That'd be enough?
Probably, if we rationed it out carefully.
That makes it all very simple.
Simple?
Sure. You see, if we both try to make it, we'll die out in that desert. But if only one of us...
Oh, no, When I came to, the sun was in my eyes. I rolled onto my stomach, and then I crawled. I don't know how much time passed. I just crawled and crawled, thinking only of him. Thinking only of...
Of killing him?
Yeah. All right, of killing him. That is what kept me alive.
But you were badly hurt, and you had no water.
The prospector found me. I don't remember that part of it. They told me later. Seems he dumped his equipment and used his mule to carry me out of the desert into a hospital. For a long time, they thought I was going to die. But I knew I wouldn't.
How long were you in the hospital?
8 months. I got out 5 months ago.
What did you do then?
I got a job. Saved my money. You see, I needed money to come here and look for Paul. Also, to buy this. Yeah, I bought this gun with my first paycheck. Oh, I cleaned it every night. And every night I imagined how it would feel to have him standing in front of me.
Stan.
Don't worry, I'm not going to hurt you.
I'm not afraid of that.
And don't try to talk me out
Now,
of it.
just listen to me, please.
You can't save your brother.
I'm not trying to save him. I'm trying to save you.
Nothing can change what's going to happen.
Don't you realize what this will do to you?
It'll give me some peace.
Do you think a murderer can ever find peace?
All right, call it satisfaction. Call it whatever you like.
Stan, they'll hunt you down.
They won't have to. Now get on that phone and call the police.
What?
Tell them what's going to happen. Tell them I'll be here waiting for them.
You're throwing your life away.
Well, I figure it's a fair trade. All right. Now, I'll give you just enough time to use that phone, and then you'll have to get out of here.
No, I'm staying.
That won't stop me. Killing him has been the only thing on my mind night and day, every second of every minute since he left me out there to die.
If you kill him, you'll destroy yourself. Your hatred is a poison.
It's the drug that kept me alive.
Once it was, now it's something else.
Yeah, you might be right about that. But it's something else. A hunger burning inside of me. A hunger that won't be satisfied until I put some bullets into him.
And what happens after that?
I don't care. I just don't care.
But I do.
Now, get away from that door.
No.
Now, don't force me to hurt you. I don't want to do that.
Why worry about hurting me? You're going to kill a man, aren't you?
Yes. If it's the last thing I do, yes.
All right, Stan, all right. Let me show you this man you're going to kill. There he is, on the bed.
Paul? That's Paul?
It's what's left of him.
Sally? Sally?
I'm here, Paul.
I thought I heard something.
No, dear, it's all right.
No, it was his voice. I'm sure of it. Sally, I see him.
No.
I see him.
No, dear, no.
But there's someone...
It's the doctor. He gave you some medicine, and he stopped by to see how you are.
Looks just like him.
No, the light plays tricks with your eyes, Paul.
Yes, it can't be him, can it?
No, dear, of course not.
I killed him. That's why my arm was paralyzed, huh? It's my punishment. And I wouldn't be punished if he was still alive.
Oh, dear, close your eyes.
Yeah. I imagine things. I see things that aren't really there.
Go to sleep.
You never know when I'm dreaming or when it's real. You know, stay near me.
Yes, Paul.
I get so frightened when I get...
Well, there he is, Stan. There's the man you want to kill.
I swore I would.
All you have to do is raise the gun. It'll take only a split second, but you'll have the rest of your life to think about it. Stan, listen to me. Listen and believe me. There's a world out there that has good things in it, wonderful things. Don't throw it away because of him.
He said his arm was paralyzed.
That's his guilt. That's his guilt. Kill him, and the guilt will be yours. Do you want that? Look at him, Stan. Do you want that?
No. No, I don't want that. Goodbye, Sally.
Theater 5 has presented Dark Appointment, written by Don Herring and directed by Ted Bell. In the cast, Evelyn Juster, Stan Watt, Nat Poland, Owen Jordan, and Robert Dryden. Audio engineer Neil Pultz. Sound technician.
Good morning, everyone. It's Sunday, January 4th, and here's the latest news. NBC reporters in London and Washington are standing by, and later we hope to contact our staff correspondent in the Dutch East Indies. First, however, we turn to Britain. Go ahead, London.
This is London. John McVane speaking. London today heard from Singapore that the British forces in northern Perak have fallen back again. The Japanese kept up their pressure during the night and followed the British closely. The British say they inflicted heavy casualties on the enemy. The Japanese yesterday made a landing at Weston in British North Borneo. Japanese ships off the west coast of Malaya were bombed last night, and 24 enemy planes raided Singapore. American and British planes based in Burma attacked a Japanese aerodrome in Siam. They shot down 2 fighters in the air and destroyed 4 planes on the ground. British bombers in Britain last night made another attack on the docks at Brest, where the Scharnhorst, Gneisenau, and Prince Eugen are still held. Mr. Eden is expected to follow his radio talk today with an account to Parliament of what he saw and did in Russia. It isn't known how detailed an explanation he can give, because the Germans are probably even more eager than the British public to hear what Stalin and the British government decided. But members of Parliament will want to hear as much as possible about Russia's part in the Allied plans. The contacts between British and Russian fighting men and the visit of Russian trade union leaders to Britain are, like Mr. Eden's trip, evidence that relations between the two countries have changed a lot since last June. Whenever officers and men of the British and Russian navies and air forces have got together, they've worked on the basis of easy understanding. And it seems likely that when the Russian trade unionists finish their tour of British factories, they'll have some new ideas about what the people of this island are really like. The Colonel Blimps of the Munich era, with their ideas that hardly extended beyond their own club doors, have been submerged, or at least eclipsed, by the realization that Britain must depend on allies for their very existence. Russia and America, too, have their Colonel Blimps, although they don't call them that. And things like the 26-Power Declaration and the announcement of unified command in the Pacific are significant proof that their views don't matter so much anymore. But General Brownrigg, writing in the Sunday Dispatch today, points out that some of the old-fashioned Colonel Blimps still exist in Britain. He says he was surprised to meet some members of a London service club who criticized the British commando raid on Rommel's headquarters in Libya. The general said there was a shade of doubt as to whether this type of thing was quite according to the accepted rules of war. General Brownrigg says what has been done at Rommel's headquarters can be repeated elsewhere. The man at the helm of Germany may even feel that his own headquarters are not so safe as before. He may begin to wish that he hadn't started the game of playing rough. The British have been taught time after time the lesson that in any area of war, the side that has control of the air will win the battle. From France through the Battle of Britain, and right down to Libya, the point has been proved and proved again. Fighting in Greece and Crete proved that when air control is opposed to sea control, air control will win. Some experts, like General de Gaulle, believe that the real success of an invasion across water lies in the air and not the sea. That's why recent invasion exercises to test the defenses of British aerodromes are worrying the press and public here. The exercises are said to have proved what a lot of people suspected, that aerodromes in Britain aren't heavily enough defended to hold out against an intensive attack. The protection of aerodromes has been a joint affair conducted by both the Army and the Air Force. For a long time, observers have demanded that one force or the other should take over the job of protecting the fields and do the job right. The fact that in the Far East the loss of key aerodromes has opened the door to enemy military victories is giving a new note of insistence, the demands for unified airfield defense. In Britain itself, there are so many airfields and Air Force units are so scattered that if the Germans did get a few of them in an invasion attempt, the loss might not be vital. But the British have seen how a toehold can develop into a foothold, and the prospect isn't a pleasing one. Some people here are beginning to feel that as the marshalling of the Allied forces increases the probability of Axis defeat, so does it increase the possibility that Hitler may make a neck-or-nothing attempt to conquer the British Isles. Major Oliver Stewart, the Sunday Observer's air expert, warns that most people in Britain don't bother to carry their gas masks around these days. And he says rumors have come in the assembly of large quantities of gas bombs for the Germans. It would be appalling if at this stage of the war we were again to be surprised by the ruthlessness and treachery of the enemy. This is John McVane in London, returning to the National Broadcasting Company in New York.
And from our New York newsroom, here's a bulletin with the date marked Cairo, Egypt. British headquarters today raised its estimate of the number of Axis prisoners taken in the fall of Bardia to 7,000, of whom 1,000 were said to be German. Clearing of the battlefield is continuing, a communique said, indicating that the final total might be still higher. Earlier estimates had placed the number of prisoners taken in the Bardia zone at about 5,000. Advanced British units operating in the Agagdabia zone, more than 300 miles to the west, were reported harassing German and Italian forces trying to make a stand there. And now for news from the other side of the world, we take you now to San Francisco.
From the San Francisco newsroom, we take you now to Batavia.
Hello, NBC. This is Sidney Albright speaking in Batavia, Java. Time is 9:36 Sunday evening. Today's most important piece of news in the Netherlands East Indies is the appointment of General Wavell as Commander-in-Chief of all Allied forces in the Far Eastern area. General Wavell is known here and is highly respected as a military leader, entirely capable of assuming command of the Allied operations. Like General Wavell, Admiral Thomas C. Hart, Commander-in-Chief of the United States Asiatic Fleet, is also well known to the people of this country. Only a short time before the Japanese launched their attack on the Philippines, the Royal Netherlands Navy, CNC, visited Admiral Hart in Manila. The head of the the Indies Army, General H. Turporton, was conferring in Manila with General MacArthur and Admiral Hart when his predecessor, General Barroom, was killed in a plane crash in Batavia. At that time, Turporton was Chief of Staff. It will be recalled that the Dutch are, to a great extent, responsible for the continued efforts towards the formation of a solid ABCD bloc, which they had advocated long before the trend of events in the Pacific reached the showdown stage. Consequently, it is easy to understand the enthusiasm in local quarters for what is actually the fulfillment of their own hopes. It is pointed out that in this case, the democracies did not wait too long to act, which is a favorable indication that future emergencies will be handled with the same promptness, a matter of utmost importance in this war where so much hinges on the single word time. Further details of the new Allied command apparently are unknown here, or else are being kept a closely guarded secret. In any event, there is a great deal of speculation as to the location of the headquarters. Some say it is likely that General Wavell will select Malaya, whereas others are of the opinion that Java is the logical place, because it occupies the key position in this section of the theater of war. Nevertheless, there is wholehearted approval here for the plan. In fact, for any plan which brings the Allied nations closer together. Local observers are wondering where the Dutch commanders-in-chief will fit into the picture. Although General Turporton has only been in command a short time, he has already demonstrated his ability as a master strategist, in addition to the fact that he was Chief of Staff under General Barroom from the very beginning of the Indies defense preparations. Very little need be said about the ability of Admiral Helfrich, the naval commander-in-chief, who was directly responsible for the Dutch assistance in the operations with the British in Borneo and off Malaya, as well as with the American forces at Davao, to say nothing of the independent thrusts made at Japanese supply lines by the Dutch Navy, which, so far, are the only important successes in all the Allied operations against the Nipponese, a fact that is acknowledged by the press throughout the world. The latest communique of the Netherlands Indies fighting forces reads, there was little enemy air activity over the territory. Only at a few points, Japanese aircraft were observed. No bombs were dropped anywhere. In the northwestern part of the archipelago, a Greek steamer has been bombed by Japanese aircraft. Particulars about damage done to the ship have not yet been received. End of the communique. Another expression of loyalty reached the government today from the Achi warriors in North Sumatra. They have offered to organize guerrilla bands to harass enemy landing parties and parachutists. Any attempted landings in Achinese areas would find hard going against these unsubdued jungle fighters. I now return you to the National Broadcasting Company.
We now return you to New York.
Again in our newsroom in New York, we bring you a late bulletin from Moscow. The Soviet Information Bureau declared today that the Russian advance is continuing on all fronts, and that a number of additional populated areas have been reoccupied and much German equipment has been captured. And now for news from our own nation's capital, we switch to Morgan Beatty in the newsroom in Washington.
Tomorrow, Congress begins the battle of production, the undramatic but critical battle of this war. Congressmen gather for the second session of the 77th Congress, well aware of the importance of this phase of the war effort. Most of them remember the confusion of our production effort in the First World War. They recall the inflation and panic spirals that followed. The first bill of importance on the Senate calendar takes into account the difference between 1942 and 1917. It's a bill for drastic control of prices almost immediately. Late in the last session, the House passed a price control bill, a measure generally recognized as a mild one. The administration had asked the House to permit a price administrator to license business, and in this way control civilian production and prices. But there was no war in the Pacific then, so the House rejected the administration's idea and instead provided a board of review to keep a tight rein on the price administrator. Now, with war raging on all continents and the United States in the struggle up to the hilt, the Senate will consider a far more drastic measure. It provides for a price administrator who will in fact become a sort of economic czar for the duration of the war. He could license business. He could set ceilings on prices of almost anything. This price administrator would be the Second World War's counterpart of Barney Baruch, the industrial czar of the First World War. Debate begins on the measure Wednesday. Senate Banking Committee has already approved it. If the bill goes through, and it would appear that it will prevail over the milder House measure, Leon Henderson would probably become the nation's price czar, despite charges that he has surrounded himself with radical people. Henderson's many appearances before congressional committees in the last few months have impressed conservative members. Some who would have opposed him last fall are among his staunchest supporters today. They believe he has a firm understanding of the first problem to be met in the battle of production, and that first problem is inflation. Henderson has already taken preliminary steps to control the situation. The bans on automobile and tire buying are a part of his general plan. Also, the restriction on wool for civilian use. He has limited new wool consumption by civilians to 40% of last year's sales. This order is intended to give the woolen industry the go-ahead signal to manufacture 20 million uniforms, and at the same time to prevent the escape of wool required for those uniforms into civilian channels. But this is all preliminary. It's only a part of the picture. The Department of Justice is analyzing war contracts. The purpose seems to be to prevent a flock of war millionaires from springing up before production controls are completed. Congress is expected to receive a $50 billion budget from the White House on Tuesday. The next point to decide will be how much of this we should pay now and how much war we should fight on credit. The President will probably call for more taxes, perhaps for payment of about 1/4 of the cost of the war as we go. The purpose behind this higher tax percentage would also be anti-inflationary. The more money Congress takes away from us in the form of taxes, the less we'll have to spend on our own needs. And the less we spend, the less likely we are to bring on the confusion of inflation. The Battle of the Philippines continues unabated. There are no new announcements from the War Department this morning. But even the Japanese foresee a long struggle before they subjugate the island of Luzon, the stronghold of the Philippines. Tokyo newspapers are warning the Japanese public today that guerrilla warfare probably will continue for some time. That's one way to explain the Japanese need for large troop concentrations in the Philippines after the Japanese claim a victory. For those troops will be needed. Not only is there a possibility that General MacArthur can hold out for a long time, but also the Filipinos themselves are not easy to whip. That's all for now.
And that's the news up to this moment. These have been reports by John McVane in London, Morgan Beatty in Washington, and Sidney Albright in Batavia, Java. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
This episode from the life of Sherlock Holmes will be transmitted to our men and women overseas by shortwave and through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Petri Wine brings you Basil Rathbone and Nigel Bruce in the new adventures of Sherlock Holmes. The Petri family, the family that took time to bring you good wine, invite you to listen to Dr. Watson tell about another exciting adventure he shared with that master detective, his old friend Sherlock Holmes. And say, I want to tell you about a little present I've got for you. A present, and it's free. It's a swell full color, and it's good for 2 years, 1945 and 46. Loads of swell recipes and ideas for cooking with Petri wine. Want to know how to make spare ribs that are out of this world? You want to learn a new way to fix liver and onions, a swell way to make soup more delicious than ever. It's a cinch with this calendar handy in your kitchen to tell you how. In fact, this calendar tells you all you ought to know about wine. And remember, it's free. Just write to Petri Wine, P-E-T-R-I, Petri Wine, San Francisco 26, California. Petri Wine, San Francisco 26, California. We'll send you your swell recipe calendar immediately. And now for our weekly visit with the genial Dr. Watson. Good evening, Doctor.
Good evening, Mr. Foreman. Come in and settle yourself down.
Thank you. You're looking particularly comfortable tonight, Doctor. Feet up on the sofa and the puppies asleep on your lap.
Yes, my boy. The three of us went for a long walk on the beach this afternoon. And Monty and Winnie had a running battle with the seagulls ever since we got home.
Well, I hope you're not too tired, Doctor. I'm counting on a new Sherlock Holmes story, you know.
No. I'm all ready for you, Mr. Foreman. In fact, I was going through my notes on the case just before you arrived.
Well, last week you told us it concerned a strange society who held their meetings in an underground vault of a furniture warehouse.
Yeah, that's right. No. The story really began one stormy November night in 1887. I was married at the time and living away from Baker Street. On this night in question, my wife had already gone to bed, and I was nodding in front of the fire over one of Clark Russell's fine sea stories. I'd had a very tiring day, I remember. It was about the hour that a man gives his first yawn and glances at the clock. When suddenly, my front doorbell jangled discordantly. Our servant Edna had gone up to bed, so I crossed to the window and opened it. It was very dark, but I could just see the outline of a figure standing on my doorstep. It looked like a woman. Suddenly, a cultivated voice called up to me.
Is the doctor in?
Yes, madam. I'm the doctor.
Then please come at once. It's a matter of life and death. I have a carriage waiting.
Gracious me. All right. I'll be down immediately. I closed the window, scribbled a note to my wife, grabbed my coat and hat and my bag, and a few minutes later I stepped out of the front door and closed it behind me. The carriage was standing at the curb, but I couldn't see any trace of the lady who'd called me. The only person in sight was an old and repulsive-looking beggar woman, dressed in rags and tatters. After a moment of bewilderment, I spoke. My good woman, did you see a lady leave here a moment ago?
No, doctor, she didn't leave. She's still waiting for you.
Forgive me, madam, but clothes of yours, I thought you were a beggar woman.
There isn't any time to discuss that now. Please get in this carriage.
But where's the driver?
I'm going to drive. Please get in.
Very well. It's only business. Are you sure that you can handle those horses, madam?
Of course I can.
You tell me the way you're driving, ma'am.
Please don't ask me any more questions, doctor. You'll find out soon enough.
Oh, thank heavens we've finally reached our destination. Must have driven halfway across London. Oh, hello, must be somewhere down near the river. No dwelling places here. Nothing but enormous warehouses. Why have we stopped here, madam?
Oh, this is where we're going. Please follow me down these steps.
I wish you'd tell me where you're taking me.
We have a club here in the basement. You'll see for yourself in a moment.
It's a very solid-looking door. How do you propose to get past it?
I'll show you.
Good Lord, it must be a very secret club of yours, madam.
It is, Doctor.
Who knocks?
Number 7.
Give the password.
To the lanterns.
You may enter.
Follow me, Doctor.
Madam, I do wish you'd tell me where you're taking me. This looks like the entrance to an opium den or a thieves' kitchen.
Don't worry, Doctor. You're in no danger. There. Does that look like a thieves' kitchen?
Great Scott, I don't believe my eyes. A luxuriously furnished room. What a strange collection of people. Some look like beggars, others in full evening dress. Amazing.
Number 7. Who is this man?
He's a doctor. I went to fetch him.
I thought I said there were to be no strangers inside.
Now look here, my good man. I've been extremely patient, but my temper's beginning to wear a little thin. Either let me see your patient at once or show me out. My time's valuable and I don't propose to waste it.
I'm sorry, Doctor. Where is Julian?
He's in the back room. And if you know what's good for you, Doctor, whatever you call yourself, you'll forget everything you see in here.
Stop threatening me, sir. I'm not in the least interested in your blasted club. Just take me to the patient.
This is the man we want you to examine, Doctor.
Huh? What happened?
He fell down the stairs leading into the clubroom.
Well, why'd you move him?
We wanted him to be comfortable.
It's the worst thing in the world you could have done. Never move a person with an injured skull.
Is he?
No, madam, I'm afraid he isn't. His neck's broken. He's dead.
Huh?
Julian, dead.
You sure of that, Doctor?
Of course I'm sure of it, my good man. I'm afraid you need an undertaker, not a doctor.
We must tell the others. All right, quiet. Julian is dead.
Julian dead? Oh, this is terrible. Who's this man?
He's a doctor.
Well, better get him out of here at once. We don't want any strangers nosing about.
That's right, though. Shouldn't have brought him here anyway.
Now, just a minute. I assure you, ladies and gentlemen, I haven't the slightest desire to stay here 1 moment longer. If you direct me to the door again, madam, I'll try to find a cab myself in this godforsaken district and go home.
Show him out and give him his money.
Follow me, please.
I'm delighted to.
Do you mind if I don't drive you home, Doctor?
Oh, well, no, I should prefer it. My nerves aren't in the best of shape.
You mustn't be angry with me, Doctor, please.
Leaving again, number 7.
No, but this gentleman is. Will you see if you can find a cab for him?
Right.
To whom shall I send in my bill, madam?
Oh, here's a £5 note. That should cover your time and trouble, shouldn't it?
No, it's far too much, madam.
No, Doctor, it's late at night and it has been a very pleasant case for you. Please take it.
Oh, it's very kind of you, very generous indeed. But by the way, how did you happen to come to me in the first place?
I was driving about looking for a doctor, and a policeman directed me to your house.
Oh, I see.
I have found a cab for you.
Thank you, my man, thank you.
Oh, Doctor, may I come round in the morning for a death certificate?
Of course. You remember my address?
Yes, but I don't know your name.
Watson. Dr. Watson.
Dr. Watson? Not the Dr. Watson who's associated with Sherlock Holmes.
Madam, that is that you know of me.
Good night, Doctor. And please forget about everything you've seen here tonight.
Well, upon my soul, what an amazing business. Holmes will be interested to hear about this. And that's the way it was, Holmes. One of the most curious adventures I ever had without you.
Very interesting, Watson. You say this underground cellar was luxuriously furnished.
Yes, and the people there were an amazing mixture. Some were in rags and some in evening dress.
Some in tags and some in velvet gowns.
Exactly. In the feeling that I was taking part in a story out of the Arabian Nights. I must say, though, I was pretty angry at the time. However, after a good night's rest, I feel quite differently this morning. I thought I'd just drop round and tell you all about it.
I'm glad you did, my dear fellow. It would be interesting to see if any repercussions of your strange adventure reach us.
Oh, I doubt it. The woman seemed frightened to death when I mentioned your name.
We shall see. Meanwhile, I'm expecting a client. You're not too busy. Perhaps you can stay.
No, I'd like to very much. Who is it, you know?
This telegram will tell you much more than I can. Arrived an hour ago.
Let's have a look. Be at your lodgings this morning to discuss our problem. Signed AMS. Pretty high-handed message. Be at your lodgings. Oh, please. What suppose AMS stands for?
I was just toying with that problem when you arrived.
Would it be the American Medical School?
No, there's no such body. It's the American Medical Association.
Oh, yes.
The imperious tone of the message inclines me to believe that the A stands for amateur.
Very possibly. Oscar Society.
Or the amateur murderers. That would be a nice thought, wouldn't it? Their representative now, no doubt, to save us further guesswork.
Holmes, it looks like the same carriage that I drove in last night. The girl standing on your doorstep, that's the height of fashion. Mrs. Hudson's letting her in.
Splendid. It seems that we have not heard the end of your adventure. Go and meet the lady at the top of the stairs, will you, old chap, and save Mrs. Hudson's legs.
Right, you are, Holmes. Thank you, Mrs. Hudson, thank you. All right, come in, madam. Want to come in?
Thank you, Dr. Watson. Mr. Sherlock Holmes.
At your service, madam. Won't you sit down?
I'm Lady Dorothy Brownlee.
It's your voice. Last night, dressed up as a beggar woman.
Yes, I am, Dr. Watson. Forgive me for being so mysterious at the time.
Doubtless you have come to consult me regarding last night's unfortunate accident at the Amateur Mendicant Society.
How did you know what the initials stood for, Mr. Holmes?
Well, after hearing Dr. Watson's story of last night's happenings, the connotation seemed obvious. Am I right?
Perfectly. Last night when Dr. Watson told us Julian was dead, we thought it was an accident.
And now you think it is murder. Oh, there must be no more study.
Well, I'm afraid it'll be a little hard for you to understand our motives. We're a group of people, rather wealthy people, I suppose, who find pleasure in deliberately leading a steamy life disguised as beggars. We use the basement that you were in last night, Doctor, as our headquarters. We keep our beggars clothed there and change out of them before we go home.
What a fantastic idea.
What a futile your leisure time, Lady Barney.
I suppose it must seem so, Mr. Holmes. But we're curious to learn how the other half lives. And of course, there's a certain thrill in rubbing shoulders with the police. At least we do some good.
Indeed. I should learn how.
All the money we make as beggars we give to charity.
Oh, do you really? And you feel that this gesture on your part absolves you from any responsibility to the real beggars whose livelihood you're impairing?
I hadn't thought of it just like that.
No.
Then I suppose you won't want to help us.
Oh, that's quite another matter, madam. As a professional detective, I cannot afford to be a moralist. Yes, I will investigate this case for you, though I warn you my fee will be an extremely high one.
Money isn't important, Mr. Holmes, as long as we can solve Julian's death without bringing the police into the case.
Lady Brownlee, who is the dead man? The man you refer to as Julian?
Julian Trevor, the poet.
Oh,
he was the one who started our society.
Yes, I think I've read some of his work. Decadent. Distinctly decadent.
Well, what makes you think that he was murdered, Lady Brownlee?
Well, after you left last night, Dr. Watson, there was a terrible scene. You remember Sidney Holt?
Oh, was he the big fellow who was so unpleasant to him?
Yes, that's the one.
Oh, do I remember him?
He said that he saw Lord came to the head of the staircase.
Oh, Lord Cecil being,
Lord Cecil Deerenforth, son of the Earl of Mersham.
Oh, yes.
There was a bitter argument. Cecil accused Sidney of doing the same thing. Then they had a dreadful fight. And it ended up with Cecil threatening to go to the police. But that's when we decided to send a telegram to you, Mr. Holmes.
Oh, yes, I see. So the proof of murder depends on such flimsy evidence as to whether the dead man fell or, well, should we say, was pushed?
What it seems like.
Mr. Holmes, even to prove, please help us, won't you?
Yes, Lady Brownlee, I will.
Will you come back with me now to our headquarters?
I shall join you within the hour. In the meantime, my old friend Dr. Watson can go with you.
But Holmes, what could I do without you?
You know my methods, old chap. Act accordingly.
Oh, very well, Mr. Holmes. But you promise you'll be there.
I promise you that I will be there, madam.
Thank you so much, Mr. Holmes. We'll be expecting you. Come on, Doctor.
Well, I'll just get my hat and coat.
Go with her and ask no more questions. I shall join you within the hour.
Holmes, there's a glint in your eye. I don't think you believe the story.
Of course I don't, Watson.
Well, then what?
Then go with her, old fellow, and keep your wits about you. The game's afoot. The story of the Amateur Mendicant Society will continue in just a few seconds. Time I'd like to use to remind you that you're really missing something until you try having wine with your dinner. And I mean a Petri wine. Let's say a Petri California Burgundy or a Petri California Sauterne. Both wines are just made to make good food taste better. If you like a red wine, try Petri Burgundy. Try it with hamburger, with stew, with any meat or meat dish. And if you like a delicious white wine, a wine that'll make chicken taste better than ever, try a well-chilled Petri Sauterne. With food, nothing can take the place of a good Petri wine. And now back to tonight's new Sherlock Holmes adventure. The Amateur Mendicant Society, a group of wealthy eccentrics who pose as beggars, have come to Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson with a problem. One of their members has apparently been murdered, and the famous pair have been asked to investigate the killing. As we rejoin our story, Dr. Watson, still awaiting the arrival of the great detective, is cross-questioning three of the members at the headquarters of this unusual society.
Very convincing.
Oh, don't you now? Well, then suppose you stop asking questions until Sherlock Holmes gets here. He's the man we've engaged to settle this business, not services, not those of his assistant.
Mr. Holmes asked me to conduct this preliminary investigation, my good man. I'm perfectly familiar with his methods, so keep us...
Don't any more questions till he gets here.
Insufferable fellow. Lord Cecil, you say that you saw Holt deliberately trip the dead man as he came down the stairs last night.
Yes, I did.
Well, where were you standing, sir?
At the head of the staircase. Holt was beside me, and as Julian came by, he deliberately...
Excuse me, number 11, excuse me.
What is it?
There is a strange man just come in. He is dressed as you when you work, but I do not remember to have seen him here before. He speaks very rough.
Did he give the correct signal?
Yes, and the password.
Remember.
I suppose we better see him. Bring him in. Bad time for him to come here, confound it.
This way, please.
Tommy, what a nice place you got here. Yeah, what a nice place. Certainly do yourselves proud, don't you?
Who are you, and how did you get in here?
I'll give the signal and the password just like Julian told me to.
Are you a friend of Julian?
Of course I am. You're coming to meet him here today.
Who are you, really?
Are we all friends here?
Yes, you can talk freely.
Then permit me to introduce myself. I am Don Luis Jose Fernando de las Torres at your service.
Why? Why do you want to join us?
When Julia tickled my, how you say, my funny bone? It is a so charming idea to see those of mendicancy.
I suppose he's all right.
Of course I'm all right. Now, where is Julian, please? He will vouch for me.
He's in the other room. He had an accident.
An accident? Not a bad one, I hope?
A very bad one. Dr. Watson, you better take him in there and break the news to him.
Very well. Follow me, sir.
This is terrible. Please, tell me what happened, Doctor.
I'm afraid you must prepare yourself for a shock, sir. Your friend is dead. His neck was broken last night in some brawl.
Yes, except that I do believe it was an accident, Watson.
Holmes!
Chiquado. But not quietly enough, Mr. Sherlock Holmes. Come on, come back to the others and let all take a look at you. Come on, get moving, both of you. This isn't a pop gun in my hands.
Sorry, Holmes, I gave the whole thing away.
That's all right, old chap.
Oh, Cecil, Dorothy, come here. I want you to take a look at the great Sherlock Holmes. Walked into our trap just like any stupid policeman. No, I had to dress up to do it, though, Mr. Holmes. We were waiting for you here anyway, you know.
Oh, I was well aware of that, Mr. Holt. You see, I knew I was walking into a trap.
How did you know that, Mr. Holmes?
Lady Brownlee, the story you brought to us today was so obviously a false one. Just as there is no amateur mendicant society.
Yes, go ahead.
Why should I tell you what you already know?
Go on, talk if you know what's good for you.
Oh, you're so persuasive, aren't you, Mr. Holt? Very well. Undoubtedly, Julian Trevor's death last night was an accident. You fetched the doctor, Lady Brownlee, a very natural move, and later discovered that the doctor in question was the old friend of Sherlock Holmes. You were all afraid that I would become interested in your unusual society, and so you invented that very thin story about the accident being a murder. You wanted to lure me here so that I could be disposed of, and you could all continue your nefarious works without hindrance.
Well, now aren't we clever? What is our nefarious work, may I ask?
Your password gave me a clue to the lanterns. Prior to the French revolutionists. They strung the aristocrats up on the lampposts. Then again, the combination of curious costumes and a luxurious establishment in a low-class area posed another question. What political belief provides a common meeting ground for misguided aristocrats and dangerous commoners?
And how did you answer that question?
Oh, very simple, my dear sir. One word. Nihilism. Its doctrine of assassination and overthrow of government would find every chance of being put into practice by all of you at the forthcoming Jubilee celebrations to be held here in London. That also would account for your beggar's clothes. A beggar would have greater freedom of movement in a crowd than an ordinary person.
You're a clever man, Mr. Holmes. Too bad you'll have to die. I'll get the rope.
What are you going to do with him?
Do? Give him a first-hand taste of nihilism, of course. They can't live. They know too much.
You can't possibly do this, you know. The police will track us here.
By the time the police get here, you and your friend Holmes will be blown to kingdom come.
Here's the rope, Sidney.
Oh, right. Hands together, Mr. Holmes. That's it.
Oh, mind that bandaged wrist of mine, will you? It's confoundedly sore.
Oh, isn't that a shame now? Is this any better? Ooh. Tie up the doctor, Cecil, while I bind Holmes's legs.
With pleasure.
I can't go through with this.
What do you mean, Dorothy? You can't go through with it.
I just can't stand by and see two innocent men murdered.
Don't be a fool, Dorothy. We can't let them live. They know too much.
I don't care. If you go on with this, I'm going out for the police.
You fool. Tie her up as well.
Leave me alone.
Sit down there beside him. Go on.
You're a devil, Sidney.
Oh, shut up. Now, Mr. Holmes, I'm going to fetch a little invention. A little invention I'm sure you'll be interested in.
Mr. Holmes, it's a pity you and your friend didn't learn to mind your own business.
I'm afraid it's too late to teach an old dog new tricks.
It's too late now, at any rate. Dr. Watson?
Don't you speak to me, sir. You're a filthy traitor to your country.
Rubbish.
Here we are. Example of Mikhail Petrov's mechanical genius. Will blow the entire building sky high, and the three of you with it. Now, I wind the time clock so, and we'll set the fuse to go off in 5 minutes. Will give us plenty of time to get away. So.
Come on, Sidney, let's get out of here.
Right. Charming picture. Three of you bound hand and foot sitting beside each other on the sofa. Well, ta-da, Dorothy. Think of our cause during the 5 minutes. And as for you, Mr. Holmes, and your friend, good riddance to bad rubbish.
Well, Holmes, this looks like the end.
Afraid so, old chap.
I blame myself. If I hadn't been so infernally noisy when I recognized you, we wouldn't be in this mess.
Wasn't your fault, old fellow. I think they suspected me anyway.
Well, I must say, it seemed to me a deal more than was necessary about your suspicions. Surely you could pretended ignorance.
Oh, I suppose I could have done.
I can't die yet. I'm not ready to
Courage,
die.
Lady Brownlee, courage. And by the way, was I right in assuming that your associates are nihilists?
Of course they are. They're planning to assassinate the Prime Minister during the Jubilee celebration.
Prime Minister, great heavens, Holmes, we've got to get free.
Assuming some miracle happened, we did get free and your former associates were arraigned in court. Would you testify against them?
Oh, of course I would. But what chance is there of that? That devilish car, why doesn't it stop
If it bothers you that much, Lady Brownlee, I'll stop it for you.
Holmes, your hands are free.
Of course they are, my dear fellow. The bandaged wrist I mentioned just now concealed a razor-edged blade. I cut through the ropes almost before our friends had left the room.
Then why did you keep us in the suspense, Mr. Holmes?
I wanted to be quite sure that you'd testify in the forthcoming trial, madam. There we are. That renders sprung the trap that I set for your associates, Lady Brownlee. It's lucky for you that you had a change of heart and prevented you from leaving us.
Oh, Mr. Holmes, how can I ever thank you?
Holmes, you had the place surrounded with police when you came in here.
Of course I did, my dear fellow. Here, let me undo your ropes.
No wonder you were so calm. No wonder you told them so much. You wanted them to show their hands.
Precisely, old fellow. And they obliged me most satisfactorily. They attempted our triple murder. They are self-confessed anarchists, and with the evidence of Lady Brownlee, I'm sure that we can put them where they all belong. Considering it barely noon, I think you'll agree, Watson, that is a very comprehensive morning's work.
Doctor, tell the truth. Were you scared waiting for that time bomb to go off?
Scared, my boy? I was so scared that to this day I can't stand being in the same room with a loud ticking clock. Each tick of the clock seems to speak to me. Seems to say, tick-tock, this is the end. Tick-tock, this is the end. The clock ever speak to you like that?
Well, yes, Doctor. How did you know?
What's the clock say to you?
Tick-tock. Petri took time to bring you good wine. Petri took time to...
You listen to your clock and I'll listen to mine. Gosh, Doctor, can I help it if I like to hear about Petri wine? After all, that Petri family really knows how to make good wine. And it's no wonder. They've been making wine ever since they started the Petri business generations ago, way back in the 1800s. And because the making of Petri wine is a family affair, well, they've been able to hand on down from father to son, the skill and experience of each preceding generation. So naturally, when it comes to turning luscious, sun-ripened grapes into fragrant, delicious wine, well, you just can't beat the Petri family, because Petri took time to bring you good wine. And say, don't forget to take time to the P calendar. It's free. Just write to Petri Wine, P-E-T-R-I, Petri Wine, San Francisco 26, California. San Francisco 26, California. This offer is intended to apply only in those states and other localities where its acceptance is permissible by law and regulation. And now, Dr. Watson, what adventure are you planning to tell us next week?
Well, next week, Mr. Foreman, I'm going to tell you a story of old Vienna. The Vienna of sparkling lights, beautiful women, and lilting music. And of an extraordinary murder that takes place to the accompaniment of a Mozart sonata.
Boy, that sounds like a thriller. I'll see you for sure next week.
Just a minute. Before I go, Mr. Foreman, I want to urge every registered nurse listening in to get all the facts about the Army nurse. The Army needs you, nurses, needs you desperately. They'll make you an officer at once and give you every chance to further your post-war careers. So if you're a registered nurse under 45, call at your local Red Cross chapter and get all the details. Or wire collect to the Surgeon General, U.S. Army, Washington, D.C. And if you can't qualify for the nurses' corps, see if you can't get into essential civilian nursing so that you can release a nurse who does qualify. But do something about it first thing tomorrow. Won't you?
Tonight's Sherlock Holmes adventure is written by Dennis Green and Anthony Boucher and is based on an incident in the Sir Arthur Conan Doyle story, The 5 Orange Pips. Mr. Rathbone appears through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer and Mr. Bruce through the courtesy of Universal Pictures, where they are now starring in the Sherlock Holmes series. The Petri Wine Company of San Francisco, California, invites you to tune in again next week, same time, same station. Meanwhile, don't forget to take advantage of our offer of a free recipe calendar.
Oh, the Petri family took the time to bring you such good wine. So when you eat and when you cook, remember Petri wine.
To make good food taste better, remember...
Petri wine.
This is Bill Foreman saying goodnight for the Petri family. Sherlock Holmes comes to you from our Hollywood studios. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System. This episode from the life of Sherlock Holmes will be transmitted to our men and women overseas by shortwave and through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Basil Rathbone and Nigel Bruce in the new adventures of Sherlock Holmes. The Petri family, the family that took time to bring you good wine, invite you to listen to Dr. Watson tell about another exciting adventure he shared with his old friend, that master detective Sherlock Holmes. And say, I want to ask you about that little present we've got for you. You know, that swell recipe calendar? It's free, of course, and it's really something. It's a 2-year calendar for 1945 and 46, and it's beautifully done in full color. But the best part of it is that it's jammed with recipes and ideas for cooking with Petri wine. Send for your free recipe calendar tonight. Just send your name and address to Petri Wine, Petri, Petri Wine, San Francisco, California. San Francisco 26, California. The requests for this swell calendar have been coming in so fast that you better hurry up and get yours before we get snowed under. Write tonight, and we'll send you your free recipe calendar at once. And now for our weekly visit with the good Dr. Watson. Let's see if he's waiting for us.
Good evening, Mr. Barroom.
Oh, good evening, Doctor. Playing the phonograph, I see.
Yes, my boy. And that particular melody has very potent memories for me. Here, I'll turn the thing off. You haven't come here to listen to a Mozart sonata. You want a story, don't you, young fellow, my lad?
That's right, Doctor.
Well, let's sit down.
All right.
That's better. Now I'll tell you what.
Oh, thank you, Doctor.
Began in Vienna in 1889, many years before the insane house painter named Schicklgruber had converted that gay city into a place of fear and oppression.
And what were you and Sherlock Holmes doing there, Doctor? Just taking a trip?
Mr. Foreman, in those early days of our association, we didn't have the time or the money for just taking trips. No, we were in Vienna because Holmes had been in a highly important investigation. We were staying in a charming little pension and began. We'd finished dinner and had returned to our room. I was busy making some notes on the investigation we'd just concluded, and Holmes was scraping away at his beloved violin.
Confound it. What's wrong? Why can't I get it?
Oh, it sounds very pretty to me.
Pretty, really, old chap. Moniteur. A happy... Oh, sounds like a fiddler at an Irish wake.
Oh, take it easy, Holmes. Take it easy. There's no need to fling the violin down like that.
What's an old chap? Why, with all your other excellent qualities...
What's the piano got to do with it?
In this case, everything. There's a piano in this room, and if you could play it, the Mozart sonata I'm struggling with might have some meaning. Come in. Evening, Fräulein. You wish to see me?
You are Herr Sherlock Holmes.
That is my name.
Then, yeah, I wish to see you.
I'm Leo Uhlenstein. I live here in this pension.
How do you do? This is my friend, Dr. Watson.
How do you do, Herr Doctor?
I'm very glad to meet you, my dear lady.
May I pay my tribute to the brilliance of your piano playing? You have the exact precision of phrasing that Mozart demands.
How do you know of me?
Well, the command performance you gave at the Imperial Court a fortnight ago.
Hey, curious, I knew I'd seen you somewhere before. My friend was just expressing the need of a pianist as you walked in, young lady. Perhaps
I'm
two of you...
I do not play with amateurs.
Amateurs? Well, really?
I do not mean to be rude. It's just that my life is dedicated to my professional career.
I quite understand, Fräulein. And now please tell me, what can I do to help you? I must presume you have come to see me in my capacity.
Jawohl. That is correct, Herr Holmes. Though I realize to a great detective like you, my problem must seem quite trivial. I'm being blackmailed by a man in this pension. He is Sándor Árpády, a Hungarian painter who lives in the studio upstairs.
Sándor Árpády? Yes, I think I've heard of him.
Since 2 months now, ever since he know my secret, he's come to me for money, and today he tell me he must have 250 gulden, or he will go to the police. I have not that much money. Herr Holmes, please to tell me what I shall do.
Just what hold does he have over you?
My brother, Karl, he got into some trouble here, and the police were looking for him, but he ran away to München, as you say, Munich, and Sándor Árpády knew of this. He was a friend of mine, so I thought. When this trouble come on my brother, I turned out to the country, and he turned on me for blackmail. He's a bad man. I wish he was dead.
Most blackmailers are cowards at heart. By the way, does he have any written evidence of your brother's crime?
Yeah, he has his address in Munich. I show Sándor a letter from him when he first go there, and he keep the letter, will not give it back to me.
And if he gave the police your brother's address, they'd arrest him, eh?
They would, of course.
Yes, of course.
Herr Holmes, will you please to tell me what I should do? I cannot go on this way. My music
now,
is...
Now, Fräulein,
simply...
calm yourself. I shall be most happy to help you, and if you will lead the way, we'll see how persuasive we can be with Sándor Árpády.
The studio, Herr Holmes, at the end of the corridor.
I see. Now remember, young lady, you'd better let me do most of the talking.
He must be out.
That is possible.
Locked. I think, bearing in mind Árpády's profession, we'll take the liberty of opening his door.
That doesn't look a very complicated lock to me.
Oh, I think this skeleton key will do the trick.
It's very dangerous, Herr Holmes, if Sándor finds you doing...
No, don't worry about that, Fräulein. We're perfectly capable of taking care of ourselves.
There we are. Close the door behind you, will you, Watson?
Can't see a thing. I'll strike a match.
Gotten him!
Quick, cut, look at him. Slumped over his desk.
Light the gas, will you, Watson?
Right you are, Holmes. There.
Judging from his appearance, Fräulein Uhlenstein, I think Sándor Árpády had other enemies besides yourself. Less scrupulous enemies.
He's been strangled. Look at the finger marks on his throat.
Is he...
Yes. His body is still warm, though. I'm afraid he's dead.
I am glad. He was a bad man. Deserved to die.
Watson, do you notice that the fingers of the killer have broken the skin and drawn blood?
Oh, yes, so they have.
Should we not communicate with the police?
Before we do that, Fräulein, we must see if we can find your brother's letter. Help me move the body, will you, Watson? Lying across an open dispatch box that might contain the document in question.
Right, Joe.
Come on, Buffalo. The painter, the late Mr. Árpády, was an unusually methodical man. Everything filed here in alphabetical order. Here we are. You, Fräulein Leo Uhlenstein. Yeah. And the letter has the Munich put. Will you examine it, please, Fräulein?
Yeah, this is the letter. Herr Holmes, how can I thank you?
There's very little to thank me for. If the blackmailer were still alive, I fear it wouldn't have been so simple a matter. I wonder what other treasures this box contains. Hello.
What is it, Holmes?
Interesting. Extremely interesting. Look at this, old fellow.
Good Lord. Information on the case that we've just been working on.
Certainly, and from the names attached to the document, I think we may assume that the dead man Did not confine his blackmailing to struggling young pianists. He was after big game, too.
Yes, we'd better be careful, Holmes. I don't think that we should go for the police just yet.
No. We'll start by having a little talk with the other residents of this pension. Fräulein, who lives in the room adjoining this one?
I do, Herr Holmes.
And the room across the landing?
Lai Tong-fo, the great Chinese actor, he's performing here in Vienna.
I see. Then I think we'll start by calling on him. Return to your room, Fräulein, and we will let you know later what we found. In the meantime, say nothing to anyone of what has happened.
I will do everything you tell me, Herr Holmes, and please, once again, please let me thank you for what you've done for me.
You know, Holmes, I'm not sure that girl didn't strangle after would have unusual strength in her. And look how unnaturally calm she was when she realized the man was dead.
I disagree with you, old fellow. I think what you refer to as unnatural calmness...
Well, I have a feeling that we should keep an eye on her, just the same.
We will, Watson, we will. And now I suggest we pay a visit across the landing to the distinguished Chinese actor, Mr. Ling Tu-fo.
Yes, please. You wish to see me?
If you could spare us a moment, sir.
But of course, gentlemen. Please to come in.
My name is Sherlock Holmes. This is my colleague, Dr. Watson.
How do you do, sir? How do you do?
I am greatly flattered to meet you. You are not here to see me in your professional capacity, I hope, Mr. Holmes?
Oh, no, not exactly. I just wanted to ask you a few questions.
Please, to ask me anything.
Do you know Shandora Paddy, the painter who lives across the hall?
I know him by sight. We nod to each other on the stairs, nothing more.
I see. Have you been in your room most of the evening, may I ask?
But yes, I have been sitting here quietly for the past weeks of confusion.
No confusion. May I ask, sir, whether you heard any unusual noises this evening? Sounds of a struggle? Or a cry from the direction of Sandor Pardy's room, for instance?
I do not think so. Wait, yes. I think I did hear laced voices in there, and the sound of a cry.
About how long ago was this?
Oh, an hour ago, perhaps more. Is anything wrong? Has trouble come to Shandor?
Sandor? I thought you said you had only a nodding acquaintance with the gentleman.
Yes, Mr. Holmes. Even though I do not know him. Has something happened to him?
I'm afraid so, but I can't tell you any more about it at the moment. Dud? Good evening, sir.
Good evening, gentlemen.
Good evening. That fellow wasn't telling us the truth, you know, Holmes. He seemed to me... Well, where are we going now?
Downstairs to the porter's desk. There's only one entrance to this house, you'll remember. The porter may be able to tell us of any unusual comings and goings in the last hour or two. Come on, old chap, don't dawdle. There's a great deal of work ahead of us.
Herr Holmes, what can I do for you?
How long have you been on duty tonight?
Since 5 o'clock.
Did you notice what people have come in or gone out since then?
No one has gone out.
Ah, splendid. And who came in?
Fräulein Ullenstein came in just after 6,
oh, yes.
And Herr Apperdy, the painter, came in a few minutes later. That is all.
Ah. Who lives in the other ground floor apartments besides Dr. Watson and myself?
There are only 2 other apartments. In the one to the right of the corridor lives Madame Janssen. She's a Swedish lady, a sculptor.
And in the other?
Signora Violetti, the Italian opera singer.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. I'm much obliged to you.
I'm happy to be of service, Herr Holmes.
Where now? Back to our room?
Oh, we'll call on Madame Violetti if she's at home.
It sounds as if she's very much at home.
Sherlock Holmes, that is a friend have come to see me. Bravo! Bravissimo! I have so much wish to make your acquaintance. Sit down.
No, I'm afraid we can only stay for a moment, madam. My friend wanted to ask you a few questions.
Yes, Signora. I just wanted to know...
I know your questions. Oh. You play the violin. I have heard you.
Yes.
You want to know whether the great Valeria will allow you to accompany her in the magnificent soprano aria Allo from Mozart's Il Violetti's answer to your question is si.
Yes, madam. Forgive me, Signora, but if you don't mind... flatter me, but at the moment there are other things on my mind. Signora Violetti, do you know Shandora Paddy?
By his side. That is all. He make eyes at me, but I no pay attention. Do you and the like ungallant.
You haven't seen him this evening?
No. I've been alone, reviewing the score at La Traviata. I am to sing it next week here in Vienna. I hope you will both be present. It would be a great treat for you.
I'm sure it would be, Senora. Now, if you'll excuse us.
Oh, it is sad you must go so soon. But come and sing for your both before you leave Vienna.
Great Scott, what a ghastly woman. She's not your murderess, I'm sure. And now I suppose we'll have to question this sculptress woman. And then we'll talk to everyone in the house.
No, I think before we visit her, we'll examine the dead man's room a little more closely. That black tin dispatch box may hold the key to this mystery.
Idiot! Numbskull! Why didn't I go through these papers thoroughly at first?
They certainly tell an interesting story. Our party had obviously been blackmailing Madame Janssen, the sculptor.
Yes, and also our friend, the Chinese actor, Lai Tung-fo.
Then Lai Tung-fo was lying when he said that he didn't know our party.
Obviously.
By George, 3 of the 4 people living in this house in his power.
Hello.
What's the matter? What have you found?
Footprints in the cigar ash on the carpet. Prints of a small foot, leading us to this closet.
Somebody must have been hiding in there.
Very possibly. Uh-huh. Take a look at these, Watson.
Strands of hair. Long black hair. Where were they?
On a hook in the cupboard. Someone bracing themselves back so as to be out of sight could easily leave such evidence.
I've got it, Holmes, I've got it. The long black hair, the long nails that caused the peculiar mark upon his throat, and the small footprint. It was a woman.
But which one? Fräulein.
Sculptress woman.
Not necessarily. Who else? Not a white hair.
By Jove, the Chinese actress.
Precisely. Come on.
I hope he's still there.
Come on, sir. Come on. Let's go in.
Holmes, look at him. He's praying. His head's in his hands.
Oh, my dear fellow, I'm afraid prayers can do him no good now. He's been strangled. Strangled with his own cue.
Dr. Watson's story will continue in just a second. So I'm going to take that second for a fast question. I know you've probably tasted port wine, but have you ever tasted Petri California port? Have you? Because if you haven't tried Petri port, well, you can just tell yourself right now you don't know how good a port can be. Petri port is rich, red, and hearty. But what you want to know is, how does it taste? The answer to that is short and sweet. The taste is terrific. And say, Petri California Muscatel is on the terrific side, too. Well, has the flavor and fragrance of real, juicy Muscat grape. Both wines are perfect after dinner, or any time you're sitting around talking with your friends. Try them. They're great. They've got to be, because they're Petri. New Sherlock Holmes, where they've become involved in the mysterious strangling of a notorious blackmailer. As we rejoin our story, Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson are cross-questioning another of the suspects, a Swedish sculptress by the name of Madame Janssen.
What do you want with me? Why have you come in here?
Well, we just wanted to ask you a few questions, madam.
You always work in clay?
Yeah, but what's that to you? Do you wish to buy some of my sculpture?
No, but I assure you the question was pertinent.
Tell me who you are and stop wasting my time.
My friend is a private detective, madam.
A detective? Who sent you here?
No one sent me here. I'm conducting an investigation of the murder of Shandor Paddy.
Shandor dead?
Mm-hmm.
Good. I'm glad.
Yes, madam, but we happen to know that you had a motive for killing him. He'd been blackmailing you.
Get out of here! What right have you to come here and question me?
No. Look here, madam. If you know what's good for you, you will answer our question.
And if you know what's good for you, you'll get out of here, both of you.
Come along, Watson.
But Holmes, you can't possibly...
Forgive me, madam, for our intrusion. We've meant no rudeness.
You have been rude. Intolerably rude. Go away.
Holmes, obviously she's the killer.
Rubbish.
But her hair was jet black.
Yes, but it was short hair. The size of her feet anyway. She works in clay. If it had been marble, I might have suspected her.
Upon my soul, Holmes, I wish you'd tell me what you're driving at.
The answer to these killings now, Watson. But I'll have to prove it. I'm afraid I must work without you, old chap. Do you mind waiting for me in our room? No. Wait a minute. That may be dangerous. Wait for me in Signora Violetti's room, if you don't mind. I'll join you there as soon as my work is done. Pretend that you have returned because you were so enchanted with her voice.
Oh, great Scott, Holmes, you can't ask me to be alone with that dreadful woman.
Please do as I say, Watson, and don't question me. There isn't a moment to be lost.
Of course you know that aria, my dear doctor.
No, madam, I'm afraid I don't.
You've not heard of our great Giuseppe Verdi?
Well, I heard of him, of course, but I can't identify his work.
That was from a Rigoletto, you silly man.
Rigoletto?
Your favorite composer. I will sing a song just for you. I will turn the gaslight down.
No, don't do that. Turn the gaslight down.
That will be so much more romantic.
Oh, gracious.
Now, who is your favorite composer?
Well, I don't know that I have any favorite. Wagner's very fine, you know.
Wagner is a hobby like most German composers. But the Violatti can master him.
Oh, Lord, here she goes again.
Come in. Come not to see who it is. Come into the light.
It is I.
Great heavens, the Chinese actor.
I am sorry to make commotion, but as we stand from grave speak with double knowledge.
Oh, you devil! You devil! I kill you once! I kill you once! I kill you again!
Thank you for the confession, Senora Violetti. You can testify to it, Watson. Holmes! No, you don't, Senora. Your nails are too sharp for my liking.
I'll kill you to both of you! I'll kill you!
Watson, catch her!
She's fainted, Holmes.
Fainted, eh? What an undramatic exit for a most dramatic lady.
Well, Holmes, now that you've turned Signora Violetti over to the police, perhaps you tell me what made you certain that she was the murderess.
It was obvious from the beginning that Apari was strangled by someone with long fingernails. When Lai Tung Fo was killed, it ruled him out. Then who was the woman with a motive and long nails?
Best of all, no.
Elementary, my dear fellow. Was the woman Fraulein Uhlenstein? No. Being a concert pianist, her nails were naturally short. The sculptress who worked in clay? Again, no. That would make it impossible for her to mold her delicate figurines. Therefore, Signora Violetti, by the process of elimination, was the only woman with long nails.
But why did she strangle the Chinese actor, too?
Undoubtedly, he witnessed the first killing. The long black hairs in the closet were from his cue. I presume that later he threatened Signora Violetti, and so he himself was strangled.
I still don't understand why she strangled her.
Watson, I think you'll find that he's been blackmailing her, too. Remember, he had documents incriminating everyone in the house except her. I think we may assume she killed him and then removed her own papers from the dispatch box. But I'd no proof, and so, well, I had to frighten her into confession.
So that's why you disguised yourself as Lai Tung Fu?
Yes, I borrowed the robes from his room. It was lucky that the lights were low as I entered. Yes. And it's also fortunate that to the average European, all Chinese look alike. Come in. Fraulein Uhlenstein. Coming in to see you in a few minutes.
I have been waiting so anxiously. Is everything all right?
Well, from your point of view, my dear young lady, yes.
There's nothing more for you to worry about.
All right.
Yeah. I've done very little for you, but if you really feel that you owe me something...
Yeah?
Well, perhaps just this once you wouldn't mind accompanying an amateur?
It would be a pleasure. What did you wish me to play?
A Mozart sonata.
But of course. The roundup from the E flat. You like Mozart, Herr Doctor?
Oh, very much, young lady, very much. In fact, I might say he is my favorite composer. Charming. perfectly charming. I only wish that all our adventures could end so melodiously.
Tonight's Sherlock Holmes adventure is written by Dennis Green and Anthony Boucher and is based on an incident in the Sir Arthur Conan Doyle story, A Case of Identity. Mr. Rathbone appears for the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer and Mr. Bruce for the courtesy of Universal Pictures, where they are now starring in the Sherlock Holmes series. This is Bill Foreman saying goodnight for the Petrie family. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
San Francisco, one of America's 12 great cities, covering 42 square miles with over 800,000 people living between the Pacific and the Bay. A metropolis crowded upon hills, networked by cable cars that link the shore level with the heights, and turn at busy intersections where the force of machinery is replaced by manpower. The cars slide down 45-degree slopes, leaving the western city behind, entering another world, an oriental community, small in area, and long identified with mystery and superstitions. A quaint, colorful tourist mecca with undercurrents of intrigue and violence. San Francisco's Chinatown. On the night of October 10th last, a short distance from the center of Chinatown, on a narrow side street, a young man approached an interior decorating shop owned by a woman named Lisa Marcel.
Hello, Clifford. I expected you sooner. You had no trouble. Darling, I knew you'd get it for me. It's lovely. We should receive a very good price for this. A very good price. By the way, darling, I'm going to Carmel in the morning.
What for?
I have a house to do. An ugly house. But perhaps in Chinese it may get by.
I miss you.
You will, Clifford? That's sweet. Yes, I think in Chinese it'll do very nicely. The living room in deep green, with a white vase on the mantel. White jade, perhaps. I saw one at G.L. Wing's this afternoon. It was lovely.
G.L. Wing's?
Yes. Just behind the counter. White jade. You will take care, darling.
Don't I always?
Will you be back tonight, Clifford?
Yes. I'll be back.
Ladies and gentlemen, you're now entering one of the most unusual sections in America. A small rectangle of only 20 square blocks, each packed with over 1,000 human beings. The most densely populated area in the United States, San Francisco's Chinatown. For the next half hour, you'll be guided through some of the ornate shops, the intricate passageways and hidden chambers of this curious city within a city. Take it easy, folks. Watch your step. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go. And remember, I don't want any of you getting lost in Chinatown, so keep close together. Just stay in one group and there's nothing to worry about.
You have excellent taste, sir. That glass is one of our very best. It is priced at $1,900.
Racket, please.
You wish to take it with you, sir?
Of course.
But,
Is there something wrong?
Oh, no, sir. But my father isn't here tonight, and I'm not able to accept so large a check.
Did I ask you to take a check? Go ahead and wrap it. You were closing anyway.
Take it easy. There's no hurry.
Here, let me help you.
Number, please.
Julogi, awing ganpo, yayan bagi. Proceed Chinatown, wing store, robbery. Watch your step, ladies and gentlemen. Watch your step.
Try one from here, holding the counter.
Right.
Any luck?
Nothing so far. Lots of smudges. Couple of clear prints on the register. Probably the kids.
Well, keep at it.
When were the shots?
Just before 11. He remembers because he was winding his clock.
Who are they?
Live upstairs over the shop. They were here when we arrived.
They called the police?
Molen?
Ask them who did.
You don't know, sir.
Okay, check them for motives. The boy's father?
That's right, Captain.
Give you anything?
Just that he thinks he was robbed, but he's not positive. He's too upset now to check.
Yeah. Get anything on the girl, lady?
Not much. Her name was Betty Chang. She was engaged to the wing kid. They had a date tonight.
Thanks. Costa.
Yes, sir.
Try and find the merchandise inventory. Check it against our list. See what's missing. And Costa.
Yes, Captain.
You were the first squad car here, weren't you?
That's right.
Who called the police?
I can't seem to find out, Captain. They're scared of cops in Chinatown. I figure whoever found them tipped us off and scrammed.
Yeah. Maybe you're right.
That's fine. Now, what time did you leave the shop tonight, Mr. Wing?
I leave 6 o'clock.
And could you tell us whether you...
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, thanks. I'll tell him. Receiving hospital call. Boy died in the ambulance.
Thanks, Eddie. What about the girl?
Still unconscious. Condition critical. She could recover.
Okay. You better tell the old man that his boy died.
Mr. Wing, your boy.
No. Tell him in Chinese.
That's the one you wanted.
Oh, yes, Clifford, it is. It is. It's beautiful, isn't it?
You're the expert.
Was it difficult getting it?
No. No trouble at all.
You seem a little nervous. Would you like some brandy or a cup of hot coffee?
No, I'm just tired, that's all. I think I'd better go home.
Good night, darling. I'll be back just as soon as possible.
Good night, Lisa.
On the lower slopes of Telegraph Hill, a half-mile north of Lisa Marcel's shop, the killer walked up the steps leading to a brownstone apartment building at 1164 Greenwich Avenue. As he came down the hall and entered his flat in the rear of the second floor, he felt a sudden chill. For the first time, his self-control was shattered. Not by conscience or fear, but by a small parasite which had lived in his bloodstream for nearly 7 years. Plasmodium vivax, a germ of malaria.
What do you want?
I heard a crash. It woke me.
Go back to sleep, Mrs. Dryden.
But you broke something.
I'll clean it up.
I don't want the carpet stained.
The carpet's stained, I'll pay for it.
But Clifford...
I rented this apartment because I wanted privacy. I thought you understood that.
Are you sick, Clifford?
Good night, Mrs. Dryden.
Good night.
At 5:45 a.m., October 11th, nearly 7 hours after the police had first been notified of the wing robbery and killing, Captain Howard Brown called a conference in his office.
We haven't got much. When the girl comes to, we may get a description. What about fingerprints?
Nothing. Girl's prints on the phone, but they were smudged.
Get anything from the neighbors?
Most of them heard the shots, but nobody saw the killer.
Costa, how'd your inventory come out?
An expensive jade vase is missing and a couple of smaller pieces, all top-grade merchandise. Looks like robbery, all right.
Don't be too certain. Fred, check the relatives, both kids. These Chinese are strong on family stuff. Maybe somebody didn't want them to get married. Maybe somebody was jealous. Bill, get together with ballistics and see what conclusions they can jump to. Costa, I want you to find out who called the police.
Sure. There are only 350,000 phones in the city and 1 million people who could have used any one of them. It's a cinch. Give me 20 minutes to find the right one, will you, Captain? I want time for a little breakfast, too.
That's all, gentlemen.
After working through the night without rest, the weary men started on their morning assignment.
Well, all I know, Sam, is that we got the call from the operator down on the Chinatown switchboard. Came in at 10:52 p.m.
Okay, thanks, Ruth.
Police Department.
This building at 743 Washington Street houses the largest Chinese telephone exchange outside the Orient. The girl operators, many of whom have inherited their jobs from their mothers and grandmothers, speak 5 Chinese dialects and know the names and numbers of over 2,000 subscribers, most of whom ask for their party by name alone. The day operators had no information on the call from the wing store. Perhaps the girl who was on duty at 10:52 p.m. might remember. Her name, Hazel Fong, 618 Waverly Place. The house at this address was one of the few in the area to have survived the San Francisco earthquake of 1906. Lieutenant Costa just wanted to ask a few questions. Did Hazel Fong remember receiving a call from the wing store last night? Hazel remembered the call well. It had come in just before she went off duty at 11. A girl's voice had said something that sounded like help. Then Hazel heard 2 shots. After that, a man said, "A robbery at Wing Store. Call the police." Did she recognize the voice? No. The voice was not one she knew. He spoke Chinese in a Cantonese dialect.
Do you think you'd recognize that voice if you heard it again?
Yes. Yes, I think I'd know his voice if I heard it again. Of course, I couldn't be positive.
Thank you very much, Miss Fong. You'll hear from us.
I'll be glad to do anything I can. Anything.
48 hours later, Captain Brown thought he had a lead.
All right. We know this much. Our man's Chinese. He speaks with a Cantonese dialect.
How do we know he was the killer?
The operator heard the girl's voice, 2 shots, then this guy's voice. I'll say he did the shooting.
Check.
Let's go on. The medical examiner says the angle of the bullet indicates he's around 5'9" and right-handed. Ballistics shows he used a Colt 38.
The motive was robbery, pure and simple. I checked the families, and they're on very good terms.
Right. Also, he knows Chinese art. Only the finest jade pieces are missing. Anything else?
Not that I can think of.
I'll add one myself. He's no amateur. He's been able to cover up his tracks thoroughly. We're hunting a professional criminal and a smart one. Okay, boys. Now, all we've got to do is find him.
Here was the killer the police sought. Their description was quite accurate. He was 5 feet 9 inches tall, and he was right-handed.
Now repeat this phrase. Would you kindly direct me to the post office? 郵政局喺邊處啊？郵政局喺邊處啊？郵政局喺邊處啊？郵政局喺邊處啊？ Would you kindly direct me to the post office? 郵政局喺邊處啊？ Would you kindly direct me to the post office? 郵政局喺邊處啊？
Captain Brown was also correct in that the suspect spoke Chinese with a Cantonese accent. But the police were wrong in one essential detail. The killer himself was not Chinese.
Would you kindly direct me to the post office? 郵政局喺邊處啊？ Would you kindly direct me to the post office? 郵政局喺邊處啊？
This was something new in disguises. Concealment, not by change of physical appearance, nor of dress, but by learning a foreign language.
Now for the expression, I want some information, please. 想問句話你，想問句話你。
The search for the unknown killer now moved into high gear. Squads of police combed the narrow, twisting streets of Chinatown, using the wing store as the hub of a wheel. Its spokes reaching north and south from Broadway to Sutter, east and west from Kearny to Powell. known criminals were apprehended and questioned. All possible alibis checked and rechecked. Every conceivable tip and lead explored, and dozens of persons were stopped, searched, and taken into custody.
You ain't got no right to.
Suspects were placed in front of a microphone. Hazel Fong, the telephone operator, listened as they repeated,
"A robbery at Wing Store. Call the police." Once more.
One other possible door remained open to the police. One way of identifying the killer. Detective Fred Morgan maintained a constant watch outside Betty Chang's hospital room, hoping she would regain consciousness and give a description of the person who had fired 2 shots into her body during the Wing robbery. A few feet away, Betty's parents, Mr. and Mrs. Lou Chang, kept a different kind of vigil. At 5:15 p.m. on October 14th, their waiting was ended. Now there was no living person who could identify the killer. The door which Morgan had hoped to open was closed by death.
Do you mind if I sit down?
Not at all.
Yes, sir.
Send Morgan and Eddie in.
I wonder if they've got any new animals at the zoo.
Huh?
I promised Jimmy I'd take him there this afternoon.
No?
Just wanted to remind you that Wednesday is my afternoon off.
Don't worry, Custer. I hadn't forgotten.
Good.
In fact, I've already called your wife and told her not to expect you.
You know, that's what I like about you. You're so thoughtful.
Wallace, Captain?
Yeah, sit down.
What's up?
I just got back from Chinatown. They aren't happy down there.
Really?
They think we aren't doing anything.
They could be right.
What's more, they're getting a little tired of being rounded up and questioned.
Well, what are we supposed to do? Dream up the guy? We haven't had one suspect that looks even close.
Maybe we've been going at this thing hind end foremost.
Huh?
We don't know what our man looks like.
Agreed.
But we know he stole a jade vase, and we do know what it looks like.
Oh, manhunt into vase hunt.
Here's a photo Wing made for an art magazine layout.
What about other thefts of antiques?
Yeah, that stuff stolen from the shop out in Seacliff. Maybe we can tie it up.
Could be.
No dice. That bandit was a young Mexican.
Well, there was an expensive gold box lifted on Sutter Street a few days ago.
By a stick-up man with an Italian accent.
No tie up there.
Not unless he has 10 nationalities, including the Chinese. Well, what are you waiting for? A pat on the head?
Well, what do we do with this?
Get a cut made. Run it in every paper in the Bay Area. Ask for any and all information concerning the whereabouts of this base. If that doesn't work, we'll get out special bulletins. But it'll do for now.
Give it a try.
Yeah. You know, sometimes I wonder how you guys get your pants on in the morning without somebody to help you.
Marcel?
Yes, this is she.
Just a moment, please. Carmel is calling.
Oh, yes, operator.
Hello. Miss Marcel? This is Mrs. Langdon, Miss Marcel. I've just had a terrible shock. Yes, the newspaper. You've already seen it? I'm certain it's the same vase.
Well, of course, there is a similarity, but I bought it at auction.
In view of the circumstances, Miss Marcel, I thought I ought to call you before I call the police.
Well, I'd be very happy to call the police for you, Mrs. Langdon. Well, if you insist. Yes. Yes, I guess that would be the smart thing for you to do. Thank you for calling. Goodbye.
Lieutenant Costa.
Lieutenant Costa speaking.
118 Drake Lane. Pick up Lisa Marcel.
Gotcha. 118 Drake Lane. Lisa Marcel. We're on our way.
Welcome home, Lisa.
Clifford, why didn't you tell me what happened at the wing store? Why did you let me find it out in the newspapers?
Well, what's the difference? You've sold the vase, haven't you?
Yes, that's just the trouble. Look, that woman in Carmel has already telephoned the police. They'll be here any minute. I've got to get away from here. I've got to.
You're all packed.
Darling, you must understand. We have to separate. I have to leave. It's dangerous for us to be together.
But why, Lisa? Why must we separate?
The police, if they find me here, they'll arrest me.
What would happen if they did?
Oh, Clifford, what are you driving at? What do you mean?
Oh, I've never seen you like this before, Lisa. You're frightened. You're really frightened.
Why?
I know what would happen if you were arrested, Lisa. You'd tell them about me. Wouldn't you?
No, Clifford, no.
You're quite right, Lisa. You should go away.
Clifford, what are you... Clifford, put that gun down. Darling, you don't know what you're doing.
Eddie, you go through the alley. Right. Miss Marcel! Miss Marcel! Miss Marcel! Miss Marcel!
See anybody? He was still being here.
Yeah.
Lost him. Yeah. Did you get a squint at him?
A quick one. Funny, he didn't look Chinese to me.
Me either. Come on, let's get back to the station and fix that hand.
Yeah, might as well. Thank you, Father.
Schmidt, a 62-year-old rubbish collector, made an interesting discovery in the alley between Drake Place and Waverly.
Yes, Captain.
Send Costa in.
Lieutenant CASTRO, you're wanted in Captain Brown's office.
Where'd you lose that guy last night?
In the alley between Drake Place and Waverly. Why?
This looked familiar?
Yeah. Very.
That's something to start on.
In the garment district, police could get no information, except that the top coat was retailed by several local stores. At one of these, the trail ended. The coat was shown to several clerks in the menswear department. After examining the garment, John Winston, one of the salesmen, remembered selling the coat. But it was a staple item sold for cash, and no record of the customer could be found. Meanwhile, in the police laboratories, ballistics experts carefully analyzed the gun which had been found in the overcoat pocket, dusted the grip and trigger housing for the faintest trace of fingerprints. Technicians reconstructed the serial number, which had been filed away, studied the mark of the barrel striations on the bullet, which had been taken from the body of Lisa Marcel. Upon comparison, the results proved conclusively that the weapon which had killed her had also been used for the murder of Joe Wing and Betty Chang. Detective Morgan was able to trace the gun to a pawn shop, from which it had been stolen nearly 6 months earlier.
All right, so the gun was stolen. And the coats led us up a blind alley. What are we supposed to do now? Who's got a match? Well, what's our next move?
Maybe we should put an ad in the Gazette. You know, found, one top coat, slightly worn. Killer who left same in Chinatown incinerator can claim same. San Francisco police.
Very funny. I suppose you guys think the coat chapter is ended. Well, most coats go to the cleaner once in a while, I think. It's a long shot, Costa. But the only thing you've got to do now is to find out which pants presser put his tag in there.
Me? I thought this was my afternoon off. You know, the one you owe me.
Turn up the killer by noon, and I'll take it under consideration.
Lieutenant Costa began by checking manufacturers of cleaning tabs similar to the one found in the overcoat lining. At the Northern California Tag Company, 2011 Bayshore Highway in the industrial section of South San Francisco, the assistant sales manager recognized the tab as one of their own make. At Costa's request, he referred to the company files and secured a list of the 43 cleaning establishments in the Bay Area who had purchased this kind of tab during the preceding 18 months. Costa carefully noted the names and addresses of the 43 dry cleaners and made himself an itinerary which during the next 2 days took him from the waterfront district along the Embarcadero all the way to Chinatown. By the time he had passed the intersection of Grant Avenue and California Street, he had checked 23 cleaners and dyers off his list. Number 24 was the quality cleaners on Grant Avenue. They, however, used marking ink of a different color from that on the tab which Costa showed them. Number 25 was Sam Chang's Laundry and Cleaning, a block and a half north. Sam Chang marked his tags with a Chinese symbol. So the search continued. Late in the afternoon, Costa reached number 34, a small dry cleaning shop owned by a Scotsman named James McIntosh.
Aye, that's my tab.
Then you recognize the coat.
I didn't say that.
Well, you must have some idea who it belongs to.
Well, I didn't say I do, and then again I didn't say I don't. I do. Well, it belongs to a young fella. Dark, kind of thin, but I didn't know his name. He's cash and carry.
Any idea where he lives?
I'm not sure. Could be around the corner on Greenwich Avenue. I think I seen him coming out of Mrs. Dryden's.
How do I get there?
Second house up from the corner.
Thank you.
He seems a nice lad. Has he been up to some mischief?
Yeah, you might call it that.
If you care to leave the coat, I'll be glad to give it to Clifford when he comes in.
I'd rather wait for him if you don't mind, Mrs. Radden.
You're sure he's expecting you?
I'm pretty sure.
Very well. He should be here in a few minutes. Won't you sit down?
No, thank you. Quite a place.
Oh, yes. Clifford did the decorating himself. He has excellent taste for a young man.
Seems to be a record collector.
I suppose so. Oh, Clifford wouldn't like you to handle those. He's very fussy about his things.
I'll bet he is.
Well, really, I don't think I should allow you to. Young man, I think you'd best leave. I shouldn't like to have to call the police.
Well, what's this?
I'm sure I don't know.
Would you kindly direct me to the post office? Yao Jengu Kaibin
Why, that's Clifford's voice.
Would you kindly direct me to the post office? Yao Jengu Kaibin Xia.
So Clifford likes to study languages. May I use your telephone?
Why, yes, the one in the hall.
Thank you.
Police department.
Hello, get me Captain Brown, please.
Captain Brown.
Hello, Brown. Costa. Well, you phony old hunch player, your long shot came in. Yeah, 1164 Greenwich Avenue.
Well, what do you know?
Yes, Captain.
Dispatch some cars, better make them civilian sedans, to 1164 Greenwich Avenue right away. And snap it up, will you? I'm late for dinner already.
R97, a holdup in progress at 1223 Market.
The killer, realizing that the police had staked out the Greenwich Avenue apartment, decided to make a change of address.
I'd like a room.
Yes, sir. Have very fine room. Come, I show you.
Is this door locked?
Yes. Oh, yes.
I'll keep this. Good night. I want to sleep.
Okay, boss. Okay.
I like this place. Here. Here's a week in advance.
Thank you. You like this place very much.
Working on their first tangible discovery, the wire recording.
All right, Miss Pong, see if you recognize this voice.
Would you kindly direct me to the post office? Yao Jengu Kaibin Shia. Would you kindly direct me to the post office? Yao Jengu Kaibin Shia.
Yes, that's the man. I'm almost positive.
Yes?
Send Morgan and Eddie in. We're going into the recording business.
The recording of the killer's voice was shipped to a record manufacturer in Southern California. Here, the wire was cut, transcribed, and pressed into the wax grooves of several hundred records. A few hours later, the pressings were ready to be air expressed back to Captain Brown's office in San Francisco.
Do you know this man? His name is Clifford Ward, but he may be using an alias. He's about 28, 5 feet 9 inches tall, slender, dark brown hair and eyes. He speaks several languages. Have you heard his voice? Listen.
I want some information, please. Shungman Gaiwane. Shungman Gaiwane.
If you recognize this voice or know a man answering this description, please call the San Francisco police at once.
The records were distributed to a special police detail, who in turn were instructed to distribute them to all persons who might conceivably come in contact with the suspect and recognize his description and voice.
Do you know this man?
Among the groups who listened and tried to identify the voice were telephone girls on all exchanges.
He's about 28.
Waitresses at drive-ins and cafes, bartenders, hostesses, and other restaurant employees.
He speaks several languages. Have you heard his voice? Listen.
I want some information, please. Shungman Gaiwane. Shungman Gaiwane.
Bus operators, cable and streetcar conductors, and taxi drivers all over the Bay Area.
Please call the San Francisco police at once.
Meanwhile, a 24-hour guard was placed outside the apartment building in which the killer had lived at 1164 Greenwich Avenue, on the off chance that he might return for some of his property.
Hey, where do you think you're going?
Delivering a wire.
Yeah? What's it for?
This is Emily Dryden, 1164 Greenwich Avenue.
You want to sign for it?
Go ahead, Swiss, on your right.
Who is it?
Telegram.
One moment, please. Yes? Clifford.
Come out here.
What do you want?
Come out here. Open it.
Oh, I haven't the keys with me.
Open it.
Go ahead. Sit down.
Why did you come back here, Clifford?
This is my home. You always said to think of it as my home. Sit down. That's better. Now tell me, how do the police know I live here?
I'm not sure. Something about your coat.
Did you call them?
No.
How much do they know about me?
What do you mean?
You gave them a description.
No, not exactly.
And after I leave, you won't tell them I was here.
Oh, no, of course not, Clifford. What are you going to do, Clifford? Clifford!
Shut up!
Oh.
Oh, did you find her all right? Yeah, business is good. She gave me a return wire. Bad news, you figure? Maybe. You never know.
You heard me, gentlemen. 1 big week. 7 days, the commissioner said. If we haven't got Clifford Ward behind bars in that time, we can all look forward to an early retirement from public life.
Today was the day I planned to take my kid to the aquarium.
Tough.
Familiar faces? They say we were all fish at one time or another. The same way we were monkeys. Haven't made much progress, have we?
No, we haven't.
Is he usually late?
Who?
Well, whoever it is you're waiting for. I mean, isn't he usually on time?
Please, I'd rather...
I know of a wonderful little place for dinner.
Thank you, but I'm waiting for someone.
It isn't your husband. No, ring.
Do you know if there's a telephone here?
Must you call him?
Yes, I have to.
Not if you don't want to.
I'm sorry, but...
I'm sure you must be a stranger in San Francisco. Who'd know if you went out with another stranger? What harm could it do?
None, I suppose.
We could have dinner and a ride in a cable car. I'll bring you home whenever you like.
Well, I don't usually... Oh, you understand.
I understand, but this is an exception.
It would be, if I went with you.
Well,
All right. I don't like fish anyway.
While the police searched desperately for the killer, he was taking his companion sightseeing on a cable car. They ate lobster at Fisherman's Wharf, visited Golden Gate, the Museum of Art, and at the Palace of the Legion of Honor studied Rodin's classic statue of the thinker. In 5 hours, hundreds of people saw him and the girl, spoke to them and served them food without the slightest thought that here was the man the police were seeking.
this place.
Temporarily.
I think I better go home.
Oh, have a drink first.
All right. At least it's local color.
Well, here we are.
This isn't exactly what I'd call the artistic section of San Francisco.
Not exactly.
I like the last place we were. Let's go back there.
Well, we can go back there later.
I don't understand you. Aquariums, art museums, nice little candlelit bars. And then this. You're very inconsistent. Very inconsistent.
Not when you know me bad.
Be careful, you spilled my drink.
I'm sorry. I'll make you another one.
Oh, don't bother. I really should go.
It's no bother.
You're a very paradoxical young man. I've decided that.
Have you?
What's the matter? You all right? You can't handle your liquor very well, can you?
It's not the liquor.
What's wrong with you then?
I'll be all right in a moment.
I better call a doctor.
No.
But you're sick.
Just leave me alone.
Please let me call a doctor.
Would you please go?
Well, I'm only trying to...
Get out.
Stricken again by a severe attack of malaria, the killer began a frantic search for the missing bottle of Paladrin capsule.
I'm sorry. I can't sell you Paladrin without a prescription.
But I've just had an attack. I may have another.
Well, don't you know a doctor?
There isn't time.
If I can let you have a little quinine.
Yes, but that's no help.
No Paladrin without a prescription.
If I have my doctor call you, would you take care of me?
Yeah, I guess that'd be all right.
What's your number?
Tell him to ask for the Greer Pharmacy on the Chinatown Exchange.
Number, please.
Could be the Greer Pharmacy, please.
What number, sir?
I don't know the number. The Greer Pharmacy.
Yes, sir.
Hurry, please.
Call Captain Brown, Police Department. What's the matter, Hazel? Tell him I think Clifford Ward's in a phone booth on the corner of Grant and Sacramento. Gotcha.
Greer Pharmacy.
This is Dr. A.C. Deaver. A patient of mine was just in your store asking for Paladrin. Would you accept this call as an authorization for a prescription?
Yes. And the dosage? 20 Paladrin, 1 1/2 grain, as directed. Is in his name, Doctor?
Dunn. Thomas Dunn. He'll be right in to pick it up. Thank you.
At the corner of Grant and Sacramento, Captain. Wait a minute. Hazel wants to talk to you.
I'm not positive, Captain. He said he was a doctor. Yes, Greer Pharmacy. Dr. A.C. Deaver. And he was ordering some drug for a patient named Thomas Dunn. I hope I'm right, Captain.
Thank you.
Yes?
Send the nearest patrol car to the corner of Sacramento and Grant. It may be Clifford Ward. All cars have a complete description.
Yes, sir.
And get a car for me.
Car 9, proceed Sacramento and Grant. It may be Clifford Ward.
It's all ready for you. Mr. Dunn, are you all right? I think you better take some of this right away. I'll get you some water. Mr. Dunn, here's your... Mr. Dunn. cover the back door. Come on.
The police were already too late. Clifford Ward had slipped away in the gathering crowd. But this had been very close. The druggist still had a complete mental picture of the customer who had so urgently needed Paladrin and had so quickly departed. Yes, he was dark. Dark hair, dark eyes, about 5'9". A nice-looking boy, exactly Mrs. Dryden's description of her missing tenant. Hazel Fong had been right.
Come in.
Dr. Deaver never heard of him, and he doesn't remember ever treating anyone who looks like him.
Our boy must have pulled the name right out of the phone book. He needed that stuff. They only use it in severe cases.
So he's had an attack of malaria. What good'll that do us? He'll get well. Guys like him always do.
But not for a couple of days. He'll stay put that long, but maybe that'll be long enough.
For what?
For us. I've been checking with the medics. The way he was feeling, he couldn't have walked more than 2 blocks to the drugstore and back to wherever he started from.
Well, that narrows it down.
Right down to this. You know what he looks like. You've heard his voice. You know where he is within a couple of blocks, where he'll be for the next 12 to 24 hours. You've only been given 4 or 5 buildings apiece, but don't let that make you think it's going to be easy. There may be as many as a couple of 100 people in any one of them. You'll be making the rounds as census takers. You've got identification to prove it. Ward may be living alone. He may be living with Chinese. He may be hiding somewhere. We don't know. If you find him, don't try to take him yourself. Anybody. He's sick, but he's a killer. So report. Well, that's it. Oh, one thing more. If you don't get an answer someplace, keep pounding on the door. Do something to make them open up. If you still can't rouse anybody, make a note of the address and we'll go back. Well, you've got 24 hours.
Captain Brown's census takers covered each block, building by building. Each building, door by door. In one of these places, a killer was hiding. The special detail moved carefully through the streets of Chinatown, listening to every voice, asking questions over and over until it was early evening, and policewoman Martha Anderson approached the right door.
Thank you. Is there anybody in here?
Maybe yes, maybe no.
Thanks. Anybody home? It's the United States Census taker. Good afternoon.
What do you want?
A few questions for the census.
Make it short.
I'll do my best. Your name?
Carl Wilcox.
You live alone? Age?
28.
Single? Occupation?
Unemployed.
I guess that's all. Thanks. Sorry to have disturbed you. There's another room. I almost missed it. I don't want San Francisco to lose population on account of me.
Who's there?
I'm the census taker. I'd like to ask a few questions. How many people live here?
Shortly before midnight, while Clifford Ward slept, a police dragnet was set in motion by the report of policewoman Martha Anderson. Methodically, Captain Brown's forces began to surround the rooming house in the heart of Chinatown.
5 minutes.
He's on the rope. Take care of Fred.
Well, come on. See anybody?
No, sir.
He must still be up here. Right. I'll take the far side. Let's get out. let's go. You know, Custer?
Yeah?
You don't have to come in until noon tomorrow.
Fine.
Unless something important comes up.
A few minutes past midnight on November 3rd, 20 days after the killer had entered a Chinatown shop, the San Francisco police ended the case of Clifford Ward.
Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell.
Morning, Commissioner.
Steve?
You know, this better be important. There's a certain redhead who was just dying to go for a long ride in the country today. Now I can't even give her a chance to walk back.
This is important, Steve. Ever hear of the Triangle Airline?
No.
It's an American charter outfit owned by a man named Kovac. They fly cargo across the northern part of South America, from Ecuador to Brazil. The last 10 days, 3 of their planes have disappeared over the jungles, vanished without a trace. Pilots haven't been heard from since.
So a private airline's in trouble. Since when have we been pulling chestnuts out of the fire for outfits like that?
Ordinarily, we wouldn't be interested, but the circumstances accompanying the disappearance of these cargo planes makes it our concern.
What circumstances?
Well, I don't quite know how to tell you, Steve.
Oh, now let's not be bashful, Commissioner. What do you mean?
Flying saucers.
What did you say?
You heard me, flying saucers.
Commissioner, I'm a pretty patient guy. But if you think I'm going down to South America and start looking for flying saucers...
That's just what you are going to do, Steve, and your plane leaves in an hour.
Now, look, don't tell me you're going to give me a Buck Rogers ray gun to shoot 'em down with.
This is no joke, Steve. Look, I don't care whether it's flying saucers or flying dishpans. That area is too close to the Panama Canal for comfort. You'll be met in Ecuador by a man named Drake, the chief pilot of the airlines. He'll fill you in on the background. Well, that's it. You've got your assignment. Good luck.
The National Broadcasting Company is proud to present Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell, colorful, two-fisted government agent. At all those places of the world where danger and intrigue walk hand in hand, there you will find Steve Mitchell on another Dangerous Assignment.
Well, this assignment really takes the cake. I've had my share of screw-loose jobs, but flying saucers yet. It's Wednesday night when I get to Ecuador. Drake, the chief pilot of Triangle Airlines, is waiting for me at the airport. He bustles me into the co-pilot seat of one of their cargo ships, and we take off and head east.
It's about a 2-hour hop to Santa Rosa, Mitchell. You should be there about midnight.
What's at Santa Rosa?
One of our fields. Kovac, the owner, is waiting there for you.
You do most of your flying at night around here, Drake, huh?
All of it.
Less turbulence over these mountains.
You a flyer, too?
Oh, now and then.
Too bad you're not looking for a job. If this monkey business keeps up, I'm going to be fresh out of pilots.
Just what has been going on?
You tell me. It's happened 3 times now. Radio flash from the pilot about seeing flying saucers. Then the radio goes dead, and the plane's never heard of again.
You searched the jungle near the route for the planes?
From the air. The country's too rugged for a ground search.
Hey, what was that?
Mitchell, look outside. All those lights.
Yeah. Hey, they look like rings or discs swirling around.
They're right alongside of us.
I'm going to go back aft in the plane. Maybe I can get a better look at them.
Mitchell!
Drake, what is it? What's the matter? Drake! But Drake just grabs at his chest and slumps over. The plane starts into a dive. I jump back into my seat and try to level it out. I remember noticing Drake had been flying a heading of 95 degrees, so I hold it there. By the time I can look outside again, the whirling things are gone. I reach for the radio. T3 calling Santa Rosa Tower. T3 calling Santa Rosa Tower. Over.
Santa Rosa Tower to T3. Go ahead.
T3 to Santa Rosa. This is Steve Mitchell. Keep in touch with me. I've got to bring this bucket of bolts in, and I don't know anything about the route or the field. Over.
Santa Rosa to T3. What happened to Drake, Mitchell? Over.
I'll tell you about it when I get there. And right now, that's what concerns me. Over.
Stay on 95 degrees. If you're on schedule, you'll be over the field in an hour. Your course follows a valley. You'll know it if you get off it all right. There's a high mountain range on each side. Over.
Thanks a lot for the pleasant thought. I'll see you in about an hour. I hope. Over and out. So, for the next hour, I nurse a strange plane between two mountain ranges I can't see on a night black enough to play post office. All the while I'm trying to convince myself I didn't see what I know I did. Drake is still unconscious, but he stirs a little now and then. Finally, I pick out the lights of Santa Rosa Airfield and manage to bring the ship in okay.
Mitchell?
Yeah?
I'm George, Kovac's nephew.
Yeah?
I was talking to you on the radio.
Oh.
Sure glad you made it okay.
You're glad. Come on, give me a hand with Drake here.
Okay. Hey, he's coming out of it. Drake.
What? Oh, my chest.
What happened to you, Drake?
I don't know. Right after we saw those things, I suddenly felt like I'd been kicked in the chest by a mule. That's all I can remember.
But there's not a mark on you.
Yeah, great. Flying saucers aren't enough. Now we've got invisible rays.
Well, why didn't it hit you too, Mitchell?
I don't know. Wait. I just started aft when it happened.
Guess it's a good thing for you did.
Yeah. Come on, Joyce. We'll get Drake taken care of, and then we'll talk to your uncle.
Mr. Mitchell, your description of what you saw during your flight tallies with those the missing pilots radioed in. I tell you frankly, I'm on the ragged edge with this airline. I've lost 3 planes. One more and I'm ruined.
Isn't your line insured, Mr. Kovac?
Why, yes, but this is more than money. It's a matter of prestige.
Look, Uncle Emil, if you'd taken my advice a month ago when the Van Horn Exporting Company wanted to buy you out...
George, for the last time, I'll not tolerate any advice from you as to how to run my affairs.
Sure, you stick your nose in all my affairs, but I'm not supposed to open my mouth where yours are concerned.
If you don't keep a civil tongue in your head...
Look, gentlemen, I don't want to stir up a hornet's nest between you, but what is this Van Horn Exporting Company?
They ship crates of carved wooden statues regularly on our planes. Our largest customer, as a matter of fact. About 2 months ago, they approached me with a substantial offer to buy the line. But just before the trouble started, they notified me that they were withdrawing their offer. Bad business conditions, they said.
Any particular reason why business should be bad?
Oh, there have been rumors about some mysterious revolutionary party organizing lately. That sort of thing always has a bad effect on business in these countries.
I see.
Mitchell, what'll be your first step?
Well, I think I'll pay a visit to the Van Horn Exporting Company in the morning.
Why? You certainly don't think they're involved in this flying saucer deal, do you?
Look, when you don't know where to start, one place is as good as another. Besides, I'm sure the Van Horn Company is a lot closer than Mars.
Yes, sir?
This the office of the Van Horn Exporting Company?
Yes, it is.
Well, I'd like to talk to the boss. Is he around?
Yes, I'm the boss, as you call it.
Huh? You?
I'm Herta Van Horn.
Oh, well, looks like the company is in good hands.
Thank you. What can I do for you, Mr.?
Mitchell. Steve Mitchell. Your company ships cargo pretty regularly with the Triangle Airlines.
I have been, but if their present trouble continues, I think I will have to make other arrangements. You're down here to investigate that trouble, aren't you?
I don't remember telling you that.
One picks up things here and there.
Yeah, I guess one does. A couple of months ago, you offered to buy the airline, didn't you?
Yes, I did. But that was before the trouble started. Naturally, I'm not interested now.
Well, according to my information, you withdrew your offer just before the trouble started.
I see that you too pick up things here and there. Yes, I began to hear rumors about the formation of a revolutionary party. I decided it would be unwise to make a large investment under those conditions.
I see. You know, that's the second time I've heard this rumor about a revolutionary party.
Oh? What about it?
Oh, nothing. Except it seems like a pretty convenient time to start that rumor circulating.
I don't know what you're trying to prove, Steve, but I wish you luck.
Thanks, Herta. Maybe meeting you has been luck.
One never knows. I expect I will see you again.
You expect right, Herta. And soon.
Hi, Mitchell. George told me I'd find you here in the office.
Yeah. Come on in, Drake. How are you feeling today?
Well, a lot better, thanks. My chest still hurts a little. I'd sure give a lot to know what hit me last night.
So would I.
Doing some paperwork this morning?
Yeah. I've been checking cargo invoices and radio logs. I've discovered a couple of pretty interesting things.
Huh? What?
Look, each time a plane has disappeared, it's been carrying a shipment from the Van Horn Company.
Well, what does that prove?
I don't know yet. Take a look at this copy of the invoice.
Well, what about it?
How many Van Horn crates are listed there?
Let's see, 6.
Yeah, but isn't that number a little smudged on this copy?
Yeah, it looks like it.
Who handles these invoices on this end?
Well, sometimes Kovac and sometimes George.
How big are those Van Horn crates?
5, 6 feet long. Now, what are you getting at, Mitchell?
I'm not sure yet, but here's something else. According to the radio logs, in each case, the pilot reported sighting the flying saucers about 20 minutes after takeoff.
So?
Now, take a look at this map. 20 minutes out at the course and speed your planes fly should put them right near this mountain.
Yeah, Mount San Anselmo. Look, what are you getting at?
Well, suppose those flying saucers came from the ground, Drake. You know...
You tell me you're going into those jungles.
Sure. You know anyone who could guide me?
Seems to me one of those mechanics has a brother named Pavlo, some sort of a guide, I think. Mitchell, you ought to think this over before you go in.
I have thought it over. Now see if you can round up that guide, will you? I'd like to get started as soon as possible. How far you figure we've come since we left the Jeep, Pablo?
Well, at least 10 miles, senor.
Well, we ought to be getting close to the spot, then. Brother, this jungle is thick. This is the only trail through it, huh?
Si.
I can believe it.
Senor, watch out!
Huh? Why the flying tackle?
Look, senor. Huh? Look there in the trail in front of you.
I don't see anything.
Quiet. Look more closely. Hidden by the underbrush on the ground.
Yeah, I see it now. A rope noose spread over the trail.
See, and over there, senor. See the tree which is bent almost double?
Another step and we'd have been dangling from that tree like 2 apples. Come on, let's spring that trap, quick.
Pues, senor, you...
Look, someone's obviously hiding around here, waiting to catch us dangling from that rope. Let's make him think he succeeded. Here's a dead branch beside the trail. Give me a hand with it.
See.
Got it?
See.
Okay. Stop here.
The trigger is probably under that little pile of leaves, senor.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Okay, we'll toss this branch on top of it and see what happens. You ready?
See.
Let her go. Look at that. The rope jerked that branch right up in the air. Now get down here beside the trail.
Senor, I hear something.
Yeah, so do I. Somebody coming through the underbrush. Okay. Let him get right on top of us, then we'll jump him. Now. Watch it, Pablo. He's got a gun.
Yeah, but I have a machete.
No, hold it. Oh, great.
Did I did something wrong, senor?
No. He'd have done the same to us if we'd given him a chance. But I wanted to get some information from him.
I will take a look. There is nothing in his pocket, senor, except this scrap of paper.
Let me see it.
See, here you are.
La Posada, 8 o'clock. What's La Posada mean?
That's the name of a bar in Santa Rosa.
Sounds like he had a date. Okay, I'll keep the date for him. Maybe I can find out who's been going all out to kill me.
You are listening to Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy in the role of Steve Mitchell.
A few minutes before 8 that night, I'm waiting in the shadows across the street from La Posada Bar. A car pulls up in front. Herta Van Horn is driving. A guy starts to get out, but Herta pulls him back for a minute. There's a long kiss, and he gets out and heads for the bar. Herta pulls away. As he opens the door, the light silhouettes him. It's Kovac's nephew, George. I wait for a few minutes, and then I saunter in after him. Hello, George.
Oh, hi, Mitchell.
Are you surprised to see me?
Should I be?
I don't know. You waiting for somebody, George?
Waiting for a drink right now.
This a favorite hangout of yours?
It's the only decent bar in Santa Rosa.
Mm-hmm.
Look, what's with the third degree, Mitchell?
Oh, nothing in particular. Just curious.
Everybody stay right where you are and keep your hands inside.
Hey, look at all the soldiers. What's the deal?
Search me.
You're under arrest, all of you. Everyone in this bar is under arrest.
Arrest? Hey, look, who are you?
Lieutenant Gonzalez of the military.
Arrest for what?
Look, Lieutenant. It will do you no good to argue. You will come quietly or be shot.
Hey, what's going on around this joint?
Oh, Drake. Well, looks like I'm about to get pinched.
What's the bait?
You know this man, Senor Drake?
Oh, I certainly do, Lieutenant. Steve Mitchell. He's down here investigating the trouble we've been having on the airline.
You better take a look at my credentials, Lieutenant. Here.
I see. I'm sorry to have disturbed you, Senor Mitchell, but with the situation what it is, we cannot take chances.
What situation?
We have information that this bar is the headquarters for a revolutionary party. That is why we raided the place.
You sure there's more to this revolutionary party than a rumor?
Do you think that the military would act on a mere rumor?
Maybe, if the rumor was convincing enough. Well, I'll see you around, Lieutenant. And Drake, thanks for the assist. Morning, Hertha.
Good morning, Steve. What can I do for you?
I'd like to take a look at your shipping invoices for the last couple of weeks, okay?
Yes, of course. Here you are.
Thanks. Yeah, here's the one I want. Now, this shipment was on the last plane that disappeared.
What about it?
This invoice shows 5 crates shipped, but the copy they have at the airfield shows 6.
Well, there must have been a mistake then.
Yeah. Right now, I'm wondering who made it.
Steve, I don't know what you're trying to prove, but I'm beginning to resent your inferences.
Sorry, I didn't know they were showing, Hertha. I guess George was right when he said your company couldn't possibly have anything to do with the trouble the line is having.
George?
Yeah, Kovac's nephew.
Oh, well, it was very nice of the man to come to my rescue when I hardly know him.
You hardly know George, huh?
Well, just to speak to on the street.
I see. Well, I better be getting back to the field.
I'm sorry I cannot help you, Steve.
Thanks, Hertha. Maybe you have.
Oh, Mitchell.
Why, hello, Mr. Kovac. On your way to see Hertha?
No, looking for you. Have you found out anything at all about these flying saucers and what's behind this thing?
Mr. Kovac, so far I've been just grabbing at handfuls of smoke here and there. But there's enough smoke to mean fire somewhere. You've got a plane going tonight, haven't you?
Yes.
Is there a Van Horn shipment aboard?
That's right.
How many crates?
Why, 5, I believe.
Okay. Just one thing more. Do you have a small plane I could use?
Well, there's a 4-place cabin job at the field.
That's perfect.
Mitchell, what are you going to do?
I'd like you and George to be at the control tower when your cargo plane takes off tonight, Mr. Kovac. I'll tell you what I'm going to do then. That night I wait in the shadows near the airfield. I spot the plane T-5 loaded and ready. The pilot is in the shack getting his weather report. I slip quietly aboard. The invoice had said 5 Van Horn crates, but I can count 6 of them, all about 6 feet long. I put my ear to the top crate, and I hear what I expect to hear. Then I freeze. Footsteps outside. There's a faint scrape of metal under the belly of the plane. The steps fade away. I get out, crawl under. I take a long look, and a lot of things suddenly fall into place. I head for the control tower. George, Kovac, and Drake are there.
T5 to Santa Rosa Tower, ready to go.
Santa Rosa Tower to T5, go ahead. Wind 15 at 30 degrees.
Well, Mitchell, now perhaps you'll tell me why you wanted George and myself to be here tonight.
Sure. I want to take you for a ride in your plane.
A ride? Where?
We're going to follow the plane that's just taking off.
What? Now, Mitchell.
What's the matter, Kovac? Doesn't the idea appeal to you?
Well, I'd rather not go, Mitchell. I don't like this idea.
Afraid of what you might see, huh, Kovac?
Of course not.
How about you, George?
Why, I don't know what you're getting at, Mitchell, but it sounds like a lot of nonsense to me.
Drake, you want to go along just for the ride?
Sure. Except I'm not anxious to get hit again by one of those things that hit me the other night.
I think we'll be safe enough. Get the plane warmed up for me, will you? I'll be with you as soon as I make a telephone call.
Aren't you going to radio the pilot that we're following him, Mitchell?
No. You and George just sit back there and keep your eyes on that plane.
I don't see what you're trying to prove, Mitchell.
I think you will in a minute, George. How long since takeoff, Drake?
Oh, about 19, 20 minutes. Want me to take over the controls?
No, thanks.
Mitchell, look at that plane below, all around it.
Circles of whirling light. Mitchell, the flying saucers.
Relax.
T5 to Santa Rosa. T5 to Santa Rosa. It's all around me. Flashing lights and whirling things. Must be the flying saucers.
That was the pilot reporting back. Flying saucers.
Wait a minute. They seem to be coming from the plane itself.
They are. From underneath the plane.
What?
Yeah, from a bracket attached to the belly. They're not flying saucers. They're just a glorified collection of fireworks.
Fireworks? Hey, wait. That plane's turning left.
But how can it fly at all? Something's happened to the pilot. He's the only one aboard.
No, there's another guy aboard. He's probably doing the flying now.
Where'd he come from?
He climbed out of a crate.
Hey, the plane is heading right for that mountain. It's climbing.
We'll climb with it.
Mitchell, what's behind all this?
I don't know. Right now, I'm more interested in who's behind it. Kovac, you said you were pretty heavily insured, didn't you?
Why, yes. What's that got to do with it?
Did you inspect the cargo plane before it took off?
I always do.
You could have attached the fireworks to that bracket under the belly when you made your inspection, couldn't you?
Are you insane? Why would I do a thing like that? Why, George here looked over the plane after I did.
That's interesting. And George usually handles the invoices. He could have altered the number of crates on them.
Look, Mitchell.
Hey, we're right over the mountain now. And that plane is starting to lose altitude. Tell me, George, why did Herta Van Horn lie about the two of you?
Keep your mouth shut, Mitchell.
She said she barely knew you, but when I saw the two of you in our car outside La Posada Bar, your acquaintance seemed to be more than a nodding one.
George, have you been seeing that woman again? I distinctly told you I would not tolerate...
Okay, so it's out in the open now. Sure, I've been seeing her, and I intend to keep it up. I can't help it if you don't like her. I do.
We'll discuss this later, George.
Hey, look down there. Some faint lights.
What? There's nothing but jungle there.
Look again. That's a camouflage landing strip, and the cargo plane is landing.
So that's what's been happening to my planes.
What mountain is that we just came over?
El Diablo.
And the landing strip is right behind. Okay, we've seen enough. I'll radio back a report.
Hand me that microphone, Mitchell.
Drake!
Look out, he's got a gun.
I said hand me that microphone.
Okay, Drake. You know, I kind of got to figuring it was you. As chief pilot, you were in a good spot to alter the invoices and get your stooges aboard the plane in crates.
But why?
Tune the radio to 4150 kilocycles, Mitchell.
Okay. Yeah, you were the only one who knew I was going into the jungle, too, Drake. You arranged a little booby trap for me. You're also a good actor, faking that collapse you pulled on me in the plane.
Shut up and keep tuning.
Okay, you're on 4150 now.
This is Drake. This is Drake. Leave the lights on. We're coming in behind the cargo plane. Stand by to receive some uninvited guests. Okay, Mitchell, go down and land. The first time you try anything smart, you'll get your head blown off.
I set the plane down on the strip. The landing lights flick off, and half a dozen rugged-looking gents swarm out to meet us. Drake huddles with them for a few minutes, and then they haul Kovac, George, and me into a log hut hidden under the trees. They toss us in there and bolt the door. But the door has an inside bolt, too. We shoot it in place. We can't get out, but now they can't get in.
Mitchell! Open the door, Mitchell! Okay, smart boy. You'll come out running when it gets light.
The hours crawl by. We sit and wait and sweat.
What time is it now, Mitchell?
5 a.m.
I can't stand this waiting. What good did it do us to bolt the door from the inside? We can't stay in here forever.
I'm playing for time. I've still got an ace up my sleeve, but we've got to stay alive until dawn to find out if it's any good.
Well, don't look now, but I think dawn's here.
Huh?
There's a crack of light under the door.
Brother. If something doesn't happen pretty soon, we're cooked. Hey, maybe we are. Do you smell that?
Gasoline.
You'll be coming out pretty soon now, boys.
Mitchell, he set fire to the hut.
Yeah. I guess that's why he was waiting for dawn. He was afraid the fire might be spotted at night.
Is this the ace up your sleeve, Mitchell?
We can't stay here and roast like rats in a trap.
We'll get a bullet in the belly as soon as we open that door.
Couple of keen choices. I'll take my chances with the bullets. Come on, let's get this door unbolted.
But they'll kill us.
I'll take fresh air with mine. Hey, wait a minute. Listen.
A plane.
That's the ace up my sleeve I was talking about.
Sounds like it's coming down. Who is it?
Just before we took off last night, I made a phone call, remember? It was to Lieutenant Gonzalez of the military.
Gonzalez? But how did he know what happened to us after we took off?
We'll go into that later. Let's get out of here. Hey, Gonzalez boys are taking no chances. They want that landing strip clear when they sit down. Come on, George. Let's get this door unbolted.
Okay.
Okay, come on.
Look at him scatter.
Hey, Mitchell, there goes Drake, trying for the jungle.
I'll get him.
Watch out, he's got a gun.
I see it. You can't run and shoot at the same time, Drake. Better make up your mind which.
Okay, I'll shoot, Mitchell.
Too late, Drake.
Let go of me.
He who hesitates is lost, you know.
Mitchell, you okay?
Yeah. How are Gonzalez and his boys doing?
Well, they seem to be mopping up in a hurry. Mitchell, I still don't understand how Gonzalez found out.
Oh, when I called him last night, I told him our radio frequency, and I asked him to listen in. Then I kept the mic open the entire time.
Gonzalez overheard everything that was said in our plane, huh?
Yeah, including the location of the landing strip. But I knew he wouldn't try to bring a plane in here before dawn. That's why I was hoping we'd still be alive by then.
But why were Drake and his outfit trying to ruin my airline?
Look, if you're going to operate a secret landing strip, you don't want a regular airline flying through the area. They figured the flying saucer gag would scare you off.
Well, it seems to me this was a pretty big operation for a small revolutionary party in a small country, Mitchell.
You know, I've been thinking that, too. Could be that's all there is to it. But it's not a long hop from here to the Panama Canal. Maybe somebody else had ideas about using this strip eventually. Of course, we'll never know, and anyway, it doesn't matter much now.
Yeah. Speaking of things we'll never know, we didn't prove anything one way or the other about flying saucers in this deal.
We proved something as far as Drake's concerned, though.
What's that?
If you monkey around with fireworks long enough, you're sure to get your nose burned.
Or busted.
You have just heard another episode in the exciting new adventure series, Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy in the role of Steve Mitchell. Dangerous Assignment is written by Bob Reif, with music by Bruce Ashley, and was directed tonight by Max Hutto. Be with us again next week at this time when Brian Donlevy, starring as Steve Mitchell, will embark on another Dangerous Assignment. There's more great action-packed entertainment for you throughout the week on NBC. Other mystery adventure programs include such popular shows as Big Town, Dragnet, High Adventure, and Christopher London. Starring as Christopher London, you'll hear Glenn Ford in the swashbuckling role of a romantic, adventurous private investigator. On High Adventure, there's the utmost in thrilling drama to entertain adventure-minded listeners. Dragnet brings you in stark realism cases direct from official police files. And during Big Town, you'll hear crusading editor Steve Wilson fighting crime and viciousness. Join the millions of listeners who each week tune for thrill-packed high-tension drama on NBC, where mystery and adventure join together for top-flight entertainment. Tomorrow, be sure to hear Bob Hope and Fibber McGee on NBC.
Frontier Town, the saga of the Roaring West. Frontier Town. El Paso, Cheyenne, Calgary, Tombstone. Frontier Town. Here is the adventurous story of the early West, the tamed and the untamed. From the Pecos to Powder River, Dodge City to Poker Flat. These are the towns they fought to live in and lived to fight for. Teeming crucibles of pioneer freedom. Frontier Town!
Howdy there. If you're ever in a frontier town called Dos Rios, with the frontier being what it is, you'll probably get into trouble. And if you do get into trouble, you'll probably be needing a frontier lawyer. So if and when you do, here's your invitation to look me up. My professional card reads, Chad Remington, attorney at law. But the way things happen on the frontier, I've been giving a lot of thought to changing my card so that it will read, Chad Remington, attorney at gun law. Yes, sir, there's trouble aplenty on the frontier. And whatever it is, along with my riding partner, Cherokee O'Bannon, I seem to end up smack dab in the middle of it. Do you think I'm exaggerating? Well, let's take what happened not too far from Dos Rios at a cavalry post, Fort Disaster. Because of a savage outbreak of lawlessness in the territory which seemed to be the work of a double-dyed, case-hardened crook known as the Dallas Kid, the Army had decided to reopen and reman the old frontier stockade known as Fort Disaster. When the new commandant, Colonel Carpenter, learned that he was being transferred into my neck of the woods, he wrote me a note asking me to drop in on him. But before Cherokee and I could get there, and even before the colonel and his command reached Fort Disaster, the Dallas Kid swooped down with all the fury of a hurricane.
Colonel! Yes, Sergeant? We're outnumbered, sir. At least 3-1.
Good, Sergeant. Tell my son I want to see him at once.
Lieutenant Carpenter, sir. I'll give him the colonel's instructions immediately.
And so it was that when Cherokee and I arrived at Fort Disaster, Colonel Carpenter was dead, and Larry, the colonel's lieutenant's son, was in temporary command.
That's about all there is to it, Chad. Being on a route march, we were scarcely prepared for anything like that, and well, they caught us napping, I guess.
Well, all I can say, Lieutenant, is your father's death is a great loss to the Army and to the whole country.
And imagine how I feel. I spent the last 6 months trying to be transferred to my father's command. And then after only 2 days with him, this had to happen.
Well, Larry, I'd cut off my right arm to bring your dad back if it would do any good. I don't suppose he ever told you, but a few years ago he got himself badly shot up saving my life.
No, he never did. But you know Dad. He never talked very much.
But since we can't bring him back, I can certainly help you with your mission out here.
Well, that's the least we can do.
Are you sure, Larry, that it was the Dallas Kid who attacked you?
As sure as I can be. They weren't Indians or other troops. Besides, who else would want to keep the cavalry out of here?
Yes, I suppose you're right. Have you any information at all on this Dallas Kid?
Well, if we had, do you think I'd be sitting around here? If we could find his hideout, we'd blast him out with Gatling guns. All I know is that he must have more spies than the entire Army. Every time the U.S. Marshal tries to trap him one place, the Dallas Kid pulls a robbery or raid the opposite end of the state.
I'm afraid, Larry, that the only thing to do with a critter like that is to trick him into pulling a prearranged raid.
Prearranged raid?
What Chad means is for you to bait your own trap, force his hand, and be laying for him.
That's a great theory. But how are you going to force his hand when you don't know where he is?
I've never yet seen a wolf pack that didn't come down for water. Or a pack of gun-toters that didn't like to drink.
Now, Chad, that isn't a nice thing to say. Drinking is a very sociable habit. And now that I think about it, I'm starting to feel quite sociable.
Well, I'm afraid that I don't quite see what you're talking about.
In a nutshell, having successfully raided you, I think the Dallas Kid and his gang are probably celebrating in some nearby town. Maybe Durango or Shiprock or... A better possibility is that little new town, Deadfall.
But even with my troops, we can't surround the whole town.
Of course not. But not being known in these parts, there's no reason I can't cruise around these towns until I find the Dallas Kid.
Chad Remington, have you the gall to stand there and say you think you can capture the Dallas Kid single-handed?
Oh, I certainly haven't, Cherokee. But I could let him sniff the bait for the trap I have in mind.
Trap? What trap?
The trap I was just talking about. Now, let's just suppose that I get him to thinking that your troops are going to escort a $500,000 gold shipment coming through from Nevada. Now, don't you think that he'd at least make a stab at trying to get his hands on that much money?
Oh, Chad, that's just too much risk for one man to take.
There was a lot of risk your father took the day he saved my life.
Yes, but what about this trumped-up gold shipment? How will I know? Tell me something. What am I supposed to do?
Lieutenant, you make all arrangements to escort a decoy wagon train through Wolf Creek Pass the day after tomorrow. And I'll see that Cherokee gets back to you with some sort of definite word before then.
But Chad...
No, there are no ifs, ands, or buts about this, Larry. You've got your job to do, and we've got ours. And before we waste any more time arguing, Cherokee and I are hitting the trail for Deadfall. The night was half gone by the time we reached Deadfall. And being a new town of only 14 buildings, 11 of which were saloons, it was another few hours before I could pull Cherokee away from the various bars as we looked in desperation for someone who might seem to be the Dallas Kid. As Cherokee and I made our rounds, the Kid himself was enjoying life, according to his lights, in the Bobtail Straight Bar.
How about it, Bella? Another bottle of champagne?
Sure. I got lots of time, and you got lots of money.
You'd like lots of money for yourself, wouldn't you?
I ain't working here just for the excitement.
Yeah. Now, don't turn around. Just look in the mirror. See that Jasper with the gray hair sitting behind us at that third table drinking a beer?
Yeah. That's Matt Fitzgerald. He rides shotgun for Wells Fargo.
You're all right, Bella. You know what goes on.
In this business, a girl's got to. I learned a long time ago to keep my eyes open and my mouth shut.
Meaning what?
Oh, for example, I can tell you where you come from the clothes you're wearing. But I ain't going around telling anybody.
Where do I come from?
Texas.
What part of Texas?
Northeast Texas.
Couldn't call the town, could you?
That's easy. Dallas.
You're all right, Bella. All right. Just as long as you keep your mouth shut.
What about, Matt Fitzgerald, Dallas?
I notice he's been watching you. Go on over. Sit with him.
What for?
For money. If you happen to let me know when Wells Fargo is hauling money, you get 10%.
Don't go away. I'll be back. Right back.
Sure, it was luck. But as Cherokee and I came into the Bobtail Strait and stood looking around, Bella attracted our attention. So did the man she was talking to at the bar. When I saw her leave the bar and head for a table, I had a feeling I might find something out. So I turned to Cherokee and... Cherokee, wait for me outside.
But Chad, we only just
Outside,
got here.
Cherokee, and fast. I'm going over and sit at that empty table right behind the one the girl's sitting down at. Now go on, vamoose. I sat at the table, ordered a drink, and maneuvered my chair around to where I could just barely hear what was being said at the table behind me.
Why, sure, Matt. I'd love to see you after I'm through work, but Tonight I'm too tired.
Oh, what do you mean you're too tired? Come on, fella, what do you say?
Some other night, Matt. Any other night. You just name it. Tomorrow?
Yeah, well, I'd like to make it tomorrow, but I can't possibly make it tomorrow. You see, I'm working.
Working?
Yeah.
You mean you gotta ride shotgun again for Wells Fargo?
I'm riding shotgun again for Wells Fargo.
Oh, don't be a chump, honey.
What do you mean?
Tell him you're sick. Just don't show up.
Well, I'd sure like to, brother, but I can't tell him I'm going to be sick tomorrow because tomorrow's a little bit too important. You see, they're hauling silver for one of the mines up at Montrose.
Oh? Well, look, Matt.
Yeah?
After you get back, come on in.
After I get back, I will come on.
I'll be here, and...
Bella, how about...
I'll be here, Matt. Just waiting for you. If you get back.
It was luck, all right. But now that I had the same information the Dallas Kid was getting, I paid for my drink, hustled outside, and held a little powwow with Cherokee.
But how in the name of Billy Blue Blazes do you know that's the Dallas Kid who was at the bar?
I don't, Cherokee, for sure. But I am sure that Maverick was up to no good and just wanted the information about the Wells Fargo shipment.
So?
So you and I are getting that silver off the Wells Fargo wagon before they do. And you're taking it to the lieutenant over at Fort Disaster.
I'm taking it? What's going to happen to you?
Well, Cherokee, I'm going to do a very stupid thing right after we hold up that Wells Fargo wagon. I'm going to be so stupid that I'm going to get myself caught.
We'll return to the second act of Fort Disaster, our exciting frontier town adventure, in just a few moments. And now, Frontier Town.
Did I hear you mutter something about fool luck? Well, if you did, you're right both ways from the middle. I was a fool, and we certainly played in luck. But the trail was too hot and too new to give up that easily. So Cherokee and I sashayed down and, taking our lives in our hands, waved the express wagon to a stop. Sorry to hold you up this way, but...
Hey, if you're really planning on holding us up, this here rifle has a little habit of talking, and it's liable to talk right in your face.
All I want is to have you turn that silver you're carrying over to us.
What?
And if you don't give it to us, the Dallas Kid is waiting for you just up ahead.
Dallas Kid? Hey, what are you talking about, anyhow?
It isn't what I'm talking about, Matt. It's what you talked about last night in the Bobtail Straight Bar to a young so-called lady by the name of Bella.
Bella? Wait just a minute. What do you know about Bella?
Why, you unmitigated imbecile? Didn't you realize she was pumping you to find out about this shipment?
Now, if you're looking for credentials, we got plenty of them. What I want to do is to have my partner here take the strong box with the silver in it over to Fort Disaster for safekeeping for a while.
Let your partner take the strong box?
Yeah.
Just a minute. What's the idea of that?
Well, I want to see if we can't make the Dallas Kid think I'm a bigger crook than he is. Well, sir, I was lucky again. Lucky that Matt Fitzgerald believed me. So loading the box of silver aboard Cherokee's horse and waiting until he was on his way, Matt and I staged the doggonedest running gunfight anyone ever saw, heading right for the spot where the Dallas Kid, or at least Bella's bar companion, lay in wait.
right, boys. Grab those bridles and pull that wagon to a stop. Keep 'em covered, boys. Now you. Who are you? What are you doing here?
Say, I don't know who you are, but this long-legged Lobo's been chasing me for the last 2 miles, trying to stick up my wagon. It's a lucky thing that you fellas came along.
I'll say it is. I'd have had that silver and been back up in the hills by this time.
Yeah? Well, we'll save you the trouble, mister. All right, you. We're taking the silver.
Silver? What silver are you talking about?
Don't be so smart. The silver you were hauling down from Montrose.
The silver, eh? Ho, ho! So that's what all the reception committee was about, eh? Well, let me tell you something, friend. The joke's on you. When I got up to Montrose, I found they shipped the silver out yesterday by muleback.
He's lying. Come on, let's search the wagon.
Just a minute. If you know what's good for you, you'll keep out of this.
But I tell you...
Shut up. Mike, pull that tarpaulin off. See what he's got in the back of the wagon.
Right, Dallas. Hey, I'm telling you, there's nothing there.
Never mind telling. Well, Mike?
Sure, nothing in the wagon. It's plumb empty.
What?
See? What to tell you? Well, can I go now?
Yeah, go on. Beat it.
Wait a minute, mister, and I'll ride along with you.
Oh, no, you don't. You're coming with us, my friend. You and me, we're going to have a little talk.
You didn't think you were the only one who could find out about that silver shipment, did you?
That's not answering my question. I asked you how come you figured you could take that Wells Fargo wagon alone.
I never found the game yet where I needed someone to back my play.
Pretty salty, ain't you?
No. Just figure I got a good head on my shoulders.
You keep talking like that and I'll blow the head right off your shoulders.
I don't think you could.
Oh, no?
No. You need a gun for that. Only you haven't got a gun anymore. I've got it.
Mister, you are fast. That's the first time anybody's got my gun out of my holster before I could reach it. You and me, we ought to be playing on the same team.
I don't know. Who are you?
Who are you?
Montana's the name I go by, if that means anything to you.
I've heard a lot of gents called Montana.
Yeah. So have the sheriffs and marshals in about 9 states. But that isn't telling me who you are.
The handle's Dallas.
The Dallas kid?
The handle's Dallas.
Okay, Dallas. Maybe I could use you at that.
You use me?
That's right. Because the job that really brought me down this neck of the woods may be too big even for me.
Job?
Government money. $500,000 in gold.
What's the deal?
50 to me, 50 to you and your boys.
Fair enough. Where is the dinero?
It's coming. Coming in army wagons. But don't let that worry you. I know when and where, and I got the whole thing figured out. All you gotta do is...
I got something here for you. Come on, by you blasphemous bushwhacker, let me go.
Who's this, Mike?
When we split us right back to town, we came across this lummox, and what do you think he was toting? That silver box off the Wells Fargo wagon.
What? Why,
Let me handle this, Dallas. Now listen, you red-nosed, pasty-looking scarecrow. You got about 3 seconds to start talking. We want to know who you are and if you work for Wells Fargo. I said I wanted an answer.
Billy Blue Blazes, what sort of a yellow-spined creature are you taking advantage of an old man?
Now, are you going to answer my question?
Take it easy, Montana. He's so scared now he can hardly talk.
He won't be able to talk when I get through with him. Now, where did you get that silver?
Well, the mine hired me. I was supposed to pack it down because they were afraid the wagon would be held up.
I think you're lying.
I don't think he's lying. Remember what the shotgun guard said?
Yeah, and I think he was lying, too. Well, it'll be the last lie this one will tell because I'm going to...
Hey, don't run it, Montana, you loco. You don't want any gunplay in here. You'd only bring the whole town running. And then where'd we be with... Well, you know what I'm talking about.
Well, okay. I still think he's lying, though. And before he makes any more trouble for us, have some of your boys tie him up.
Tie him up? What for?
Because I got an idea how we can use this crummy old saddle bum up at Wolf Creek Pass when the government tries to get their gold shipment through. Now, for the life of me, I can't tell you why I did what I did when poor Cherokee showed up. Except that I instinctively realized if I didn't do something to make Dallas feel we were strangers, he might put two and two together and get me. Now, believe me, it hurt me worse than it hurt Cherokee. And I didn't pull my punches with him either. But when it came to saving both our lives, I figured that a few skin knuckles or a bruise on Cherokee's cheek was at least a reasonable price to pay. Although I didn't know it then, Cherokee being caught was only half of my pat little plan, which had gone haywire. The other thing that happened, well, take it from me, nobody could have anticipated. Having told the Dallas kid about the hypothetical gold shipment coming through Wolf Creek Pass, I couldn't back out now, even though I knew Cherokee hadn't gotten through to give Lieutenant Carpenter the message. But while I was debating what I'd tell Dallas when the wagons didn't show up, out at Fort Disaster, the lieutenant got a surprise of his own.
Sergeant, this just doesn't make sense. See, Chad promised that Cherokee would bring word back to us if we were supposed to drive those decoy wagons through Wolf Creek Pass.
I know that, Lieutenant. But the courier just brought in this message, and as you can see, it's official. Signed by the adjutant himself. And they're shipping $100,000 in gold for payroll purposes.
Oh. Well, while we're out trying to protect the actual wagon train, what happens if Chad does succeed in getting the Dallas kid and his gang up into Wolf Creek Pass?
I'm sure I don't know, Lieutenant. But this is an order signed by the adjutant to the commanding general of the area. And if, begging the lieutenant's pardon, I know that old curmudgeon, well, you'd better be having the bugler blow boots and saddles and getting the troops ready to ride.
Yes, of all things, an actual gold shipment going through Wolf Creek Pass. And I was leading the Dallas kid there to get it. Now, fortunately, I knew nothing about it, and walked into my own trap as innocent as a newborn babe. The only thing I did do was to make sure that Cherokee was brought with us. And it wasn't because of any feeling I had that he might come in handy.
All right, boys. Button up your lips and listen to what Montana has to say.
Right.
All right, it's all very simple. Now, there are 33 of us, and we're splitting up and lining both sides of the pass. You're to spread out about 20 yards apart, understand?
Well, we got that.
Now, Dallas and I are staying right here where we can see both ends of this pass together. When we figure that we got them hemmed in, we'll throw the first shot from here. That'll be the signal.
That's a good idea.
And remember, there's to be no shooting until the first shot from up here. Now, go on. Get to your place.
All right.
I gotta hand it to you, Montana. This is about as perfect an ambush as I've ever seen. But what are you gonna do with this maverick you made us bring along? You said you had some way you were gonna use him, too.
I have. And to start with, I'm gonna untie him.
Untie him? You got bats in your belfry?
Sure, I'm loco, completely batty. Now, don't you see, if we untie him, and then when the shooting starts, we put a slug through him and leave him down there, and they find him, they'll figure that not only did he swipe the Montrose silver shipment, but also was the Jasper behind this deal.
Say, that's really thinking. Sure. Knowing who he is, they'll figure that he was behind the whole thing. And when they bury him, they'll think they got the man they've been looking for.
Here. Hold your hands out while I cut those ropes.
Chad, how are we ever going to get out of this?
I don't know, Cherokee, but...
Hey, Montana. Here come the Army wagons now.
Army wagons?
Oh, Billy Blue Blazes, Chad, he's right. See, down there. 3 U.S. Army wagons. It's the real thing.
What in blazes are you two talking about?
Well, we were just... Cherokee, quick, lend me a hand.
Wait, you back, white juggle.
Chad, I got his gun.
Don't let him fire it, Cherokee. If those men hear it, they'll think it's the signal to attack.
I'll run through it. Run a plug.
I got his gun, Chad. I've found his jaw. Well, we got him, Chad, but how in the name of my holy aunt are we going to save that government wagon train?
Well, we might as well die trying as...
Chad, maybe we're dead now? I think I'm hearing music.
Music? You bird-brain clown, you. That music is a bugle. A cavalry bugle. I don't know how it happened, Cherokee, but here comes Lieutenant Carpenter and all of his troops.
Cavalry? Well, Chad, do you realize this changes the entire course of history?
Course of history? What do you mean?
Why, in any books I have read, it's not supposed to be the cavalry. It's always the Marines who come to the rescue.
Well, come on, Cherokee. We'll change the course of history right back to its normal channels ourselves. We're going to ride down there and get in on that fight. And you can be General Cherokee O'Bannon of the Horse Marine.
Frontier Town, starring Reed Hadley and featuring Wade Crosby, is a Bruce Ells production. Supervised and directed by Paul Franklin. Music written and played by Ivan Ditmars. Be sure to be with us again, same time next week, for another fine action-adventure story with your favorite young Western star, Reed Hadley. And now this is Bill Foreman telling you that Frontier Town comes to you from Hollywood.
This is the NBC Theater. From the NBC Theater in Hollywood, an hour-length dramatization of J.P. Marquand's latest novel, Point of No Return. For more than a decade now, J.P. Marquand has been painting a literary mural of New England in such notable books as Wickford Point, The Late George Apley, H.M. Pullum, Esquire, and B.F.'s Daughter. His latest novel, Point of No Return, was one of the literary excitements of 1949, and we bring it to you today in a radio version by Milton Wayne. This version concentrates on the contemporary aspects of the book, the material which Mr. Marquand himself has subtitled, Banking is an Art. The performance fee for today's broadcast, incidentally, is being turned over by Mr. Marquand to the Children's Theater, or rather the Children's Hospital in Boston, which is now being made into a national center for children's diseases. At intermission time on NBC Theater, we will bring you a recorded commentary on the writings of J.P. Marquand by the noted author, scholar, and radio personality, John Kieran. Here now is Point of No Return by J.P. Marquand.
Charlie, wake up.
No. The day begins at 7. Life begins. Life begins at 40, so they say. But what about 43, Mr. C? What happens to a man's life at 43? The life in question being that of myself, Charles Gray, husband, father, homeowner in Sycamore Park, Connecticut. Also one of the assistant vice presidents of the Stuyvesant Bank on Upper Fifth Avenue, New York City. I know what happens, and I don't like it a bit. I've been seeing it like a trailer for an unpleasant coming attraction. Well, nothing has changed yet. Probably won't till Friday, 4 days from now. 43 years against 4 days. Everything's still the same, but now summing up different because something different in me. I'm off my heels now, all tiptoeing, uncertain as the pitch of a $10 trumpet. Charlie, my boy, let's face it, square. Say it right out to ourselves. We're afraid. Suddenly. Suddenly I'm afraid. Often that way before an unhappy thing. It's been a long and fairly merry flight, but now it's here. I've come to it. The point of no return. The point of no return.
Charlie,
Huh?
wake up.
I'm awake. Nancy, what's it doing out?
Raining.
Oh, terrible morning, isn't it? I have a headache.
If you'd only remember not to drink after dinner.
Oh, I hate sitting around with a lot of people just talking after dinner.
Now, darling, who was it who wanted to go to the Cliffords?
Well, she gets me down, and I can't help feeling sorry for Brad.
Everybody's always sorry for him. Wish you'd start feeling sorry for yourself.
All right. All right.
Now, don't go to sleep again.
Hmm?
I have to go down and cope with the coffee.
All right. It's still raining?
Hard now.
Hmm.
The windshield wipers on the car hardly ever work.
Swell. That makes it just swell.
I thought that might get you up.
Yeah.
You'd better wear your herringbone suit. I've put your discharge button on it.
Oh, take it off, will you? I'm not running for any office.
Oh, yes, you are. Don't you keep forgetting it. You're right in there polishing apples. Hear me?
All right.
Now, don't forget. Wear the herringbone.
Mm-hmm.
And don't take that thing out of the buttonhole. No matter how well Roger Blakesley looks, he hasn't got a duck.
No, that's right. He was too bright to get one. Maybe he's just bright enough to get the vice presidency.
Oh, which reminds me, we're going to the Burtons Friday night. Don't forget to tell Mr. Burton you're looking forward to it.
I'm looking forward to it, all right. I think that'll be D night.
What's that?
D for decision.
Darling.
What?
You know, it's nice driving you to the train again. Sort of like coming back to where we started.
Yes, I know what you mean. It's funny, but when I came down to breakfast this morning, the whole place seemed ready-made.
Ready-made?
Yes. Just as though I'd never done anything about it.
I know. I'm too efficient.
No, that isn't what I mean.
No, someday you're going to say you don't like it. I'm afraid of that. Darling, why don't you ask Tony Burton what the score is? Aren't you tired of waiting?
It'll get over. Everything does.
Well, if we just had the cards on the table, if you just said to him...
Oh, no, don't tell me what to say to him, because I'm not going to say anything.
Well, I hope Roger Blakesley likes it. Do you know what Molly said to me yesterday? She said, Roger's so glad you're back at the bank and settled down.
Oh, that's swell. I just wish Roger would get over acting as if I'd just gotten out of the service and was still adjusting. If the officers and directors want him for the job, they'll take him.
Yes, but you'll have to resign. Didn't Walter Gibbs once tell you? They don't like you well enough to move you up. It's time to get out. You'll have to get out.
Next thing you'll be asking me to think of the children.
What's so funny?
No, not funny, no. Just contrived. Like something out of Tennyson or a Victorian novel. The little woman kissing her husband goodbye. Everything depends on this moment. So goodbye, darling, and don't come back to me without being vice president of the trust company. That's all I mean.
Don't say that.
Why not?
Don't say it. Because maybe you're right.
Now, wait a
Because
minute.
if you say that, well, if you mean that, maybe it isn't much, but it's all we have. Maybe it isn't much, but then maybe we aren't much. And if you feel that way, there won't be anything anymore.
Now, listen, Nance, let's not get so emotionally involved.
Involved with what?
With each other. Let's get some sense of proportion.
Oh, look, don't talk about proportion. There isn't any time. If you're not taking the 5:30, call me up. Goodbye.
Goodbye. I'll make the 5:30, all right. Times.
Right.
Thank you.
Hello, Charlie.
Hello, Roger. Lousy morning.
The radio says it'll clear up by noon. Hope so. Listen, Charlie, will you have any time in your hands today?
Not much, Roger. How about lunch?
Oh, I can't make it. I've a date with Tony at the University Club. After that, Mapes is coming in. But we've got to check up on that Catlin thing before we meet with the attorneys.
Well, we can go over it on the train if you want to. I have the papers here.
Boy, I simply can't. Tony wants me. He's saving me a seat.
There's a lot more to banking than you think, isn't there? It's an art, isn't it?
Oh, Charles, you're always so subtle in the morning. Well, I'll see you in the studio.
Right. Don't mix your colors wrong, Roger. Roger doesn't answer. He's already bounding up the steps of the third coach. He's always been quick on his feet. And this sort of thing has been going on long enough for me to understand all the shades of meaning. I'd give odds that Tony Burton, coming down from Stamford, hadn't asked Roger to sit with him. Find a seat by a window. Open the Times to the financial page. In this corner, weighing 172, wearing rimless glasses and a blue Brooks Brothers pinstripe number and carrying a degree from the Harvard Graduate School of Business Administration, Roger Blakesley. My fellow assistant vice president in the trust department. My mortal competition. We both worked almost everywhere in the bank. Very bright boys, both of us. But I just shade Roger. And Tony Burton undoubtedly knows it. I guess. I hope. Tony Burton. Ah. It was a great day for the Charles Grays back there before Pearl Harbor when he made the great suggestion.
Look here, fella. Why not cut out this sir business? Why not just call me Tony?
Great joy and relief. Mostly relief. And after only 11 years in the bank, too. I could hardly wait to tell Nancy.
Darling, we ought to have a drink of something, shouldn't we? I knew it would happen sometime. I'm pretty proud of you, Charlie.
A week later, we found out that Mr. Burton had also asked Roger Blakesley to call him Tony. And we never did find out which one of us he'd asked first.
Good morning, Mr. Gray.
Good morning, Miss Marble. What's on the agenda?
Nothing on your calendar before the meeting, but Mrs. Whitaker has just called you.
All right. Get her for me in 5 minutes.
Good morning, Charlie.
Good morning, Tony.
I didn't see you on the train.
I didn't see you either. Mrs. Whitaker is after me.
Well, as long as she's after you and not me. We'll see you at dinner Friday, won't we?
You can count on it. Absolutely.
Yes, I suppose we can, Charlie. You boys are getting together at 11, aren't you?
Yes.
I'll be there.
Did he just weigh every word the way I did? Why should he have? But maybe it was there between the lines and I muffed it. No. Just a bland, routine conversation. Friendly, all right, and nothing more. What else could it be with Roger's desk right beside mine? Forget it.
Mrs. Whitaker's on the telephone now.
Oh. Good morning, Mrs. Whitaker. This is Mr. Gray.
Oh, Mr. Gray, it's so nice to hear your voice. Hewitt and I are so dreadfully worried, Mr.
Why, I'm sorry. What have you to be worried about?
Well, we have to sell something, Mr. Gray, and right away. We literally haven't got a cent of money. We simply don't know what to sell. Everything shows a profit.
Oh, well, most of our friends like it better that way. Let me see. You have a number of short-term governments.
Oh, Mr. Whitaker doesn't want to sell those. He says we must back up the government no matter what it does. I believe that, don't you?
Well, I wouldn't say it would be disloyal to sell. Short-term governments are about the same as cash.
Suppose we try to think of something else.
Yes. I'd better get a picture of the whole situation. If you're not well enough to come in yourself, I could send Mr. Joyce over to see you.
I don't think Mr. Joyce has the experience, do you? And, Mr. Thingamajig, what's his name? The one Mr. Burton turned me over to last time when you were out. He was indefinite, too. And besides, I thought he was a little chétif. That brown-faced pussycat man with the glasses.
You don't mean Mr. Blakesley, do you?
That is Mr. Blakesley.
Oh, I know him pretty well. I wouldn't say he was a pussycat.
It's a compliment to you, Mr. Gray, that Hewitt and I both want you to help us. And we simply have to find $100,000 somewhere.
All right. I'll see you at 5, Mrs. Whittaker.
Goodbye, Mr. Gray.
Mr. Gray, here's a gentleman to see you.
Oh. Good morning.
Well, if it isn't Charlie Gray. Charlie, don't you remember me at all? Come on, I could tell you anywhere. The child is father to the man.
Did I know you when I was a child?
No, you didn't. You knew me when I was 32 and you were 22. Oh, listen, Charlie. I'm Malcolm Bryant.
Malcolm? Well, I'll be a son of a gun.
You're looking fine.
Here,
fine.
sit down.
Thank you. I just dropped in to cash a government check, and the cashier asked if anybody could identify me. I looked around. There you were.
Mm-hmm. Well, let me have it. I'll initial it. Joe?
Yes, sir?
Would you get this cash, please?
Right away, sir.
Well. How's Clyde?
I don't know, Malcolm.
Aren't your family still living there?
Oh, my father's dead, and my mother is living with Dorothea in Kansas City.
Oh, so Dorothea's married?
Yes. Mm-hmm. Yes. She married a man named Elbridge Stern, metallurgist, and he's in Kansas City now.
Oh, yes, Elbridge, yes. What about the old house?
Oh, I guess it's still there. We sold it. I haven't been there for a very long time.
Massachusetts ghost town. A vital sort of ghost town. That's the way I described it in the introduction.
Introduction?
Haven't you seen my book on Clyde?
No.
It's the best thing the Foundation ever got out. I'll give you one.
Why, thank you, Malcolm. What's it called?
Yankee Persepolis. That's what I call Clyde.
Why Persepolis?
Well, that's where the Persians worship memories. I stopped off there in 35 on my way to India. I was studying some dog worshippers there.
Oh, no.
Here's your cash, Mr. Gray.
Oh, thank you, Joe. Yes, Miss Marble?
It's 11 o'clock, Mr. Gray.
Thank you. Well, here's your wampum, Malcolm. You better count it.
No, it's only paper. It has less intrinsic value than shell money. It's symbolism. Where are you going?
I have to go to a meeting.
How about lunch? Come on over to the Harvard Club.
Miss Marble, have I a luncheon engagement?
Why, no. Not today, Mr. Gray.
See you there, then, at 12:30. Goodbye, Charlie.
Ready to go down for the meeting, Charlie?
Yes, just let me get these papers away, Roger.
Now, on this matter of the Eastern loan, gentlemen, are there further questions?
Why didn't he go to his own bank? Not that it's any of my business.
May I say something on that, Tony?
Go right ahead, Roger.
It was because I met him first, Charles, and I'm selling him on the personal service of a small bank. I met him playing golf. I've seen quite a good deal of Godfrey Easton. He's a friend of Sam Summerby. You know him, Tony. Sam Summerby from Baltimore.
You've made a good point there, Roger. A very good point, old boy. Nobody's missed it that he's promoted a nice piece of business for the Stuyvesant, which is more than I've done lately. And he did it because he gets around and sweetens contacts and plays golf with people like Samuel Summerby. And nobody here has missed that Roger as good as said that it's too bad Charlie plays such a rotten game of golf. They're waiting. I've got to say something. Are you on a first-name basis with him, Roger?
Oh, of course I am. I've known Godfrey Easton for a year. Everybody at the club knows Godfrey.
Well, I rather liked him myself. He's breezy, but he has an agreeable personality. But Charles has put the finger on it. Why should he come around to us?
Because he liked us, Tony. He told me he liked you very much personally.
And why shouldn't he? I'd love Tony myself if he'd lend me $300,000. That's the way it is, love and money.
You're so right, Charlie.
As a matter of fact, gentlemen, Easton's putting up enough collateral. There's only one security I question. Now, here's an unlisted company from a place called Clyde, Massachusetts. The Nickerson Cordage Company. Wait a minute. Clyde, let's see. Charles, don't you come from a place called Clyde?
Yes, sir. I was born there. I haven't been there in quite a while.
What about the Nickerson Cordage Company?
Well, they make rope and twine and fishnets.
Well, if Godfrey Easton has money in it, it must be good.
Well, gentlemen, we'll leave this for now. It's getting on toward lunchtime.
What am I doing here in this conference room? How did I get here? I guess we're all here because banking is dignified and fashionable. There isn't much else but business when you finish college. 12:10. Out of here soon. That's a break. Roger is getting a little difficult. Both of us assistant VPs and showing off before the bank officials like college boys bucking for manager of some team. Doing it in a nice way, of course. And both of us justified. It's warfare every minute. Maybe I'd better join that bunch around Tony Burton. Show some eagerness and zeal. Not too much, just the right touch of each.
You can't always tell beforehand. It may sound a little strange, but when I was a sophomore at Yale, I studied Greek. And, gentlemen, I can tell you that Greek verbs have taught me more about corporate figures than anything else I ever learned at Yale.
Well, it's pretty clear, as you've often said, Tony. Everything fits into banking somewhere.
Exactly, Charles. Everything. Banking deals with all the most fundamental hopes and aspirations of human beings. In fact, honestly, I don't. I don't like to think of banking as a business or even as a profession, but as an art. The last of the arts, perhaps, but the oldest of the professions. Let's get some lunch, gentlemen.
Sorry to keep you waiting, Charlie. Let's go in the dining room and have some lunch. Oh, I see you've been looking over my opus.
I was just glancing through it while you were on the phone.
Huh?
It's funny, I never heard of it before.
Oh, well, it's a professional sort of book. Everybody has to publish something.
It has a lot of facts, but it doesn't sound much like Clyde.
Oh, well, good Lord. It isn't meant to be Clyde. It's only meant to represent a characteristic social unit. Oh, here. Let's not wait on ourselves. Let's get a table at the end.
All right, Malcolm. You're paying for it. I can't. I'm a likable Dartmouth boy.
So you read that piece, did you?
I just glanced at it. There wasn't much time.
Well, Charlie, what'll you have? Order anything you like.
Well, the regular lunch is fine, thanks. I really haven't much time.
Charlie, that book, I thought everything was pretty well scrambled in it, but you picked yourself out, didn't you?
Oh, yes. Yes. The Smith family.
I'm afraid it made you sore. Well, get it out of your head that it's personal.
I wouldn't say I was sore. But, of course, it's personal. And I can't say I like the idea.
No? What idea?
Oh, well, you know. Well, you might have put our family in the middle upper classification instead of the lower upper. Did you ever get married? You were always talking about marriage.
No, never mind it. Women always forget me when I go away.
Oh?
What happened about you and Jessica?
Never mind it now.
Oh? All right. What's happened to you since? I mean, since I used to know you. What have you been doing, Charlie?
Oh, well, let's see. Back in 30, I got a job in the statistical department of the Stuyvesant. Did it well enough so that I held it all through the Depression. I married a girl who worked downtown in the law office. We have 2 children. We built a house in Connecticut that I'm still paying for. Right now, there's the vice presidential vacancy at the bank. It rests between me and another man. That's about all I've been doing.
And, of course, you haven't filled in many details. For instance, do you love your wife?
Oh, I thought you'd ask that. The answer is yes, I love my wife. I love my home and my children.
I thought you would. You're an essentially monogamous type. Oh, so you've been to the war? Yeah.
Oh, yes. I'd forgotten the button.
Well, I was in, too. OSS.
I was with the 8th Air Force, but only good for staff work.
Now you're back, don't you ever get to wondering, Charlie, what everything's about? Whether everything is worthwhile?
Well, it's a little tough to answer that one. I'm just Tom Smith from Dartmouth, trying to get along. Someday, you ought to take a trip to the USA and do a study on the race of bankers.
That's not a bad idea at all. What are they like?
Well, I can only speak about the employees of the Stuyvesant. We're all specialists in understanding rich clients. We know all the pains and drawbacks of being rich, although we're not rich men ourselves.
Well, let's hear some more.
All right. Find yourself spending the working day discussing investments of hundreds of thousands of dollars, only to go home yourself and worry because the butcher bill is up $20 over the last one, and whether you can afford to have your kids' teeth straightened. In time, this gives you a split personality. In time, you can't have a change from being a banker. Stuyvesant's president likes to talk about the banker's responsibility to society. Well, personally, I've never felt like a social worker, but I do feel that responsibility. No, it's 2:15. I've got to go now.
No. Oh, no, not yet. We've only just begun to talk, Johnny.
Wish you hadn't made me talk about myself all the time.
Charlie, you've got a lot of guts.
How do you mean guts?
Saying what you do, doing what you do. It takes guts to be your type these days. Goodbye. Good luck, Charlie.
From Hollywood, the NBC Theater is bringing you a radio version of Point of No Return by J.P. Marquand. If you're interested in supplementing your enjoyment of these NBC Theater productions with home study under college supervision, be sure to listen to the announcement at the close of this program. And now, our intermission commentator, John Kieran.
It's rather curious that John Marquand's characters seem to have lost themselves just where the author has found himself. John Marquand wrote all over the field, so to speak, for some years, and then he hit upon a winning character, financially, in his celestial detective, Mr. Moto. But money alone wasn't good enough for John Marquand, just as it is never good enough for the characters he developed when he said goodbye to Mr. Moto and began his series of New England novels. His Wickford Point, The Late George Apley, B.F.'s Daughter, and Point of No Return are something like a New England division of Balzac's Comédie Humaine. One reason for the excellence of this gallery of New England portraits is that John Marquand was writing out of personal experience and family background. He lived that life. He knows those persons and their problems. He's satirical about their tribal ways, but it's often a sympathetic satire. The title of this book, Point of No Return, is the theme of the story. It's the tale of a nice young man of energy and intelligence who wanted to free himself from all the bonds of family background that seemed to map out his whole life along a narrow path. He planned to break loose, but New England customs and family ties hindered him at every turn. And as he followed the path mapped out for him, he finally discovered that he had passed the point of no return. He couldn't turn back. In fact, he couldn't even turn aside. He had to go on. Except for the flashback technique that gives the early biography of the principal figure, the whole action in Point of No Return takes place in a mere matter of weeks, during which nothing much happens of any great moment to the world at large. There is nothing earth-shaking in this book. The characters are quiet, almost noiseless persons. To be loud or dramatic is to be vulgar in the circle in which they move. And at the end, when Charlie Gray and his family can look forward to an expanding life of ease and prestige, is Charlie Gray a success? Is he a failure? He doesn't know. He does know that he was never master of his fate or captain of his soul. He was hemmed in by tradition. He was hampered by his family. He was held back by his own sense of decency. He wore a tight-fitting code of morals. It's a good story, and it shows how many of us, like Charlie Gray, are never the bold, energetic, defiant souls we would like to be, but men and women whose lives are, to a great degree, determined by the invisible bonds of our family background and the inescapable barriers of our environment.
Thank you, Mr. Kieran. Our radio version of Point of No Return will continue from Hollywood after a brief pause for station identification.
Anything new, Miss Marble?
Nothing new, Mr. Gray. I called up Mrs. Gray and told her you couldn't catch the 5:30. She said to remember that you're going to the country club tonight.
Mm-hmm. Well, call her again. Tell her I'll meet her there. I have that 5 o'clock date with Mrs. Whitaker.
Mr. Seelig is coming in at 2:45. The one who wants to open an account. I thought you'd like to see the credit department memorandum.
Seelig?
The matter that Mr. Burton asked you yesterday to handle.
Oh, yes.
He's not back from lunch.
Which makes it natural to Mr. Seelig, we hope, that I do the dusty work.
Here's the memorandum.
Thank you. Bert J. Seelig, part owner of the Teddy Club, La Casita nightclub, Real Estate Palm Springs, Real Estate Miami, stockholder, indicted for income tax fraud, but indictment quashed. What's the use of going on? It's all decided. Would have been handled by letter, but Tony Burton disapproves of anything so permanent. Tony Burton approves, and Tony Burton disapproves. A jaunty, white-haired god at a roll-top desk. Indefinite about yes or no. Very positive about maybe.
Excuse me, Mr. Gray.
It's all right, Joe.
Mr. Seelig, this is our Mr. Gray. He'll take care of you.
Oh, thank you. I'm happy to meet you, Mr. Gray.
Mm-hmm. Mr. Burton asked me to see you. I have all the details. Won't you sit down, Mr. Seelig?
Yes, thank you. Nice little place you have here. Very nice.
Just a small bank.
That's what draws me to it, Mr. Gray. I know some lovely people banking here, some of my best friends. Oh, well, I suppose you've looked me over. I hope I've passed through the lineup by now. I'm used to being looked over in my position.
Anyone in business gets looked over.
That's right. Well, what's the story? Do you people want my account or don't you?
Our officers have been over the question very carefully. We would value your account in a great many ways, Mr. Seelig. But we really feel that you'll be better off with another bank. There's nothing personal intended. We often find the needs of some depositors are better filled by other banks.
I'm not used to being given a runaround. Why didn't they say that the first time I came in?
Well, I'm sorry you put it that way. Mr. Burton was very impressed by your references.
So you're fronting for the crowd, eh? Tell me how much they pay you. 10 grand a year? Guys like you that fascinate me. Look, how would you like 25 grand a year?
What for?
For what you're doing here. Fronting for the crowd.
Thanks. I'm afraid I couldn't use it. But I appreciate your asking.
Yeah. You guys fascinate me. Money everywhere. You don't want money.
Maybe we get too used to it. Maybe we get tired of seeing so much of it around.
Yeah, that's just what fascinates me. All of it around, you don't take it. Well, no hard feelings.
No, not at all. We're very sorry, Mr. Seelig.
Yeah. Takes poise. I wouldn't have the poise.
I wouldn't call it poise. I'd call it, temperament and timidity. Goodbye. We're sorry, Mr. Seelig.
How was he, Charlie?
Oh, a perfect gentleman, Roger. Asked me if I was fronting for the crowd.
Yeah, Charlie, has Seelig called?
Yes, Tony, he's just left.
Well, I'm glad I missed him. How'd he take it?
His feelings were hurt, but then mine would have been too.
There aren't any complications then?
No, Tony, I don't think so.
This sort of thing always worries me.
Oh, Mr. Burton.
Yes?
Have you, got time to see me for a minute?
Yes, if it's only for a minute, Roger.
Easy now. Stop sweating inside. Keep yourself blank and busy. Why should Roger ask to see him now? Why didn't he just go over to the desk without any appointment? We always do. Maybe Roger's getting tired of waiting. He'll step right over and ask right out, how about the vice presidency? All right. So he does it. What's the point of getting my stomach all knotted and hanging by my fingernails? What use is it? Nothing. There's no way to stop it. Might be different if Tony knew somebody else wanted me for the same salary. Instead, he knows that times are tight and uncertain. And Tony is stalling. Tony is mulling and weighing and balancing, vacillating.
Speak to him, Charlie. Ask Tony the score.
Poor Nancy. That would tear it, but good. And still, it's something to think about. To walk right over and be upright, downright, and straightforward. Well, listen, Tony, let's face facts. Everybody here in the bank knows you're considering proposing either Roger Blakesley or me for this vice presidency. And they're making bets on it in the washroom. It isn't dignified. Now, you know everything about me, Tony. I've been around here long enough. This thing's been going on for months, and I'm tired of staying awake at night. And Nancy's getting tired, too. How about it, Tony? Yes?
Mr. Gray, Mr. Burton wants to know if you can see him for a moment.
Yes, I'll be right over.
Sit down, Charlie. Have a cigarette and relax.
What's on your mind, Tony?
How did you represent things to Seelig?
I told him he'd be happier elsewhere.
Why didn't you tell him we'd have room for him in the quite near future?
Because he wouldn't have believed it.
Well, he has a lot of good connections. And that's the trouble with life these days. There's no pattern. You don't know where you're at anymore. Now, my girls keep going to La Casita, but we can't handle Seelig's account. Well, let's forget it, Charlie. There's one other thing.
Yes, sir?
About the loan.
Which loan, sir?
The one we were discussing this morning, that cordage company. You said you were born up there. What's the name of the place?
You mean Clyde?
Yes, that's it, Clyde. Now, somebody ought to see that company, and it just occurred to me, since you lived up there and know the background, you better go up for a day or two and look things over, just quietly. I envy you getting away for a while. You're looking a little tired, Charles.
Do you mind if I ask you a question, Tony?
Why, no. Of course not, Charles.
Did you think up this idea yourself?
Why, no. Now that you mentioned it, it wasn't entirely my idea. I suppose Roger ought to go. It's his responsibility. But he doesn't know Clyde. Let's see. You'll be back by Friday, won't you? Remember, you're coming to dinner on Friday.
Oh, I wouldn't miss it for the world.
Well, relax and have a good time, Charlie.
That's the second time you've told me to relax.
Well, then do it. I'll see you Friday. Just you and Nancy are coming. You and I'll have a good long talk about the whole situation here on Friday.
Hello, Cyril. Mind if I cut in? I'll
Charlie.
take Nancy off your hands.
Give him the devil for being late, Nancy. Have fun.
Oh, thank heavens you've come. I've been dancing with him for ages. Is there any news?
No, nothing much. I can't talk about it here, Nancy.
What have you been doing all day?
Stuck in the Whitakers' apartment.
Oh, the Whitakers. Did anything else happen? Did you say anything to Tony Burton?
No, not exactly.
How do you mean, not exactly?
Just that, not exactly.
Roger Blakesley's here tonight. You seen him?
Not yet. I've seen him at the bank all day.
He looks exuberant.
Oh, does he?
You look a little tired, darling.
Well, I am tired.
Did the children get you your supper?
Oh, yes. Thanks for leaving the car.
Charlie, before we go, be sure to dance with Molly Blakesley.
Aye, sir. To answer you truthfully, Molly, no, I don't know what Roger was saying the other night.
Roger was saying how fond everyone is of you at the bank. And he was saying how wonderful it was that we were all such good friends. And he hoped we always would stay friends, no matter what happens at the bank. You know what I mean. It's so embarrassing, isn't it?
Oh, it needn't be embarrassing, Molly. Roger and I are grown up.
You know, I think the war did you a lot of good, Charlie. Roger thinks so, too. I think it was pretty splendid of you with a wife and 2 children to give up everything and go to war. Roger thinks so, too.
Just a sort of compulsion. It wasn't wise. I wasn't much use when I got there.
May I cut in?
Oh.
See you later, Charlie.
Thank you, Molly.
Perhaps we can do something Sunday. Roger would love it if we could.
Move over, Charlie. I'll drive.
All right. Nancy, did you have a good time?
Yes, in a sort of long-term way.
What do you mean long-term way?
Oh, you know. It's what I've told you before. I like feeling we belong somewhere. It's what I've always wanted.
Well, so do I. So does everyone.
Oh, well, it isn't the same for a man. He always belongs much more than a woman. Up to a certain point. Woman just has to tag along. Oh, it's nice when she likes tagging.
What did you do all day?
You always ask that. You don't have to.
Oh, I know that, but I just want to know.
I've had a good day. You wouldn't understand why. It's partly being a woman. I took the car and I got the wipers fixed, and then I went to the A&P and bought some corned beef, and then I left Bill's shoes at the shoemaker's. Then I returned your book to the lending library, and then I bought some soap. Still keep buying soap whenever I see it. And then I came back and did the breakfast dishes, and the men came to wax the living room floor. And then I went upstairs, and I made the beds, and I counted the laundry. And then I went over and had lunch with Polly Martin, helped her run up some new curtains, because she's going to lend me her sewing machine. And then I came back, and I worked on the bills.
How were they?
Terrible. Then there was supper, and the Martins called, and we all went over to the club. That's all. But it was a very nice day.
I'm glad you liked it. But I don't see why.
Well, I'll tell you why. Because I'm married to a very nice man. It's the only possible reason I can think of. Now, my beamish boy, you can give me a kiss. Charlie, it's a lovely house.
Yeah, it's a swell house.
Come in and see what a nice job they did waxing the living room floor. We ought to use this room more, shouldn't we? I wonder why we don't.
Oh, that's easy. It's because we're afraid of it.
Well, let's not be afraid of it. Charlie, take off your coat. Sit down on the sofa. I'll get rid of my slippers. There. Now, don't you say we're afraid of this room. I don't like it.
Why not?
Because I don't like being afraid. I don't mean that I'm afraid of anything. I only mean I don't like the idea. Oh, you know what I mean.
Nance, we didn't used to be afraid.
Oh. Are you afraid, too? You might have told me.
It's all relative.
What's relative?
The more you get, the more afraid you get. That's all I mean. Maybe fear is what makes the world go round.
Not love? I used to hear that it was love.
Everyone's afraid of something. Afraid of living, afraid of dying. Maybe that's better than being afraid of losing money. That's what the boys are afraid of downtown. Do you know what I wish? I wish we weren't always being pushed around. I would like, for once in my life, to be able to tell someone where to go.
Charlie, you know basically you have the most expensive tastes. You better just tell me where to go. Let it go at that.
But it isn't the same thing, is it?
No, maybe not. But I'm awfully glad we're afraid of the same thing. It's healthy to have things in common. I'm awfully glad we're in the same boat, darling.
That's what Roger said tonight. Oh, wait. There's something else I've got to tell you. I'm taking the plane to Boston first thing in the morning. I'm going up to Clyde for a day or two on business for the bank.
How did Clyde get into it?
Why do you always get edgy whenever I mention Clyde?
You know very well why. Clyde makes you difficult. It's a queer place full of ingrown people. You say so yourself.
I can't help it if I was brought up there. I didn't ask to go up there now.
Roger will make time at the bank while you're away.
I don't think it'll make much difference. I think Tony Burton has about made up his mind which of us he wants.
Well, then, for heaven's sake, why doesn't he tell you instead of letting us...
Because perhaps he doesn't like to do it. Tony's quite a nice guy, as far as anyone like him can be nice. I think we'll get the news Friday when we go there to dinner. He almost said so. Besides, maybe it's just as well for me to be away. Tony knows Roger worked it. At least I think he knows. Maybe Roger will try a little too much. Tony's rather bright sometimes.
He picks out that darn fool he isn't too bright.
I only said he's pretty bright sometimes.
If you'd only get mad.
You were just saying it's a luxury. There's no use getting mad at a system. We're part of a system where there's always someone waiting to kick you in the teeth, in a nice way.
What'll you do if he takes Roger?
Oh, Nance, let's not think about it now.
Why not? Let's dig in. Has a nice ironic flavor. After years of proud work, you become specialized. You become used to the ways of one organization. You become too old to start again in a new one. You've seen plenty of men your age looking for a job. There. Haven't solved anything, but at least I've said it.
Sure, why not?
Oh, well, guess we'd better go to bed.
You go ahead. I'll be up in a little while. Good night, Nance. Oh, no. Don't, Nance. The show isn't over.
I'm sorry, darling. I'm all right now. You always hate having me cry, don't you?
Yes.
Are you sorry you married me?
Of course not.
Are you sorry we had the children?
No, of course I'm not.
They were my idea more than yours. Are you sorry we built the house?
Now listen, Nancy, it happened. Like the children. Now go on up.
Well, what are you going to do? Just sit here and worry? Because if you are, well, we might as well do it together.
I'm going to read. I'm pretty well worried out tonight. Good night, Nancy. I'll be in the library.
Don't.
Now go on up.
Well, what are you going to do? Just sit here and worry? Because if you are, well, we might as well do it together.
I'm going to read. I'm pretty well worried out tonight. Good night, Nancy. I'll be in the library.
Don't be long. I won't be able to sleep till you come up.
Let's see. Where'd I put that book? Yankee Persepolis. A social study by Malcolm Bryant. Final and considered summation of a study made some years ago of a typical New England town. Its culture and its social implications. Typical of a lower upper family are the Henry Smiths, father, mother, son, and daughter. Like other lower upper families, they dwell on a side street, yet are received on Mason Street. Mr. Smith with investment interests in Boston. Mr. Smith. Alias John Gray, father of Tom Smith, alias me. Father. The big-time stock market operator at the end. On his way to $1 million and finally quitting. But that was October 29. He was just a week too late in getting out. And I found him, asleep forever. With a Bible and a bottle of sleeping pills in the chair by his bed. Father I loved. Father I never wanted to be like. And yet I am.
You can't beat the system, Charlie.
What system, Father?
The one under which we live. There's always the bundle of hay out ahead for any ass who wants to get on. And they make it look like a very pleasant bundle.
Well, who are they?
That's an intelligent question, even for a recent Dartmouth graduate. They are the people who run the system. They tell you there's plenty of hay for anyone who can get it. But the main thing is, Charlie, they don't really want you to get it. Now, if I were you, I wouldn't try too hard for the hay. You might be disappointed, Charlie.
You were right, old man. I didn't have what it took to beat the system that said there's a Grand Canyon between Spruce Street and Johnson Street. We should have remembered we were Spruce Streeters. And I should have remembered Jessica Lovell and her father were Johnson Streeters. Why do I think of it now? Why can I still be hurt by Jessica's father?
I've thought this over carefully, Charles. I've been over it thoroughly with Jessica. We've been most unhappy. It's an impossible situation, Charles. We must end it. It can't go on.
Here I am in Clyde again, walking the streets in the rain, reviving old ghosts and yet enjoying their presence.
You've got to beat the system, Charlie.
I never did beat the system called Johnson Street. Never did catch up with a happiness called Jessica Lovell. The old small-town story. Likeable lad trying to climb higher, being smacked down nicely. I got up off the canvas, hurt and ambitious, and left Clyde to beat the system.
It was all very good for you. It's made you into a very nice guy. Maybe it's made you too nice.
Now I'm back here in Clyde, 17 years later, still trying to move from lower upper. But now there's no stopping, no turning back. I'm the airplane pilot on a long flight, steadily approaching the point where it takes more gas to get back than to go on to my destination, distant as it is and stormy. I've passed my point of no return.
Well, tell me about it, Charlie. What was it like being back in Clyde? Was it good?
It was quite an experience. Jackie Mason's got everything now.
Who?
Jackie Mason. I told you about him. He used to live next door to us.
Oh, yes, of course. What about him?
Well, he's a director of the Dock Street Savings Bank, a trustee of the library. He's in the Tuesday Club. He's going to marry Jessica Lovell.
Well, you could have done all that, too.
I'm glad I didn't. But at the same time, he hasn't got anything. That's what I'm trying to say.
Who hasn't got anything?
Jackie Mason.
Oh, to the devil with Jackie Mason.
All right.
I'm sorry, Charlie. I just can't concentrate. Let's both stop trying to talk as though we weren't thinking about the same thing.
Yes, I know.
Charlie, what's the matter?
Oh, Lord. I wish everything weren't so contrived.
Contrived? What do you mean, contrived?
Oh, just that. The bank president and the big job and what will happen to Junior and whether a boiled shirt will help. The values of it are childish. It hasn't any values at all. Nancy, don't be so tense. This isn't as important as all that. I've done everything I can. Let's change the subject.
You're acting licked already. I hate it when you act that way.
All right, maybe I am licked. Maybe I don't give a rap. Roger Blakesley is pretty fast on his feet. Faster than I am.
Charlie, if... Well, what are you going to do? Haven't you even thought what you're going to do if Roger...
I'm sick of thinking.
Oh,
Nancy.
It isn't fair. It isn't fair.
Well, never mind it, Nancy. It doesn't matter if we're late.
I'm all right now. Better be on time at the Burtons. Don't look at me, Charlie. Don't say anything. And darn everybody.
Tony, I don't know what you're talking about.
Althea, all I'm saying to you and Nancy and Charlie is that I wish we might all be friends.
Well, of course, we'll always be friends, Tony.
Well, I really hope we can be, in spite of anything that may happen in the future. And now, if you girls will excuse us, I'm going to take Charlie into the library. Charlie and I want to have a little talk, but we'll be back as soon as we can.
Now, don't stay too long and don't get too interested.
Come along, Charlie.
can't we be friends? The needle is all the way in now. This is the bad news. It's all ending now, in this little walk across the hall. I can sell the house. Real estate is still high. I'll never again be where I am. Oh, I'll have some commercial value as an educated wheel horse if I'm nice and know my place. But I'll never have to try so hard again. It's over. Thank God. It's over.
This friendship in business, it's always bothered me. They shouldn't be mixed together.
They don't mix together. Don't try to make them, Tony.
And yet they must mix. None of us can help it, Charlie. If you see somebody every day, you get interested in him. Now, take Blakesley. What do you think of him, Charlie?
What do you want me to think?
Well, it isn't what I want. You and I are alone here. I want your opinion. Do you like him or don't you?
All right. As long as it doesn't matter anymore, Tony. He's conscientious, energetic, and well-trained, but I don't like him much. Why should I?
I rather like him. He's been on my conscience lately. He's so very anxious, so very much on his toes. He's always in there, trying.
Well, what else do you expect, Tony? I've been trying pretty hard myself.
Yes, but not in the same way, Charlie. You're subtler. You've developed. You've matured.
Thank you. But I wouldn't say I've been very subtle.
Well, of course, I'm out of touch with things, being where I am, but it seems to me Roger's got some idea we're considering him for the vice presidency. Do you know anything about this?
Oh, good Lord. Oh, good Lord. What did you think Roger was considering, Tony?
Well, I didn't give it much thought until about 10 days ago. When anyone gets ideas like that, it's a problem what to do with him later. He was useful while you were away, but he's not the right material. Why, it never occurred to me you'd have any doubts about it. Your name's coming up before the directors on Monday. Now, what do you think we'd better do about Blakesley?
You'd better tell him something, Tony, instead of teasing him to death.
Oh, I'm sorry about the whole thing. Well, perhaps he'd better resign. That was all I meant in the dining room. Now that we'll be working together more closely, Charlie, I hope that we'll always be friends. We'd better join the girls. I don't suppose this comes as any great surprise, Nancy.
No, I can't say I'm surprised. But it's nice to know definitely, Tony.
As long as we're all in the family. I was just telling Charlie that I've been worried about Roger Blakesley. Do you suppose he really may have thought he was being considered?
Now that you mention it, I think perhaps he did. A little.
Here it is, Charlie. You're a vice president now. It's what you dreamed of long ago, and yet it's a strangely hollow climax. I suppose it was written in the stars, and I couldn't have changed a line of it, being what I am. At least Nancy will be pleased. We'll sell the house at Sycamore Park, get a larger place, turn in the Buick for a new one. The children will get their sailboat. No, it may not be what you dreamed of, Charlie, back in the Clyde of your father and Jessica Lovell. But it has its compensations.
Charlie.
Oh, I'm sorry. What were you saying, Tony?
I said I don't think I've ever seen you smoke a cigar before.
Oh, I don't often, but I rather feel like it tonight.
You have been listening to Point of No Return, an NBC theater production of the J.P. Marquand novel. If you wish to increase your knowledge and appreciation of literature, we suggest that you might enjoy the college-supervised courses now being offered in connection with the NBC Theater. For full information, write to NBC Theater in care of one of the following universities or colleges: the University of Louisville, Louisville, Kentucky; the University of Tulsa, Tulsa, Oklahoma; Kansas State Teachers College, Pittsburgh, Kansas; Washington State College, Pullman, Washington; the University of Arizona, Tucson, Arizona; Texas College of Arts and Industries, Kingsville, Texas; or Brooklyn College, Brooklyn, New York. You also have a chance to win a set of the famous Encyclopedia Britannica. Several of the universities and colleges offering these courses are giving the encyclopedia as prizes to the students doing the best work. Enroll in a supervised course, and you may be one of the fortunate ones to win the Encyclopedia Britannica. Next week, be with us again at the NBC Theater for a production of William Faulkner's tragic novel, The Wild Palms. And the following week for a first radio production of Thomas Wolfe's You Can't Go Home Again. Point of No Return was adapted for the NBC Theater by Milton Wayne. Larry Dobkin was Charles, Lynn Whitney, Nancy. Frank Gerstle was Roger, Ted Von Eltz, Burton, John Daner, Bryant, Tony Barrett was Selig, William Lally, Cyril, Marion Wilkins, Molly, Stephen Chase, Father, Margaret Brayton, Mrs. Burton. Your announcer, Don Stanley. Our intermission commentator was John Kieran, whose commentary was recorded. The director of the NBC Theater is Andrew C. Love. This program came to you from Hollywood. What's on NBC tonight? Well, you'll hear Phil Harris and Alice Faye in another rib-tickling 30 minutes of family comedy. And then you'll want to stay tuned to hear The Adventures of Sam Spade, starring Howard Duff. Yes, for the best in mystery and for the best in comedy. Listen today to NBC for The Harris and Faye Show and The Adventures of Sam Spade. You're tuned for the stars on NBC.
From Hollywood, California, we bring you the Smiths of Hollywood. Yes, the Smiths, with Brenda Marshall as Nancy Smith.
Bumps, don't pay any attention to Uncle Cecil's views on marriage. Marriage is an institution.
Jan Ford as Daughter Bumps.
That's what Uncle Cecil says. But who wants to live in an institution?
Harry Von Zell as Bill Smith.
Uncle Cecil is in no position to judge. He's not a married man.
True, William, nor am I a hen. But I'm a better judge of eggs than any hen in the country. And that was Arthur Treacher as Uncle Cecil from England. Yes, it's the Smiths of Hollywood. A program with special appeal to little children, old ladies, Ubangis, and string savers. Music lovers who haven't already taken cover should address all notes of indignation to Charles Hathaway, who, with the cooperation of the orchestra, furnishes the unusual musical interludes. Last, but by no means least, we would like to introduce our sponsor. Testing. Everybody with us? Then on with the Smiths of Hollywood. Meet Nancy Smith.
Hi, everybody. There comes a time in the life of every mother when the baby she carefully tended, the child she picked up after, the little girl whose hair she braided suddenly needs a formal dress.
A long, slinky one.
She wants high heels, lipstick, powder, mascara and perfume, and nail polish. Then all of a sudden you realize your daughter's beginning to use the tools of the craft. Anyway, that first request for a formal dress is quite a shock.
A long, slinky one, huh, Mom?
Bumps, why does it have to be slinky? You're not built to slink. You're too round, darling.
Mom, if Folger wants me to slink, I'll slink.
Bumps, dear, I've never met this Folger. What's he like?
Oh, he's tall and rough. And he's going to be a chemist. And he has freckles on his hands.
Oh, well, even if he does have freckles on his hands, I think before we go any further, you'd better have Folger come over and talk to your father about going to the stands.
Oh, okay. But tell Pop not to embarrass him, will you, Mom? Folger blushes all the time.
Oh, that's a good sign.
Mom, don't be taken in by blushes. He blushes because of what he's thinking, not because of what he's doing.
Sometimes I wish I'd had a boy instead of a girl. On the other hand, after seeing Folger, maybe it's just as well. I'd forgotten to tell Bill about it, and at 1:45, Bumps began clearing the decks for action.
Uncle Cecil, why don't you take a good book and go to your room and read? It will improve your mind.
My mind is quite all right, thank you.
And Father, I wish you'd shave, please. And oh, can't you do something about those baggy slacks you're wearing?
Bumps, are you talking to me?
So far as I know, I have but one father. He will probably read you some of his poetry.
Who will read some of his poetry?
Folger. Uncle Cecil, you better go upstairs. I don't think Folger will like you.
And I'm sure I shan't like Folger. Who is Folger, by the way?
Don't speak of Folger in that tone.
Now, just a minute. Bumps, would you mind telling me exactly who Folger is?
Folger? He's, well...
I say, William, give her liver extract. That's what she needs.
You be quiet. How about the way you treated the Boers?
What Boers?
Well, I don't know, but Folger said England had no right to make war on the Boers. And I agree with him. Just because people are boring is no reason to make war on them.
I disagree. Anyway, you must be referring to the Boer War in Africa, and I had nothing to do with that.
You did, too.
I did not.
Oh, gosh, I haven't got any makeup on. Now, Pop, be nice to him. Uncle Cecil, wipe your chin off.
How can I? It's fastened on.
Pop, you answer the door. Oh, no, I'll answer
Well,
it.
make up your mind.
Oh, gee. Now, Uncle Cecil, don't give him that fishy handshake. And remember to look directly at him. Folger hates people with shifty eyes.
That's so. William, you should have refused her at the hospital. You should have asked for your money back.
Oh, you be quiet. Coming. Oh, hello, Folger. I wasn't expecting you so soon.
It is 2:00. I said I would arrive at 2:00. There's no worse ordeal than meeting a girl's family, but I gave my word to be here at 2:00, and therefore I am here.
Obviously.
Come in, Folger. Folger, this is my father.
How do you do, Mr. Smith? I've heard a lot about you, too.
Yeah, well, how do you do, Folger?
I've long wanted to congratulate you on the work you did for the cancer drive and for the Civil Liberties Committee.
Well, that. Yeah. Well, have a cigar. No, I mean... Could I take your coat, Folger?
Oh, thank you, sir. I don't find it unduly hot.
Folger, this is my uncle, Sir Cecil Smythe. I told you about him.
Oh, yes. Hello.
Well, if that's the way it is, I've heard a lot about you, too. Too much.
Well, now that the formalities are over, let's come to facts. Mr. Smith, what is it you'd like to know?
About what?
About me.
Oh. Well, I hope this doesn't come as a rude shock to you, Folger, but to tell you the truth, I can't think of anything I'd like to know about you.
Oh, well, that's simple enough. And I take it, Bumps, that I will see you later?
Just a minute. Why should I want to know facts about you, Folger? I mean, why especially?
Pop, didn't Mom tell you?
Nobody's told me anything, and what's more, I'm very curious here. What should your mother have told me?
About Folger and me.
William, do you suppose this thing is more serious than we thought?
Oh, it wasn't serious when it began, but it's getting that way.
There's no cause for alarm, Mr. Smith. This is a perfectly ordinary thing that happens between boys and girls all the time.
It does?
Oh, my.
I think, let's start at the beginning here. How old are you, Folger?
13 1/4, sir.
And when did you meet Bumps?
At school this year. I'm in 8th grade. I'm going to be a chemist. My father is a doctor. Your family and mine are roughly in the same social strata, with mine having a slight lead economically, I'd guess. That is judging by your furniture. I'm quite fond of your daughter and completely aware of my responsibility toward her, and I shall do my best to fulfill any and all obligations befitting a gentleman. Should you give your consent?
Folger, all I wanted to know is, give my consent to what?
I beg your pardon. I thought you understood. I wish to escort Bumps to the senior dance tomorrow night.
To the senior dance. Is that all?
Why, yes.
You mean we went through all this about a senior dance, Bumps? I don't get this. Why all this fuss? Of course you can go to the senior dance. Why this big production?
Well, that's what I said too, Pop. Golly, it isn't as though we were going to get married or anything.
As a matter of fact, sir, that is something we have discussed, but it seemed wise to wait.
Ah, yes. Well, I'm glad to hear that, and I do want to thank you for coming, Folger, is
yes,
it? Yes,
sir.
I'm glad everything is finally cleared up for you.
Ah, me, strange place, America.
Well, that's Folger. You know, there's something sad about a girl's first date. It's really sadder than a wedding. I tried to explain it to Bill. What did you think of Folger, darling?
Folger? I think his mother must have been an adding machine and his father an encyclopedia.
Well, I sort of thought Bumps would pick out a different type.
You mean to say that Bumps picked Folger out?
Well, now, why do you have to make fun of everything?
Well,
I think Bumps' first date is very sad.
I think he is, too. But if Bumps likes him...
No, look, darling, I mean having a date is very sad.
Hmm?
Well, you know what it means, don't you?
You mean she's having a date?
No. It's more than that, Bill. We're losing her, don't you see that? I mean, it's the first step. After that, there'll be other boys.
Well, let us hope so.
And then the boy will come along and suddenly... Well, Bill, it's just going to be you and me alone. Bumps will go off and start a home of her own.
Here, Grandma, have a hanky.
Well, you do know that we'll miss her.
Oh, now, wait a minute, Nancy. In the first place, it's a long way off. In the second, we won't be alone, believe me. Bumps will probably have 12 children and bring them over to stay with us every time she goes out to the movies. And in the third place, if having a date with that Folger is the cause for all this calamity, let's call it off now.
Call it off?
Yes.
Why, Bill Smith, have you lost your reasoning?
No.
Why, Bumps would never get over such a thing. I should say we won't call it off. Folger had said he'd call for Bumps at 8 o'clock. Well, knowing Folger, I knew he meant 8. So at 7, I began supervising Bumps. You know, not too much lipstick, easy on the perfume. Don't try to wear all the jewelry, you know.
Mom, I don't feel very comfortable in this glamour getup.
Well, Bumps, you might as well learn now. There are 2 types of women, comfortable and glamorous.
I feel sort of scared about this evening.
Why, darling?
Well, I don't know. Mom, do you like me?
Well, of course I like you, dear.
I like you, too.
Well, I'll always like you, darling. Will you remember one thing?
What?
Well, I'd like to be thought of as a friend as well as your mother. Anytime anything bothers you, you can always come to me. Just remember that, darling.
Gee, you're swell, Mom. Oh, gee whiz, that must be Folger. I better go ask
No,
her.
darling, you finish dressing.
Okay.
Bill?
He went down to the corner for cigarettes, Nancy.
Oh, he would. Uncle Cecil, you'll have to entertain Folger.
Oh, no, I say, what a... Oh, dear. Oh, no, what a horrible notion.
Go on, answer the door. Tell him Bumps will be right down.
Oh, you know, I'd rather play host to a snapping turtle. Oh, but very well, yes. Oh, quit leaning on that bell, you little monster.
Good evening.
Good evening. Yes, I've been told to entertain you till Bumps is ready. Don't suppose you'd like a drink, huh?
Why, yes, I would.
You would, eh? Well, if it's Scotch by any chance, the answer is no.
Water, if you please. I drink 10 glasses a day.
10 glasses of water a day? Oh, I say, what an utterly dreadful thought. Oh, dear. Very well, now you turn on the radio and listen to some crime story or something, and if I'm going to entertain you, I'll need a drink myself, so I'll go and get your water for you.
Thank you.
I'll be right back.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, we turn the page of our musical scrapbook to a poem written by Carl Allen. A lovely thing. Give me a place by the side of the road where the weary travelers pass. Oh, give me a place by the side of the road, and I'll sell hot dogs and gas. Lovely thing, isn't it? There'll be more of the scrapbook after a word from our sponsor. That was a message from the sponsor of the Smiths of Hollywood. Lovely thing, wasn't it? Now to more of the scrapbook. Here's a lovely poem I'd like to read.
You know, boy, don't turn that off. I like poetry.
Oh, so do I, but not that stuff. You like poetry, you say? Well, as it happens, I have some of my own verse with me. Would you like to hear it?
Well, no, as a matter of fact.
This one, my favorite, is called Starking Deed.
Look here, old boy, I'm supposed to entertain you.
You'll find the style difficult at first, but you'll catch on. It goes like this. A Lucite, tall and bright there was, a lofty loman seller. Alone he growled the hicklamus, and blew his colored mather. The slashing wind did Teleron, and slapped the facing sore, and breath did snare the Sassak one, and fell the nippest roar. Oh, God! Did ever Sleeny start? Did Wenson do his share? Did waves and heaving slapper part, with howling blazing glare? The end was near and to the core, and tied the simple man puss. 'Twas torpid with a bloody gore, and all the dead lay Santus. There. What did you think of it?
I say, have you ever been investigated? Look, old boy, since there's just the two of us here, let's be honest. I don't think you need entertaining. I'll just wander out for a walk, and then you'll have an audience that's 100% with you. Instead of 50.
Oh, very well. I'll bring the conversation down to a lower plane.
One word, Folger. One word of caution. As it happens, Bumps is my very favorite niece.
Well, I can't blame you, sir. She's a thoroughly charming girl. A little immature, but that's to be expected.
Yes. Well, old boy, think of this. If one tiny thing, happens that ruffles a single one of her nerves, if you so much as irritate her, I'll hang you up with the thumbs and sliver you. I'll peel you. Follow me, Folger.
Yes, sir.
Well, Uncle Cecil and I had a highball. And when Bill got home, he joined us. And all that worrying I'd done about Bumps suddenly seemed terribly silly. Bill and I decided to go to a movie, and Uncle Cecil went too, of course. That was about 8:30. Well, how was I to know then what was happening to Bumps at 8:30?
Folger, do we have to walk all the way to the dance?
You can't skate in high heels, and I'm not old enough for a driver's license. Why? Are you tired?
No, but I'm getting hungry. I was so excited I forgot to eat dinner.
I never get that excited. I'll tell you what, we'll stop at the Punch Bowl and get a soda.
Oh, boy, let's do. See, did you ever have one of their idiot sundaes?
Of course not.
Well, you oughta. It's got 5 kinds of ice cream: raspberry, vanilla, chocolate, pineapple, and peach with sliced bananas.
All this in a sundae?
Oh, that's the first layer. The second layer has 6 kinds of ice cream. Tutti frutti and all, and then crushed pineapple with chocolate sauce and nuts and whipped cream.
I'm getting a little sick.
Oh, but they're fun. They call them idiot sundaes because only idiots order them. I ate 2 once.
It's hard to be intellectual over an idiot sundae.
Oh, it won't take but a minute. And they have plain ice cream for intellectuals. Oh, come on, let's go, huh?
Well, all right, but sometimes I think I'm too old for you. Then I wrote another poem. It's called Old Harkness. Oh, many's the time I've Paul McGee and Hauser swore the
Are you sure you wouldn't rather have an idiot sundae?
I do not want an idiot sundae.
I like another one. Gee, I guess now I'm a woman. 3 idiot sundaes. That ought to prove something.
And then I wrote another one. It's called Old Patarney. It goes like this. Laugh, my friend, and raise the wristy link. Ne'er more to bally fling the empty hood and sink.
Please, Folger, no more poetry.
But you said you liked it.
I know, but it's making me sick.
My poetry making you sick?
It must be that. A little thing like 3 idiot sundaes couldn't make a girl sick, could it? Folger, Folger, I guess you better excuse me.
Are you sure I shouldn't call a doctor?
Folger, honest, I'm not dying. Only I think I better get home before I do.
Gosh, I'm awfully sorry.
It wasn't your fault.
You look awful green.
Oh, don't worry about me.
To be very honest, I'm worrying about your uncle. He said he'd skiver me if anything happened to you.
Oh, please, Folger. I'm skivered already.
We were at the movies, of course. We got home from the movies about 10:15 or so, and I was thinking about Bumps again and wondering if she was having a good time at the dance. Bill? Do you remember the first dance you took me to?
I certainly do. I remember the last one, too. It was the same dance.
Why is it husbands don't like to dance? Anybody want some milk or hot chocolate?
I say, what an idea. Yeah, make mine with scotch, would you?
Oh, Uncle Cecil, you can't take it in chocolate, too.
Perhaps you're right, William, yes. Nancy, leave out the chocolate.
Oh, I'm going to bed, dear.
Oh, wait a minute. Aren't you going to wait up for Bumps?
Well, why should I?
Well, but Bill, you just should, that's why.
Oh, Nancy, now stop being a typical mother. You remember how annoyed you were when we were dating and your mother sat up worrying about you?
Well, she had a right to be worried.
Oh, fine. Well, you needn't worry about Bumps. You're being very silly. But I'll be silly with you. We can have a three-handed card game. How about it, Uncle Cecil?
Oh, very well, yes, but I still want a scotch. You know, scotch and cards go together.
Listen, Uncle Cecil, with you, scotch and cornflakes go together.
Well, we played cards. 11 o'clock came and no Bumps. Well, Bill said not to worry. 11:30 came and Bill was worrying and Uncle Cecil said not to worry. Then 12 o'clock came and no Bumps. And we were all biting our nails.
I say, we can't just sit here waiting, you know. We've got to do something.
Well, do. I'll call the school and find out what time the dance was over.
Bill, we'd better call the police. Uncle Cecil, where are you going?
Out. I can't just sit. A lucite tall and great the walls, a lofty lomond cellar.
Huh?
I'm going looking for them. If that shifty-eyed little lucite has double-crossed us, I'll do exactly what I said I'd do.
What was that?
Peel him. Stay here till I get back.
My goodness, Bill. I never saw Uncle Cecil so upset.
Yes, I didn't know he was so fond of Bumps. Well, what do you think we ought to do now, darling? I've checked with the school. The dance was over at 11. I've checked with the police. No ambulance calls or just sit and wait, I guess.
I had a funny feeling about tonight,
Now,
Bill. Now, remember, I had a feeling.
Yes, dear, you had a feeling. Women always do. But listen, let's not leap to any grim conclusions. Probably everything's all right. Nancy, are you sure Bumps couldn't have come in earlier, maybe slipped by us while we were playing cards in here?
Mm-mm. She wouldn't do that. She'd say something to us.
Yeah, I suppose. Maybe she came in before we did, though. Have you looked upstairs at her room?
No, I haven't.
Oh, Nancy, you haven't looked? Let's go look. A sudden hunch has hit me.
Well, she was in bed, of course, sound asleep. Bill looked at me and I looked at Bill. And I could tell by the slant of his eyebrows that he was thinking of that feeling I was talking about. He didn't say anything, though. He just kissed me and smiled. But we were both so relieved to find Bumps safe and sound that nothing else mattered. So finally we got to bed. We'd completely forgotten about Uncle Cecil.
It was quite an evening. Memorable first date for our daughter. For us more than for her, though.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah. Oh, no. What a time to be calling people. Probably one of Uncle Cecil's all-night friends. I'll fix him good. Sorry, wrong number.
Is it really? Oh, I'm sorry.
Uncle Cecil? Oh, I'm sorry. Good gosh, I forgot all about you.
Oh, never mind that, you know. I've got news for you, William.
News?
About Bumps. She's upstairs in bed.
Yeah, I know.
You know? William, how did you find out?
We looked. How did you find out?
I choked it out of Folger.
Out of Folger? You got Folger out of bed?
Oh, no, he got out of his own accord. The noise must have awakened him.
What noise?
Why, when Folger's father knocked me through the French doors.
Folger's father knocked you through the French doors?
Oh, the old boy was justified, you know. You see, I stretched him out on the floor first.
Huh?
After he swung at me, that is, you see.
What?
He wouldn't let me in the door to cross-examine Folger, and I broke in.
Oh, Gabriel's teeth. Uncle Cecil, how much bail do you need?
Bail? Oh, I'm not in the brig, William.
No?
Well, you see, after I finally got the Folger and he bit me, I turned him over my knee.
Yeah?
And Folger's
delighted. We're celebrating.
Oh, no.
Oh, a delightful fella. Don't wait up for me, old boy. I won't be home till late. Cheerio, old boy.
Cheerio. And now, a word from our sponsor. Waiting up for Uncle Cecil, we might as well leave The Smiths of Hollywood. The Smiths is written by Dick Nossaman and Bob Presnell Jr., who drinks old Gluckenheimer, and directed by Bob Presnell Jr., who looks like it. Starred in The Smiths are Nancy Smith,
Brenda Marshall,
Arthur Treacher, Bill Smith,
Harry Ponzell,
and daughter Bumps,
Jan Ford.
and Folger was played by Conrad Binion. The original music is ad-libbed by Charles Hathaway. And this is Tyler McVeigh, pronounced to rhyme with Hickenlooper, bidding you all cheerio.